Chapter 121, Leaving Linyuan Universe Country. Lin Hao said, "Father, tell me about Mother." Lin Zhen's eyes flashed with a nostalgic look as he slowly began to recount the story of Lin Feng and Lin Hao's mother, Lu Yunyao. The story was somewhat cliché. Simply put, it was the tale of a universe explorer meeting an indigenous genius girl. After reaching planetary level, Lin Zhen began to travel through the universe, and while wandering through Yuan Star, he met Lu Yunyao, who was at the 9th stage of the student level. At first, it could be called being smitten by beauty, but after spending some time together, the two of them could be considered kindred spirits. Back then, Lin Zhen's talent had not yet manifested, so he was not valued within the family, and his parents had died early. Therefore, after Lin Zhen and Lu Yunyao married, they settled down and lived on this planet. Afterwards, Lu Yunyao's family was attacked by hostile forces. Caught in the aftermath of an astral rank enemy's attack, Lu Yunyao accidentally died, and Lin Zhen was severely injured. Dragging his wounded body, Lin Zhen took Lin Feng and Lin Hao away, then contacted the family to send Lin Feng and Lin Hao to Qingfeng Universe Country. Afterwards, Lin Zhen concentrated on cultivate, finally breakthrough to the astral rank, and furthermore comprehended the first stage of the domain. After reaching the first stage of the domain at the astral rank, Lin Zhen gained the family's attention. With the help of the family's resources, Lin Zhen quickly reached the 9th stage of the astral rank. It was not until Lin Zhen comprehended the 2nd stage of the domain that he returned to Yuan Star to seek revenge under the protection of a universe rank powerhouse from the family. The final result was that the 5th stage astral rank enemy was easily killed by Lin Zhen, and Lu family's hostile forces also vanished into thin air under the action of that universe rank powerhouse. Although Lin Zhen was a bit too cowardly in this story, at least the result was good. He neatly and cleanly resolved the enemy, and to prevent the enemy from springing back to life like spring grass, he directly wiped out the hostile forces as well. After hearing this, Lin Hao thought to himself, it's a pity Mother was ultimately only at the planetary level, and her lifespan was too short. Revival was impossible. After becoming a universe lord, one possessed the ability bestowed by the primordial universe to revive others. However, this kind of revival was actually bringing others from past space-time to the present, not truly coming back from the dead. Therefore, the intervening time could only be endured by the person being revived. Planetary level only had a lifespan of 1,000 years, and it had been tens of thousands of years since Lu Yunyao's death. She simply couldn't endure such a long period. However, Lin Hao was not without a method. Once he entered the origin continent in the future, if he was fortunate enough to become a Hunyuan lord, he would be able to revive Mother then. After the three of them agreed to return to Yuan Star together, they went offline. Lin Hao and Lin Feng also prepared to set off for Yuan Star. Lin Feng had nothing much to pack on his side, he just needed to bring his guard team along. He arranged for the guard team to enter the World Ring, while he himself followed Lin Hao. Before leaving, Lin Hao entered the virtual universe to meet his teacher, Ice Peak Lord. Regarding Lin Hao's desire to go to the outside territory battlefield for experiential training, Ice Peak Lord naturally had no objections, only telling him to make preparations before going. The most important preparation before heading to the outside territory battlefield was to buy a high-tier detector. The detector directly determined the range of detection and whether one could cloak from alien detectors. A good detector was equivalent to having a map hack in a video game, plus built-in cloaking ability. The initiative advantage was simply too great. Simply put, Lin Hao prepared to make a trip back to the Virtual Universe Company headquarters, and it wouldn't be too late to purchase it then. After packing the guard team into the World Ring, Lin Feng came to Lin Hao's side. Lin Hao sent a message to Venerable Linyuan, "Senior brother, I am about to leave Linyuan Universe Country." Venerable Linyuan replied, "I heard from junior sister that your current strength is comparable to an advanced universe exalt. I am still intimidating aliens in the surrounding areas and it's not convenient to return, otherwise I would definitely fleece you hard." Ever since taking office as the head of Linyuan Universe Country, Venerable Linyuan had been running around outside almost constantly. Lin Hao replied, "Next time we meet, I will treat senior brother to a drink." Venerable Linyuan, good. Let's make it clear first, I have a very picky palate, and I won't touch anything below purple fire ape wine. No problem, senior brother, there will be plenty of purple fire ape wine to your heart's content. After chatting with Venerable Linyuan, Lin Hao looked at Lin Feng. Big brother, let's set off. Lin Feng nodded and said, okay. Immediately, Lin Hao brought Lin Feng with several spatial teleports, arriving at an empty star domain. Then, Evelyn flew out of Lin Hao's world ring, her beautiful figure capturing Lin Feng's gaze as soon as she appeared. The Zerg Queen Mother was naturally born with a bit of allure, and an intangible bewitching force permeated the air. Ordinary World Lord ranks would likely sink into eternal oblivion at just a glance. However, Lin Feng snapped back to sobriety after just a moment, and he asked curiously, is this fellow the Zerg Queen Mother who used illusions to control me? Lin Hao said, that's right, her name is Evelyn. Lin Feng naturally had the ability to resist such a bewitching force, otherwise, Evelyn wouldn't have needed to use illusions to control him previously. Lin Feng gave Lin Hao a somewhat worried look. Little brother, you mustn't become too infatuated with Evelyn. Lin Hao had black lines across his forehead. Am I that kind of person? Lin Feng thought of Lin Hao's dissolute life in his first century and nodded seriously. Although you stopped indulging in romantic love later on, you played too wildly before you turned 100, almost delaying your immensely strong talent. Lin Hao couldn't explain this clearly, so he could only say, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Lin Hao calling Evelyn out was naturally not to show off to Lin Feng, but to use Evelyn to cast a Divine Kingdom channel. Lin Hao had no divine power imprint within the territory of Ganwu Universe Country. If they relied on flying with a spaceship, it would take too long. And as an operative in the insect race specially responsible for assassinating human race geniuses, Evelyn naturally left divine power imprints in various universe countries across the human race's territory. Moments later, a Divine Kingdom channel appeared in front of the two of them. Lin Hao said, let's go. Then he stepped into the Divine Kingdom channel first. Lin Feng followed closely behind. This is the Divine Kingdom of the Zerg Queen Mother. I thought this place was entirely filled with bugs. Lin Feng looked at Evelyn's Divine Kingdom with curiosity. It was also Lin Hao's first time coming to Evelyn's Divine Kingdom. Unlike the insect race in his impressions, the scenery of Evelyn's Divine Kingdom was quite nice, with only a single corner inhabited by tens of thousands of insect race warriors. Most of them were ordinary immortal level insect race warriors, with only 3 insect race warriors whose aura reached king level immortal. This was all of Evelyn's family property. Evelyn flew above the insect race warriors, controlling them to fly into Evelyn's world ring. Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled by Evelyn's actions, and asked, little brother, what is she doing? Lin Hao explained, if a Zerg Queen Mother wants to display her full strength, she must rely on these insect race warriors, and the cultivation of every single immortal level insect race warrior consumes a massive amount of resources. Because Evelyn previously had to assassinate geniuses within the human race, she was afraid these insect race warriors would be discovered by powerhouses on our side if kept in her world ring, so she always left them inside the Divine Kingdom. Now that Evelyn had become Lin Hao's servant and would follow Lin Hao into the outside territory battlefield in the future, she naturally had to bring all the insect race warriors along. Chapter 122 Returning to Yuan Star. After Evelyn put all the insect race fighters into her world ring, she came to Lin Hao's side. A soft and tender voice sounded, Master, the God Country passage to Ganwu Universe Country can now be opened. Lin Hao said, open it. Yes, Master. Soon, a new God Country passage appeared before them. Lin Hao, Lin Feng, and Evelyn walked into it one after another. This was a barren asteroid belt, and there wasn't even a single star within dozens of light years nearby. Evelyn said, Master, we have arrived at Ganwu Universe Country. Lin Hao said, you've worked hard. Evelyn showed a look of reverence, it is my honor to serve you, Master. Afterwards, Evelyn returned into Lin Hao's world ring. Lin Feng asked, how are we going to Yuan Star? By relying on teleportation. Lin Hao shook his head. Continuous teleportation is too troublesome, I have a better vehicle. With that said, Nebula Palace flew out from Lin Hao's world ring. Lin Feng asked strangely, the shape of this spaceship is really quite unique, it's shaped like a palace. Lin Hao laughed heartily, Big brother, this is much more valuable than a spaceship. Let's go, I'll let you experience it. The two entered Nebula Palace, and as Lin Hao used divine power to urge it, the speed of Nebula Palace began to soar. Lin Feng's expression changed, because at this moment he actually felt a sensation of his body being damaged. He was now a territory lord rank 9. His body actually couldn't withstand such acceleration. Lin Hao had been observing Lin Feng. After discovering the abnormality in his body, he immediately lowered the acceleration of Nebula Palace. After the acceleration decreased, Lin Feng finally recovered. Lin Feng asked, what rank of spaceship is this? It can actually cause damage to my body just by acceleration. Lin Hao said, this is not a spaceship, but a flying palace-type supreme treasure. Strong practitioners who reach a certain level mostly use heavy treasures are supreme treasures. Such treasures can almost not be measured in Hunyuan units. Lin Feng. He accidentally let his younger brother flex again. Soon, the speed of Nebula Palace in the dark universe soared to 1,000 times the speed of light. Such a speed was also almost the speed limit of Nebula Palace. In less than an hour, Nebula Palace arrived at the dark universe coordinates of Yuan Star. This time also included the deceleration time of Nebula Palace. After all, Lin Feng's body couldn't withstand too high an acceleration, so it took a little extra time. Emerging from the dark universe, Lin Hao anxiously looked outside Nebula Palace. This was still the first time he saw Yuan Star in reality. Within a stellar system, there were 3 planets lonely revolving around a star, of which the second planet was Yuan Star. This was the predecessor of Earth. Unlike billions of years later, the solar system at this time only had 3 planets. Not only that, but the Sun was also nearing the end of its lifespan. According to estimations, this star had more than 3 billion years of lifespan left, and among these 3 billion plus years, 1 billion years of time would have light emitted that was no longer suitable for ordinary life to utilize because it was nearing the end of its lifespan. Regarding this, Taoduoduo Mall had a contingency plan long ago. It would move this star away after 2 billion years and replace it with a young star instead. Billions of years was quite a long time even on the scale of the universe. This was also why after Lin Hao had just awakened his past life memories, he did not deliberately search for Yuan Star in the Mountain and Sea Realm back then. Right now, even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was nowhere to be seen, let alone the Yuan Empire. Wanting to find Yuan Star in the vast universe was truly like searching for a needle in a haystack. Don't even think about finding the corresponding star based on the 8 planets of the solar system. Billions of years was roughly the lifespan limit of some stars. The total lifespan of the Sun is about 10 billion years. Over such a long period of time, the Sun probably hadn't even appeared yet. If Kuti hadn't appeared in front of Lin Hao, he wouldn't even be sure whether the Yuan Star where he was born was truly the predecessor of Earth. Previously, Yuan Star's core was almost ruined by the local humans, and in the end, Taoduoduo Mall bought the ownership of Yuan Star. The planets within a radius of thousands of light years around Yuan Star were all modified by Zuo Shank. Even if Yuan Star was blown into slag, it could ultimately re-aggregate. This was also the origin story of the emergence of Earth. Therefore, even if Yuan Star was completely shattered, it would ultimately not delay its reaggregation into Earth. However, now after the management of Taoduoduo Mall, the core of Yuan Star had stabilized, so there was no need to worry about Yuan Star being destroyed. Lin Hao and Lin Feng walked out from Nebula Palace, looking at the azure planet in the distance. Lin Feng's face was filled with nostalgia. When we left Yuan Star back then, I was very terrified. Mother had died, and father was also leaving us to cultivate alone. I could only hold you, who was still in swaddling clothes. At that time, I knew that this azure planet was no longer our home. He sighed and continued, actually, I didn't want to come back before. I was very afraid that the current wonderful life was just a dream. However, thinking about it later, as long as our family is together, what is there to be afraid of? More than 30,000 years ago, our family left from here. More than 30,000 years later, we have returned here once again. It can be considered a reincarnation. As Lin Feng spoke, his eyes gradually became vacant. Lin Hao keenly perceived that Lin Feng's willpower was undergoing a transformation. He had some guesses in his heart. Perhaps Yuan Star was like a nightmare to Big Brother. Here were his childhood's most carefree moments, and also his most helpless times. Lin Hao silently guarded Lin Feng on the side. An hour later, Lin Feng finally came back to his senses. Lin Hao suddenly discovered that Lin Feng seemed to have changed. Although the previous Lin Feng had good talent, from beginning to end, he always gave people a timid and cautious feeling. When Lin Hao was young, Lin Zhen was always cultivating, while big brother Lin Feng acted as both father and mother, working hard to raise Lin Hao. Later, when Lin Hao's talent was not high, Lin Feng often used his own money to buy some cultivation resources and send them to Lin Hao for cultivation. After that, Lin Feng comprehended the domain at the planetary level and was able to enter Qingfeng Secret Realm, and he would also constantly show care and concern for Lin Hao. As for that girl Xiaoshui whom Lin Feng met in Qingfeng Secret Realm before, after Lin Feng was betrayed, his handling of the matter was actually a bit too spineless. Even after reaching the core layer of the Virtual Universe Corporation, Lin Feng always gave people a feeling of drifting along and living without a goal. But now Lin Hao suddenly discovered that Lin Feng's eyes had become sharp, as if he had previously been a dust-covered treasured sword, and at this moment he had finally washed away all the dust, becoming even sharper than before. "Congratulations, big brother," Lin Hao said with a smile. The sharpness in Lin Feng's eyes receded, and he scratched his head. "Congratulations for what?" Lin Hao said, "Although I don't know what Big Brother experienced, I know that your willpower should have undergone a transformation." Lin Feng pondered. Willpower transformation. Lin Hao nodded. This kind of willpower transformation is encountered by chance rather than sought, and naturally it has many benefits for you. Perhaps it will even be helpful for comprehending the law. Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes in pleasant surprise. "It really is. The origin law is much clearer in my perception. This feeling is as refreshing as having a carefree time at Tianxiang Pavilion." Chapter 123, Out of Points, Support Me with Some. Lin Hao blinked. Lin Feng had a magical way to cultivate, and every time after being completely open and honest with the young ladies, his speed in comprehending the law would become much faster. Lin Hao hadn't been clear about why this was the case before, but now he had some ideas. Perhaps it was because every time after going to Tianxiang Pavilion to enjoy himself, Lin Feng's dust-covered willpower was briefly relieved, thereby displaying his true talent. Lin Hao said, "No matter what, this is a good thing." The joy on Lin Feng's face was hard to suppress. "Fortunately I returned to Yuan Star, otherwise, I wouldn't know when I could have such a transformation." Father Lin Zhen would take more than 10 days to reach Yuan Star, so the two decided to stroll around Yuan Star. At this time, Yuan Star belonged to the assets of Taoduoduo Mall, and there were detection devices targeting outsiders outside the star system. However, Lin Hao's strength was extremely powerful, and with deliberate concealment, the detection devices did not react at all. Lin Hao brought Lin Feng to Yuan Star. Everywhere here could be seen high-rise buildings, with countless hovering cars shuttling across the sky. The ground was shaded by green trees, and under the trees were trimmed lawns. Quite a few people were directly sitting cross-legged on the lawn to cultivate. Lin Hao sensed for a moment and found that the people of Yuan Star had basically reached the planetary level, and occasionally a few universe rank appeared. What satisfied Lin Hao the most was that everyone on Yuan Star at this time was his own bloodline. 20,000 years ago, when Taoduoduo Mall bought Yuan Star, it gave a large sum of money to those willing to immigrate to other planets. The vast majority of people agreed to immigrate, and only a small portion chose to stay here. Later, Lin Hao had Lin Baikan migrate many employees of Taoduoduo Mall to Yuan Star, and these employees were naturally Lin Hao's test tube babies and their descendants. After 20,000 years of reproduction, everyone currently on Yuan Star was Lin Hao's bloodline. Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself, no matter whether Luo Feng or whatever Feng appears in the future, they will definitely be my descendants. This point alone was enough. Lin Feng looked around. Unfamiliar, too unfamiliar, there isn't a single shadow of the past. If I weren't sure this was Yuan Star, I would have thought I came to an unfamiliar planet. Lin Hao said. Taoduoduo Mall intends to develop this place as an important base, so naturally it has to renovate Yuan Star. Lin Feng nodded. Actually, this is also good. I remember that when I was a child, Yuan Star was full of industrial sewage and mountains of garbage everywhere. If people back then weren't generally above the 5th stage of the apprentice level, I'm afraid many people would have fallen ill because of this every year. Lin Hao was not surprised by this. The original people of Yuan Star had no awareness of environmental protection at all, otherwise the star core wouldn't have been on the verge of destruction. The two lived on Yuan Star for more than 10 days, and Lin Zhen's spaceship finally arrived. Lin Zhen's arrival naturally triggered the response of the detectors deployed by Taoduoduo Mall, but once they learned Lin Zhen's identity, naturally no one dared to act presumptuously. This person was the grandfather of Taoduoduo Mall's chairman and general manager. If it weren't for fear of displeasing Lin Zhen, the person in charge of Yuan Star would probably have been serving him hand and foot long ago. Lin Zhen did not like pomp and circumstance. After letting the guard team enter the World Ring, he descended onto Yuan Star alone. Lin Hao and Lin Feng had long been waiting in front of Lu Yunyao's grave. Although Taoduoduo Mall carried out all-round renovations on Yuan Star, it naturally did not dare to move Lu Yunyao's grave. Therefore, they simply fenced this place off, and every day someone would come over to clean and maintain it. Seeing his two tall and dashing sons, Lin Zhen suddenly felt a bit sentimental. Good, 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 our family can finally be considered truly reunited now. Soon, Lin Zhen stood in the middle, with Lin Hao and Lin Feng on his left and right, and the three of them offered incense to Lu Yunyao together. Lin Zhen took out some food and placed it in front of the grave, sitting down beside the tombstone himself. Yunyao, I've brought our two children to see you. Their talents are very good, both stronger than this old man of mine. Eldest son Lin Feng is now a territory lord rank, and second son Lin Hao is already an undying spiritual god with eternal life. Lin Zhen rambled on in front of Lu Yunyao's grave for 3 days and 3 nights, while Lin Hao and Lin Feng quietly waited in front of the grave. Finally, Lin Zhen finished speaking, wiped the slight tears from the corners of his eyes, and looked at Lin Hao and Lin Feng. All right, you two kowtow to your mother, and we'll leave this place. Lin Hao and Lin Feng obeyed, knelt down, and kowtowed 3 times. Subsequently, Lin Hao brought Lin Zhen and Lin Feng to a location several light years outside Yuan Star through teleportation, and opened the Divine Kingdom Passage. Walking out from the Divine Kingdom Passage once more, the 3 of them arrived on the Eternal Continent. Lin Zhen and Lin Feng curiously looked at the continent beneath their feet. The 2 of them naturally knew that Lin Hao had an Eternal Continent clone. Lin Hao said, Father, big brother, later on I will also give you both an opportunity to possess a clone. In this world, a clone was a very good life-saving means. For ordinary geniuses, clones were extremely difficult to obtain. But for powerhouses, the means to obtain a clone for one's relatives and friends was still very simple. As long as they didn't care too much about their original body, performing possession on a life form with clone talent was not difficult. Within the treasury of the human race, there were quite a few such World Lord rank life forms. With Lin Hao's strength advancement speed, he would probably reach the Universe Lord realm in a very short time. With such strength, it was very simple to procure 2 life forms with clone talent for his father and eldest brother. The golden horned beast was a good choice. Inside the treasury of the human race, there was a dormant World Lord rank golden horned beast. Wait, Lin Feng. Golden horned beast. Born on Yuan Star, entering the highest beginning mythical region through the genius contest. Just obtained a willpower transformation. Lin Hao gave his eldest brother a suspicious look. This should be a coincidence. Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled by Lin Hao's gaze. Little brother, what's wrong? Lin Hao shook his head. It's nothing. All right, let's part ways here. Lin Zhen and Lin Feng nodded one after another, and then the 2 of them released the guard team and guard ship from their world rings. After greeting Lin Hao, they stepped onto their respective guard ships and headed towards the highest beginning mythical region. Lin Hao shook off the thought that had just popped into his mind. It shouldn't be possible. Lin Hao returned to the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. Before going to the outside territory battlefield, he still had to buy some things. Among them, the most important thing was the detector. According to Lin Hao's understanding, when points were insufficient, it was best to buy two kinds of detectors. One was a super large range one used to detect long-distance enemy movements, which was very useful for both tracking and escaping. The other was a small range detector. Although the detection range was small, its accuracy was high, it could detect camouflage, and it was also very effective for self-concealment. If points were sufficient, there wouldn't be so much trouble, just go straight for the top-tier configuration to the max. Lin Hao opened the Virtual Universe Corporation points treasury. He quickly found a favorite detector, SDU-01, with an exchange price of 50 billion points, and a detection range reaching 1 billion kilometers. He could still enjoy a discount as a member of the primitive mystical region, which meant it only required 30 billion points. 30 billion points. Lin Hao looked at his own points, he only had a little over 2 billion points. He still had Supreme Treasure points left, but exchanging Supreme Treasure points for regular points would be too much of a loss. In these 20,000 years, he had already rushed through the World Lord rank Tongtian Mountain, and those 100 billion points had been spent down to just over 2 billion. These points were mainly spent on purchasing secret methods. After all, secret pattern graph cultivation required referencing secret methods. Low-end secret methods were naturally useless, only high-end secret methods were useful. Lin Hao didn't need to buy the entire original secret methods either, he only needed to buy the first few volumes to draw inferences about other cases. But now points were not enough, what should he do? Lin Hao sent a message to Venerable Bingmang, "Fifth senior sister, your junior brother wants to buy a top-tier detector, but my points are not enough. Support me with some points." A moment later, Lin Hao received a notification that points had arrived in his account. 10 trillion points have arrived in the account. Venerable Bingmang's message also came over, "Are these points enough? If not, I'll borrow some from others." Lin Hao replied, "Senior sister is magnanimous. More than enough." Venerable Bingmang, "Small matter, just tell me if you lack money." Chapter 124 First Battle in the Outside Territory Battlefield. Now that Lin Hao had points, he naturally began making a massive shopping spree. Top configuration detector, 30 billion points, buy. All kinds of treasures that quickly restored divine power, buy. Supreme treasures like the Nebula Palace were truly a bit too conspicuous in the outside territory battlefield, so Lin Hao bought another F-class spaceship for transportation. All things considered, it only cost less than 60 billion points. 10 trillion points were simply too durable. Thus, Lin Hao started buying all kinds of top-secret methods so he could begin creating new secret methods using the secret pattern graph. Theoretically speaking, with Lin Hao's current level of law comprehension, he could completely create Universe Exalt level ultimate secret methods. He could even try Universe Lord level ultimate secret methods. However, creating such secret methods either required time to accumulate or the blessing of luck. For the time being, though, Immortal level ultimate secret methods were enough for him to use. He did not plan to provoke enemies like Universe Exalt either, but merely wanted to bully King level Immortal in the outside territory battlefield. After buying all the items, Lin Hao's consciousness entered the virtual universe. Thunder Island, this was the place where experts of Virtual Universe Corporation at or above the Immortal level lived. Lin Hao appeared in the palace of Ice Peak Lord. Ice Peak Lord asked, "Ready to go to the outside territory battlefield?" Lin Hao nodded and said, "Yes, teacher." Ice Peak Lord continued, Go ahead. Your talent is extremely high, but you lack practical combat experience. Go to the outside territory battlefield to temper yourself well, but the most important thing is still to pay attention to safety." Lin Hao said, "Thank you for your concern, teacher." Ice Peak Lord brought Lin Hao outside the main hall, pointed down the mountain, and said, Logically speaking, since you have now reached the immortal level, you can build a palace to live in the immortal level area down the mountain, but I don't think you need to rush. Show your strength well in the outside territory battlefield, and I believe you will soon have a place in the Universe Exalt area. Lin Hao naturally had no objection to this, it was merely a matter of sooner or later. Ice Peak Lord said, "Go. I await your good news." Lin Hao bowed in salute, and then his consciousness left the virtual universe. Lin Hao teleported away from the virtual universe company headquarters continent. Then he had Evelyn open the God Country channel and came to the area near the outside territory battlefield. Walking out from the God Country channel, Lin Hao couldn't help sighing, God Country teleportation is truly convenient. If we had to rely on the Nebula Palace to travel, it would probably take several days. This time, the place Lin Hao came to was the 7th battlefield of the outside territory battlefield. This was also the region where the Star Tower was located. He came here of course not wanting to make the Star Tower acknowledge him as its master, but intending to chat with Pooty and then inadvertently reveal that he was studying the secret pattern graph school. To see if he could get some help from Pooty or Zuo Shank. Of course, mainly Lin Hao came to the outside territory battlefield to gain experience, and chatting with Pooty was just by the way. Having Zuo Shenki's help was best, if not, it didn't matter. This time Lin Hao came to the outside territory battlefield by teleporting directly, rather than transferring through a late-stage base like Kenganao Star. His outside territory battlefield authority went through a special application channel and was directly opened as a King-level Immortal-level authority. Lin Hao had previously been able to defeat Evelyn's 5 King-level Immortal-level soul slaves 1 against 5. In order to hide Lin Hao's strength, such a battle record was not made public. But the upper echelons of Virtual Universe Corporation all knew about this matter, so it was not strange that Lin Hao directly obtained the authority of a King-level Immortal. This time when Lin Hao came to the outside territory battlefield, Virtual Universe Corporation did not set a military merit target for him. After all, with Lin Hao's current strength, ordinary King-level Immortals could be killed with a wave of his hand. If the military merit target was set too low, it would have no training significance. If the military merit target was set too high, in case Lin Hao wildly hunted down King-level Immortals to complete the task, it would easily attract the attention of alien universe exalts. That would outweigh the gains instead. In the end, this time Lin Hao did not set a military merit target, and everything was decided by Lin Hao himself. Lin Hao did not choose to set off from the human race barracks base. Instead, he came directly to the Yangji's continent alone. As soon as he arrived at the outside territory battlefield, Lin Hao turned on the detector. The highest grade detector had amazing performance, and everything within 1 billion kilometers was inescapable. Whether it was the carefully hidden alien races or the two sides fighting each other, everything was in full view. Lin Hao looked at the location displayed by the detector. Over there, 2 teams of alien races were fighting. They were the monster race and the automaton race respectively. The strengths of both sides were comparable, both at the marquee level Immortal level. Lin Hao thought to himself, let the first strike in the outside territory battlefield start from here. The detector could not only detect distant places, but also hide itself. Operating the detector, Lin Hao quietly approached the 2 fighting sides. Soon, Lin Hao saw the battle scene. On the monster race side, there were 3 marquee-level Immortals, and on the automaton race side, there were 2 marquee-level Immortals. On the surface, the monster race had the advantage in strength, but in reality, the automaton race was suppressing the monster race. I saw countless mechanical puppets flying according to the formation, cooperating incomparably tacitly, and every attack could seal off the dodging route of the monster race side. The 3 marquee-level Immortals on the monster race side were all huge giant beasts. Such a body shape was a live target for the automaton race. The aura of the 3 monster race marquises had already weakened quite a bit. This was due to the damage to their divine power bodies. A giant elephant race marquee-level Immortal of the monster race roared angrily, "Damn automaton race! Do you dare to have a fair and square battle?" On the automaton race side, there were 2 mechanical cores surrounded by mechanical puppets. One of the mechanical cores issued a cold voice, "Hand over the treasure, and I will spare your lives." A pig race marquis level immortal sneered and said, "Hand over the treasure. In your dreams. I have already notified the king level immortal experts, and they will arrive soon. By then, you'll get what's coming to you." The voice from the automaton race side did not fluctuate at all. "The king level immortals of our race are also on the way. Since you don't know what's good for you, then go to hell." As the words fell, countless mechanical puppets burst out with dazzling light, targeting the 3 marquis level immortals of the monster race directly. Lin Hao on the side could no longer sit still. "Treasure. This treasure is destined for me." He held the Qishao spear in his hand, looking with burning eyes at the 5 marquis level immortals in the field. Start with the monster race first. After all, the treasure was in their hands, so he should first prevent them from transferring the treasure away. Seeing that the mechanical puppets were about to release a major ultimate move, the 3 monster race members hurriedly tried to break out and flee. Just at this moment, a golden stream of light flashed past. The golden stream of light instantly pierced through the 3 monster race members. The next instant, the divine bodies of the 3 monster race members completely collapsed and disintegrated. Under Lin Hao's immortal level ultimate secret method gold rending void piercing, the undying body of the marquis level immortal seemed to have failed. With a single strike, the divine power bodies of the 3 marquis level immortals were wiped out completely. Seeing this scene, the countless lights on the 2 mechanical cores flickered. Seeing the golden stream of light approaching, one of the mechanical cores hurriedly said, "Unknown expert. I want to make a deal with you." The spear in Lin Hao's hand did not even pause in its movement. The golden stream of light pierced through the 2 mechanical cores. The next instant, the 2 mechanical cores were also completely annihilated. Lin Hao put away the spear. "A deal. Kill you, and the things will be mine anyway." Until this moment, the countless mechanical puppets finally released their major ultimate move. The moment countless lights submerged the divine power bodies of the monster race immortals, Lin Hao teleported over, took away all the remaining items of the 3 monster race members, and then teleported away again. Chapter 125, Joyful Corpse Looting. The mechanical puppets filling the sky released endless light, evaporating the entire battlefield into nothingness. After launching their attacks, these mechanical puppets fell into a paralyzed state. After all, both controllers were dead, so these mechanical puppets naturally could not move. Upholding the principle of not wasting, Lin Hao packed up and took away all the items left behind by the 2 mechanical cores, along with these mechanical puppets. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Hao thought to himself, "Fortunately, these 5 alien races are all marquis level immortals, otherwise it would be a bit troublesome." Marquis level immortals had almost no ability to fight back when facing powerhouses at or above the king level immortal level. King level immortals generally comprehended more than one profound meaning of the superior laws. Therefore, whether it was teleportation or spatial strangulation, marquis level immortals could not contend against them. The ultimate secret technique used by Lin Hao was naturally not pure spatial strangulation, but rather the law perception containing the gold space fusion law. It was even more powerful than ordinary spatial strangulation. If Lin Hao were to face a king-level immortal, it would be a bit more troublesome. Taking king-level immortals who walked the spatial path as an example, if they cast a spatial lock, Lin Hao naturally would have no way to teleport. He could only rely on his movement technique to approach the opponent, and fighting naturally wouldn't be so convenient. Even if the enemy did not use spatial lock, Lin Hao still had to consider using spatial lock. In case the opponent could use teleportation, it would also be very strenuous for Lin Hao to chase. After confirming that the battlefield was thoroughly cleaned up, Lin Hao teleported away. A few minutes later, the king-level immortals of the monster race and the automaton race all arrived. The expressions of the monster race and automaton race king-level immortals were very ugly. They rushed over to support the moment they received the message, but they didn't expect to be a step too late. The monster race's expressions were ugly naturally because the treasures within their grasp were gone. As for the automaton race, their expressions were ugly because one of the automaton race marquis level immortals had an extremely high-value treasure in their hands. The 3 marquee-level immortals of the monster race did not transmit the message before their death. The marquee-level immortals of the automaton race did transmit a message. However, they did not transmit any useful information, only knowing that a flash of golden light passed by, and they died. King Kengo of the monster race looked at the king-level immortals of the automaton race. Do you know who the enemy is? King Jishu of the automaton race's mechanical core flashed for a moment. I don't know, but it is very likely a human race powerhouse. His attacking methods are very similar to the human race's Venerable Golden Spear. King Kengo snorted coldly. Venerable Golden Spear. Does that mean it's very likely a king-level immortal of the Gold Space Fusion Law? Could it be that human race genius named Lin Yichen from 10,000 years ago? Did he break through to become undying, and now he's back? King Jishu said, breaking through to undying in 10,000 years. Unlikely. With that Lin Yichen's talent, he should stay at the World Lord rank for a long time before choosing to break through to undying. Both sides were also in a hostile relationship, and after communicating for a moment, they each left. As for the 5 dead marquee-level immortals, they could only consider themselves unlucky. Coming to the outside territory battlefield, one had to be prepared to fall. The treasures found by the 3 monster race marquee-level immortals naturally made these king-level immortals covetous, but now that they didn't even know who the enemy was, they naturally had to drop the matter. After teleporting several times, Lin Hao found a mountain range and hid. Then he entered his world ring. Next is the joyful corpse looting session. With a sweep of his divine power, Lin Hao distinguished most of the items. The entire relics of the 5 marquee-level immortals were naturally valuable, but to Lin Hao at this moment, these things were no different from junk. Then he gathered these things into a world ring, intending to find someone to dispose of them. Then his gaze fell upon 2 items. One of them was a blue energy crystal, the size of a fist, crystal clear. Lin Hao handed it over to the smart brain for identification, and soon, the results came out. This turned out to be an evolution heart. The evolution heart was the most core treasure of the automaton race, and only the automaton race could manufacture it. Its value was extremely high, reaching tens of billions of Hunyuan units in the black market, equivalent to the net worth of a king-level immortal. Lin Hao smiled and said, I didn't expect a marquee-level immortal to actually have an evolution heart on them. This is truly an unexpected pleasant surprise. That marquee-level immortal from before probably wanted to trade using this, right? The function of the evolution heart was also very powerful, which was to allow intelligence to become a true intelligent life form. In other words, it allowed intelligent life forms to begin to cultivate. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and said, Xiao Bai. The intelligent optical brain Xiao Bai immediately responded, Master, I am here. Lin Hao said, this evolution heart is given to you. Have a try. Xiao Bai said, okay, Master. Previously, Lin Hao had upgraded Xiao Bai several times. Although its computing power had improved a lot, at the end of the day, it still belonged to the category of intelligent life. It still did not understand the meaning of the evolution heart, but since Lin Hao ordered it to use the evolution heart, it just followed suit. Xiao Bai sucked the evolution heart into its optical brain, and then fell into a deep sleep. Lin Hao turned to look at the other item. This was a helmet-style piece of equipment. After Lin Hao's consciousness entered and explored it, he found that this turned out to be a supreme treasure. Although it was only an ordinary supreme treasure, its value could not be underestimated. Lin Hao naturally couldn't use it, but he could sell it. The value of this single supreme treasure alone far exceeded the value of the evolution heart by hundreds to thousands of times. And all the items of these 5 marquee-level immortals put together could not compare to a single evolution heart. From this, one could see the preciousness of a supreme treasure. Lin Hao was in a great mood, a great start. Ha ha ha. Next, continue hunting alien powerhouses. He left the world ring and activated the detector again. Although 1 billion kilometers was far, to the entire Yanji's continent, it could only be considered a very small range. This time, no enemies were found around. Lin Hao flew in a certain direction, detecting his surroundings while flying. Suddenly, the detector discovered an alien powerhouse who was cultivating. The alien powerhouse discovered this time turned out to be a king-level immortal of the monster race, and moreover an extreme king-level powerhouse. Lin Hao adjusted his state, then hid his aura and slowly approached. According to the appearance displayed by the detector, Lin Hao looked up the information of this extreme king-level powerhouse. This was King Shuilin of the monster race, a member of the monster race's royal family. He naturally possessed a 5-fold life gene multiplier, and later, under a coincidence of opportunity, reached a 30-fold gene multiplier. Among extreme king-level powerhouses, he was also a top existence, with strength close to an invincible champion. If there was a suitable supreme treasure, King Shuilin might be able to be called an invincible champion. King Shuilin's appearance was a giant python, with an incomparably huge body. Lin Hao had always been generous in estimating the enemy. Although the information stated that King Shuilin was extreme king level, Lin Hao treated him as an invincible champion. Soon, Lin Hao arrived near King Shuilin's cultivating ground. To be on the safe side, Lin Hao directly burned his divine power to cast a spatial lock. Within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, space was locked, and no one here could teleport away. The moment space was locked, King Shuilin perceived it. He immediately burned his divine power, smashed through the wall, and flew outward. A distance of 100,000 kilometers arrived in an instant for a king-level immortal. But how could Lin Hao let him have his way? He gripped the Qishao spear in his hand. Gold-rending void-piercing. Chapter 126, King Shuilin self-destructs. Lin Hao, together with his spear, transformed into a stream of light and charged straight toward King Shuilin. Seeing this, King Shuilin let out a cold snort, coiled his body, and executed a defensive secret technique, enveloping his entire body in a shimmering red light. Lin Hao thought to himself, a defensive secret technique. Let's see how I break your defense. Under the augmentation of burning divine power, the Qishao spear arrived in an instant. The tip of the spear pointed straight at King Shuilin's coiled body. Boom! With a loud crash, the tip of the Qishao spear pierced through the red light defense. The moment the red light defense shattered, a violent explosion occurred. This was King Shuilin's proud defensive counterattack method. Even if the defensive secret technique was broken, an explosion would still occur. For ordinary enemies, caught off guard, this was enough to reveal a trace of an opening. At that time would be when King Shuilin counterattacked. But unfortunately, before Lin Hao made his move, he had already thoroughly understood all the information about King Shuilin. The chaos armor on his body was already in an active state. The explosion of the red light was entirely blocked by the chaos armor, and he was completely unharmed. Lin Hao once again executed open black lens bracket gold-rending void-piercing close black lens bracket. The tip of the Qishao spear directly pierced through King Shuilin's body. King Shuilin instantly suffered heavy injuries. His divine body, which was several kilometers long, actually suffered damage exceeding 15%. King Shuilin's expression changed drastically. He never expected that this suddenly appearing fellow would be so strong. With just a single strike, 15% of his divine body was obliterated. Knowing that he was no match for this fellow, King Shuilin turned around and fled. Maintaining the state of burning divine power, he flew toward the distance. Seeing this, Lin Hao waved the long spear in his hand, executing. Open black lens bracket gold-rending void-piercing close black lens bracket once again. This time, King Shuilin's divine body was obliterated by another 15%. By this time, due to the obliteration of his divine body, he was already showing signs of exhaustion. His flight speed had slowed down significantly. King Shuilin hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Lin Hao to beg for mercy, "Spare my life. I don't know where I offended you. Please give me a chance to atone for my sins." Although King Shuilin spoke words begging for mercy, his speed of escape did not decrease in the slightest. At the same time, King Shuilin unleashed a covert attack, heading straight toward Lin Hao. This was a soul attack. King Shuilin sent a vicious voice transmission. "This is a soul attack type supreme treasure that I acquired with great difficulty. I can execute such attacks countless times. I didn't plan to use it originally, but you forced me to do this." That soul attack directly burrowed into Lin Hao's body. Regarding this, Lin Hao only felt as if someone was tickling his soul. Other than that, he felt nothing else. Without wasting words, Lin Hao caught up to King Shuilin again and thrust out the long spear in his hand. King Shuilin's face showed terror. How is it possible that you are fine? Could it be that you possess a soul defense type supreme treasure? Lin Hao did not answer, striking down with another spear thrust, leaving King Shuilin with only 55% of his divine body. By this time, King Shuilin's aura had weakened greatly, and his overall strength was left with only about 10%. Seeing this, King Shuilin hurriedly begged for mercy, "Spare my life. I am willing to hand the supreme treasure over to you, please let me go." Lin Hao sighed inwardly. Are the brains of these alien powerhouses all not working well? Obviously, I can still get benefits just by killing you guys, why bother with this unnecessary step? The long spear in Lin Hao's hand thrust out once more. Seeing that Lin Hao remained unmoved, King Shuilin said viciously, "Fine. Since that is the case, don't blame me." Enduring the extreme weakness of his body, he transmitted Lin Hao's appearance into the monster race's battlefield system. This human has at least 2 supreme treasures on him. Furthermore, they are both soul-type supreme treasures, of immense value. This was the gap between a marquee-level immortal and an extreme king level. Facing Lin Hao, a marquee-level immortal wouldn't even have the chance to see Lin Hao's appearance clearly, but an extreme king level not only had time to beg for mercy, but also had time to upload information. Seeing that Lin Hao's attack was about to land, to prevent falling into a deep sleep after his divine body suffered severe damage, King Shuilin immediately chose to self-destruct his divine body. With a single deafening crash, King Shuilin self-destructed. The huge shockwave swept out in all directions. Lin Hao was at the center of the explosion, but his figure did not retreat even a single step. The berserk energy impacted Lin Hao's body, but all these impacts were completely blocked by the chaos armor. After the shockwave dissipated, Lin Hao, who took King Shuilin's self-destruct head-on, was safe and sound. Nor could it be said he was completely safe and sound, as at least about 100,000th of his divine body was consumed. Given the massive divine body of Lin Hao's human primary body nowadays, this 100,000th was basically equivalent to no consumption at all, recovering within a few breaths. The amount of divine body consumed couldn't even compare to the previous burning of divine power. Lin Hao thought with regret, indeed, wanting to enslave an extreme king level is very difficult. Without extremely strong soul level methods, these extreme king levels will just self-destruct the moment things look bad. For a peak ethnicity, every extreme king level was an important combat power, and they would be arranged to be resurrected shortly after death. Therefore, these alien extreme king levels were simply not afraid of death. Lin Hao looked at the 2 items in the distance. King Shuilin naturally carried quite a few items in his own world ring, but the vast majority of them were completely destroyed in King Shuilin's self-destruction. Only these 2 items remained safe and sound. With a wave of his hand, Lin Hao put away the 2 items, then lifted the spatial lock and teleported away. Not long after he left, a dozen or so figures appeared in the surroundings. Among them were powerhouses from the human race camp, as well as powerhouses from the alien camp. These were all attracted here by the commotion of King Shuilin's self-destruction. A monster race peak champion frowned and said, "That's King Shuilin's aura. Did he self-destruct?" Another monster race extreme king level said, "Just now, King Shuilin left a message in the battlefield system saying he was killed by a human, and this human has at least 2 supreme treasures on him." All the monster race king level immortals were moved. 2 supreme treasures. What background does this human have? To be able to kill King Shuilin, this human's strength should be at the level of an invincible champion. Report it to the clan, we are no match for him. Quickly inform the automaton race and the insect race about this matter. The monster race champions all nodded one after another. Telling the automaton race and the insect race was naturally not out of kindness, but to cause trouble for the human race. This was also the norm of the outside territory battlefield for the 4 peak ethnicities. If such a powerhouse appeared in the monster race, the other ethnicities would do the same. Calculation, preposition, restriction, struggle. This was the main melody of the outside territory battlefield. Soon, the news that an invincible champion had appeared in the human race spread across the entire outside territory battlefield. Powerhouses from the three factions, the monster race, the automaton race, and the insect race, concealed their tracks and hid away, fearing they would be targeted by the newly emerged invincible champion. On the human race's side, morale surged greatly. With an invincible champion guarding the Yunji's continent, they naturally had a bit more confidence when venturing out in the future. At least there would be one more person to turn to for help when encountering danger, right? In the original work, invincible champions can also move around in the outside territory battlefield, only universe exalts are forbidden from stepping in. When Lin Hao came to the outside territory battlefield, he made some disguises to his appearance, so no one discovered his true identity. However, because of Lin Hao's appearance when attacking, powerhouses from both the alien and human sides unanimously agreed that his title was Golden Light King. Venerable Bingmeng knew that Lin Hao was going to the outside territory battlefield, so she had been paying attention to the information from the outside territory battlefield. Thus, she sent a congratulatory email at the very first moment. Congratulations on making a formidable reputation for yourself as the Golden Light King. Chapter 127 Floating Life is like a dream. Lin Hao, he thought to himself, the moniker of Golden Light King sounds simply awful. And it feels rather cheap. Whatever, since my true identity hasn't been exposed anyway, I might as well just be called Golden Light King. He replied to Venerable Bingmeng with an email, "Thank you, senior sister." Venerable Bingmeng reminded him, "Right, your strength is already at the very top tier in the outside territory battlefield. The four ethnic alliances have an unwritten rule prohibiting the mass slaughter of champion powerhouses. Just keep this in mind, generally, no one cares if you kill a few hundred or 1,000 champions. Of course, if it's in the process of fighting for treasures, it doesn't matter how many you kill." Lin Hao hadn't actually known about this unwritten rule before, but thinking about it, it was normal. All four ethnic alliances had invincible champion powerhouses. If everyone let loose and killed freely, it would quickly spark a large-scale war. That would defeat the purpose of the outside territory battlefield's existence. This place was originally set up by the four ethnic groups as a battlefield to temper their powerhouses. Lin Hao asked, "If I kill the invincible champions of other ethnic groups, no one should care, right?" Venerable Bingmeng replied, "Generally no one will care, but the invincible champions of each ethnic group are important combat forces. If you kill one, it's best to leave the outside territory battlefield immediately, otherwise you're very likely to attract the attention of the Universe Exalt guarding the outside territory battlefield. You carry numerous treasures on you, which might prompt them to disregard their status and personally make a move." Lin Hao instantly understood. His own equipment could be described as extremely luxurious: the Nebula Palace, Qishao Spear, Chaos Armor, and Soul-Fixing Bead, a full four supreme treasures. Average universe overlords might not even have such a configuration. As for how invincible champions kill the invincible champions of other ethnic groups. Ordinary invincible champions referred to those at the king level immortal level possessing the combat power of ordinary universe exalts. But Lin Hao's combat power at this time was enough to rival senior exalts. Although he was similarly called an invincible champion, it wasn't difficult for him to kill invincible champions from other ethnic groups, it just required some methods. Lin Hao found a safe place and began examining the two items left behind by King Shuilin. The first item was a stone, covered with many starry patterns and some unknown characters. Lin Hao inspected it carefully. "This seems to be a treasure map. I just don't know where the location of this treasure map is." Lin Hao scanned the patterns on the exterior of the stone and uploaded them to the virtual universe to see if he could find out where it was. After all, this was an item that even a king-level immortal self-detonation couldn't destroy. The treasure map recorded on an item of this level shouldn't be simple. Soon, Lin Hao knew what the unknown characters on the stone were. It turned out these were characters of the Yunji's continent, and Lin Hao also translated these characters out. To the descendants of the Ramsdo tribe, this treasure map records a treasure trove of our clan. If the tribe declines, you may come here to treasure hunt and thereby rise again. Thorn Ramsdo. Ramsdo. Thorn. Lin Hao queried in the virtual universe once more, and soon, the results came out. Thorn Ramsdo was once a universe overlord among the indigenous inhabitants of the Yunji's continent, and Ramsdo was his tribe. However, Thorn Ramsdo had accidentally fallen long before the four peak ethnic groups jointly swept through the Yunji's continent. Lin Hao, could this treasure map have been left behind by Thorn Ramsdo during his lifetime? The value of a treasure map left behind by a universe overlord can be imagined. Lin Hao instantly became interested in this treasure trove and directly ordered Xiaobai's subsidiary intelligence, compare the treasure map with various locations on the Yunji's continent to find the location of the treasure trove. Xiaobai was absorbing the heart of evolution and was currently still asleep, but with the subsidiary intelligence present, general data comparison tasks could be completely handled. The Yunji's continent was very large, with a diameter of a full 1.8 light-years. Even with extremely high-efficiency intelligence, it would still take some time to find the location recorded on the treasure map. Lin Hao cast his gaze toward the second item, which was a crystal-clear, jelly-like object. This should be the soul attack type heavy treasure King Shuilin mentioned. Lin Hao sank his consciousness into it. This soul attack type heavy treasure had a very pleasant name, floating life is like a dream. Inside it were two secret methods. The first secret method was the soul attack open black lens bracket soul shatter close black lens bracket used by King Shuilin. Peak champions with average willpower encountering such an attack would suffer hatred on the spot. If they encountered king-level immortals with stronger willpower, it could also cause considerable soul trauma. The second secret method open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket. The secret patterns of this secret method were extremely complex, hundreds of times more complex than the first. Functionally speaking, open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket belonged to an illusion type attack. Lin Hao thought to himself, this heavy treasure is quite interesting. Judging by the complexity of the first secret method, this heavy treasure belonged to the category of ordinary heavy treasures, whereas the secret pattern complexity of the second secret method open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket was even more complex than some top-tier heavy treasures. The internal secret patterns of Lin Hao's soul defense type supreme treasure, the soul fixing bead, did not need to be activated, as long as it merged into the soul, it would take effect. He immediately calmed his heart and began to explore this heavy treasure. It took only an hour for him to completely master the first secret method open black lens bracket soul shatter close black lens bracket. Coupled with his universe lord level willpower, a senior universe exalt who rashly suffered such a soul attack would suffer a massive loss. Afterwards, he began researching the second secret method open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket. The second secret method and the first secret method seemed completely on different levels. The first secret method had been mastered in a very short time. But for a moment, Lin Hao actually had a feeling of not knowing where to start with the second secret method. This was certainly due to the reason that he was not good at soul-type secret methods, but given his ultra-high comprehension ability, such a situation generally shouldn't have occurred. What is going on? Lin Hao turned to begin applying the secret pattern graph into the second secret method, and soon, he made an important discovery. He vaguely felt that the second secret method was incomplete. Perhaps saying it like this wasn't accurate. The second secret method itself was complete, but if one did not understand the secret pattern graph school, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to master the second secret method for the rest of their life. In this way, naturally, the second secret method could not be activated either. This strange heavy treasure instantly piqued Lin Hao's interest. Following his research on the secret pattern graph over the years, he began to comprehend the second secret method. A month later, relying on his understanding of the secret pattern graph, Lin Hao finally completely mastered the second secret method open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket. After fully understanding the power of open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket, Lin Hao became even more curious about the origin of this heavy treasure. The power of the second secret method open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket vaguely surpasses the level of top-tier heavy treasures. Truly a strange, heavy treasure. Unlike the first secret method, which was a pure soul attack, open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket was an illusion type attack. The higher the attacker's willpower, the deeper the attacked person would fall into the illusion. Lin Hao chuckled. Let's find someone fated to try it out first. Chapter 128 Joining the Great Alliance. When Lin Hao finished his seclusion, he found that his intelligent life form, Xiao Bai, had already awakened from its slumber. Lin Hao asked, Xiao Bai, how do you feel? Master, Xiao Bai feels great. It has never felt this good before, Xiao Bai's voice rang out. This time, Lin Hao noticed that Xiao Bai's voice carried a bit more emotion. This was the manifestation of evolving from an intelligent life form into a true life form. Lin Hao smiled and said, that's good. From now on, you are a true life form, and you can try to cultivate. Xiao Bai said, thank you for the Master's grace. Right, Master, during your seclusion, your new virtual universe account received a message from the Great Alliance. Lin Hao's heart stirred. The Great Alliance. This was a multi-ethnic alliance dominated by the human race, and its influence was extremely vast. The Great Alliance only recruited powerhouses at or above the king-level immortal level. Currently, there were 3 million king-level immortals, tens of thousands of universe exalts, more than 50 universe lords, and 1 universe strongest in the Great Alliance. Although the human race held a dominant position in the Great Alliance, looking at the number of powerhouses at various tiers excluding the universe strongest, the human race did not hold an advantage. The entire human race only had around 100,000 king-level immortals, thousands of universe exalts, and a dozen or so universe lords. Because the human race had the Great Axe founder holding down the fort, the Great Alliance had been able to continue from the origin ancestor era to the present. Lin Hao's consciousness entered the virtual universe and saw the information sent by the Great Alliance. Hello, Golden Light King, we intend to invite you to join the Great Alliance. Our Great Alliance was jointly established by the human race and numerous other races. We hope you will consider it carefully. If you are interested, you can contact me. Ever since Lin Hao came to the outside territory battlefield, the virtual universe had specially opened another account for him. This account was 2 sides of the same coin as Lin Hao's original account, and they could be switched and used at any time. After all, a genius who grew to become an invincible king-level immortal in just tens of thousands of years was simply too rare. Once his true identity was exposed, it would definitely attract the attention of universe exalts. Although his current strength was enough to rival a high-tier universe exalt, after all, he was still not a match for a universe overlord. In case alien races felt Lin Hao's threat was too great and directly dispatched a universe overlord skilled in soul attacks to make a move, that would be troublesome. Even more seriously, in case it alerted some alien universe lord, and a universe lord took action personally, then Lin Hao would truly be in danger. After this account came to the outside territory battlefield, it was incorporated into the military system. Therefore, the people of the Great Alliance could find this account of his through the military system. Lin Hao replied to the message from the people of the Great Alliance. I am willing to join the Great Alliance. Not long after the message was transmitted, 3 dazzling stars suddenly condensed in midair within the virtual universe. As the light of the 3 stars flowed, they transformed into 3 streams of light that landed on Lin Hao's bracer. At the same time, a hazy human light and shadow floated in midair. This light and shadow's appearance could not be seen clearly, it could only be told that it had a human shape. An invisible coercion descended, feeling like Mount Tai pressing down on the top, forcibly trying to make Lin Hao lower his head. But Lin Hao's willpower shook, forcibly withstanding this coercion, and he stared straight at the light and shadow. Willpower at the Universe Lord level. Was not afraid of this level of coercion in the slightest. The movement of the light and shadow paused, and then it said in a low voice, Junior brother, normally you should slightly lower your head to show respect. Just cooperate a bit. Hearing this, Lin Hao immediately became amused. This voice was very familiar to Lin Hao, it was the voice of Senior Brother Giant Sword Venerable. Lin Hao asked the light and shadow in a low voice, Senior brother. Is that you? The light and shadow said, it's me. For this 10,000 epochs, the Great Alliance's welcome ceremony work is the teacher's responsibility, but the teacher never cares about these trivial matters, so it was handed over to me. Giant Sword Venerable's words were extremely reminiscent of a graduate student being exploited by their advisor. The light and shadow continued, "All right, junior brother, recover yourself. I'm going to go through the procedures." Hearing this, Lin Hao slightly lowered his head to show respect. The human light and shadow slightly lowered its head, overlooking Lin Hao. Human Golden Light King. The light and shadow made a sound, a voice whose gender was hard to distinguish, piercing straight through the soul. "Welcome you to join the Great Alliance. From now on, you are an official member within the Great Alliance. Universal crises lurk, and if the race needs to survive, it requires the powerhouses of the race to fight. Fighting for the Great Alliance and fighting for humanity is the mission of every human powerhouse, and it is also your mission." After the light and shadow finished saying these words, it gradually dissipated. Immediately after, Senior Brother Giant Sword Venerable sent Lin Hao a message, "If you have free time, come over to my place and sit for a while." Lin Hao teleported to Thunder Island and found Senior Brother's palace halfway up the mountain. "Senior Brother, aren't you in charge of the Great Alliance's welcoming affairs? How do you have time to chat?" Lin Hao asked. Giant Sword Venerable said, "Sigh, welcoming matters are actually very relaxed. It's not certain that a new king-level immortal will appear even in 10 years, and even if there is, it takes at most a few minutes to settle it." Giant Sword Venerable complained, "Originally, for this 10,000 epochs, the eldest, myself, and junior sister were on rotational duty for the welcoming affairs together, but the eldest is now the lord of the Lin Universe country and is busy with affairs. Junior sister previously accepted a confidential task, and there has been no news for over 20,000 years, even I don't know what task it is. Therefore, the welcoming matters fell upon me." Lin Hao thought to himself, "Fifth senior sister's mouth is really tight. The confidential task she accepted is of course to protect herself." After finishing his complaints, Giant Sword Venerable said with a serious expression, "All right, back to the main topic. According to common sense, members who just joined the Great Alliance should all be 1-star, but previously you killed an extreme king level in the identity of the Golden Light King, which is why you were exceptionally promoted to 3-star. However, with your current strength, it is enough to be promoted to 4-star. Afterwards, you just need to churn out a little bit of battle achievements to be promoted to 4-star. Within the Great Alliance, the strength corresponding to 1-star was Ordinary King level Immortal, 2-star was Peak King level, 3-star was Extreme King level, 4-star was Primary Universe Exalt or Invincible King level, 5-star was Intermediate Universe Exalt, 6-star was High-tier Universe Exalt, and 7-star was a 1st or 2nd-tier Universe Lord or Universe Overlord." Giant Sword Venerable continued, "The Great Alliance is divided into the Outer City, Inner City, and Core Area. 3-star and below are in the Outer City, 4-star and above are in the Inner City, and 7-star reside in the Great Alliance Hall. You can go in and take a look yourself later." Giant Sword Venerable finished introducing the Great Alliance. "All right, that's about it. You should have already obtained the permission to enter the Great Alliance. Remember not to expose your true identity after entering. Although the Great Alliance is also our human force, after all, it is mixed with quite a few alien races. You can grant them a certain degree of trust, but you must never completely trust them. You must firmly remember this." Facing Senior Brother's exhortations, Lin Hao nodded repeatedly. He still understood the principle of, "Those who are not of our race must have different hearts." After Senior Brother finished speaking, he transferred 50 billion Great Alliance points to Lin Hao. "Take these points first. There are quite a few things worth purchasing in the Great Alliance. Go on, good luck." "Thank you, Senior Brother." Lin Hao nodded and thanked him. These 50 billion points were nothing to Senior Brother. Keeping these sentiments engraved in his heart was enough, and making too many declines would instead appear estranged. Senior Brother waved his hand. "Don't stand on ceremony." Chapter 129 Buying Intelligence. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and chose to teleport to the Great Alliance. Originally, he planned to find an extreme king-level powerhouse to test the second-tier secret method of floating life is like a dream. But finding an extreme king-level powerhouse in such a huge place as the Yunji's continent was easier said than done. But joining the Great Alliance was different now. He could completely gather enemy intelligence within the Great Alliance, which was much more convenient than searching like looking for a needle in a haystack by himself. The headquarters of the Great Alliance was a planar space specially opened up within the virtual universe. In this planar space, there were countless stars, and in the center surrounded by the stars, there was a huge floating ancient city. This ancient city floating among the stars was the Great Alliance City, where countless powerhouses lived. Lin Hao appeared in his own residence in the outer city. Every member of the Great Alliance would be assigned a residence. The residences in the outer city were relatively narrow, covering an area of only more than 3,000 square meters. For the body size of ordinary human beings, it was naturally enough, but for those alien powerhouses with huge bodies, it appeared a bit cramped. Such a residence was only slightly better than the Apocalypse region and the Heavenly region of the Virtual Universe Corporation's core layer. The residences in the Primordial region were all more spacious than this. Lin Hao felt his body. Since fighting was prohibited inside the Grand Mist City, everyone's physical fitness was at the apprentice level. Even a Universe Exalt was no exception. Lin Hao walked out of his residence and found that this was an extremely vast residential area. Inside the residential area, there were two-story villas standing one after another, and the floor area of each villa was more than 3,000 square meters. Lin Hao looked at a group of figures of various shapes in the distance. These were all alien powerhouses. No, to be precise, there were 3 human powerhouses among them. Lin Hao's appearance attracted the attention of these figures. Who is this? It seems I haven't seen him before. The entire Great Alliance only had 3 million members. For powerhouses like them, remembering everyone was not a difficult task. Therefore, Lin Hao's appearance made them somewhat curious. They looked at the 3-star mark on Lin Hao's arm. 3 stars. A newcomer who just joined is already 3 stars. A powerhouse guest. Could he be that Golden Light King who killed King Shuilin in the Yunji's continent? The circle of powerhouses in the human camp was not large, and if anything strange happened, it would quickly spread out. They had also heard of the Golden Light King, this unfamiliar powerhouse who had suddenly popped up. An unfamiliar human 3-star powerhouse was naturally associated with the recently rising Golden Light King. An alien powerhouse with strong social skills directly shouted at Lin Hao in the distance, "Are you the Golden Light King?" Lin Hao nodded and walked to their side. "I am the Golden Light King, having just joined the Great Alliance. Please take care of me." Many alien powerhouses enthusiastically responded, "Welcome, welcome. With your strength as the Golden Light King, where is there any need for us to take care of you? In the future, if there is any place where you need us, just give the order." Right. Perhaps before long, the Golden Light King will be able to become a Universe Exalt, and by then we will still have to rely on you. They all knew the news of the Golden Light King slaying an extreme king level. Such strength was enough to become 4 stars. Among the members of the outer city, the vast majority were 1 star or 2 stars, and 3 stars were not even many. They were naturally willing to make friends with a powerhouse like the Golden Light King. Coupled with the fact that the Golden Light King was a human, and who knew if there was a big figure backing him up, they were naturally incomparably enthusiastic. Lin Hao wasn't being coy either and exchanged pleasantries with everyone. In the middle, he naturally got to know quite a few alien powerhouses. He also got to know those 3 human king-level immortals. They were King Lingbao, King Zikao, and King Xuanmu respectively. Their strengths were all very ordinary. King Lingbao was a primary champion, and the other 2 were advanced champions. Among them, although King Lingbao's strength was the weakest among the 3, he vaguely held the dominant position. After some conversation, Lin Hao learned the reason. King Lingbao turned out to be a treasure refiner. It was said that he once refined a weapon that barely reached the level of an ordinary heavy treasure. This made Lin Hao somewhat surprised. You must know that an ordinary heavy treasure was also expensive, being worth at least 1 heavy treasure point. If measured in Hunyuan, 1 heavy treasure point was equivalent to 100 trillion Hunyuan units. Even if this heavy treasure barely reached the level of an ordinary heavy treasure, its value was definitely not low. Lin Hao sighed sincerely. The Great Alliance truly has crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I didn't expect King Lingbao to actually be able to refine a heavy treasure. King Lingbao was very proud of his masterpiece. Ha ha ha, Golden Light King flatters me, sheer luck, sheer luck. Although there were many powerhouses present, apart from everyone exchanging pleasantries when Lin Hao first appeared, they chatted in their respective small circles afterwards. These small circles were basically divided by race units. Lin Hao asked, "Everyone, I want to understand the information of the extreme king-level powerhouses from the other three major race factions in the Yanji's continent. Where should I go to inquire?" King Lingbao said, "Naturally, go to Yunting Pavilion. It possesses the most complete intelligence information. However, although the intelligence there is complete and accurate, the price is very expensive. However, Yunting Pavilion not only sells intelligence but also buys intelligence. If you have intelligence that you think is valuable, you can also sell it to them, except that the specific price is determined by Yunting Pavilion." Lin Hao nodded slightly. "Understood, thank you for telling me." King Lingbao waved his hand. "It's just a small effort. People in the Great Alliance all know about this." King Lingbao and the other two had nothing else to do anyway, so they simply accompanied Lin Hao to Yunting Pavilion. On the way, the three of them talked about the gossip of Yunting Pavilion. "I heard that the pavilion master of Yunting Pavilion is a 7-star powerhouse, and some people say that Yunting Pavilion is actually a shop established by a high-level figure of our human race for the purpose of collecting intelligence. In fact, more than half of the shops in this Great Alliance city are opened by our human powerhouses. After all, opening a shop here requires continuous payment of fees, which is not something ordinary alien powerhouses can endure year after year. Only our human powerhouses have such a foundation to bear the cost." Although the powerhouses of the human race in the Great Alliance only accounted for a minority, calculated by the resources they controlled, it was even more than the resources of all other alien races combined. Simply in terms of financial resources, human powerhouses were wealthier than alien powerhouses of the same level. The four of them walked while talking, and during this period, they met quite a few familiar powerhouses who greeted them one after another. Everyone was somewhat curious about Lin Hao, this new face. King Lingbao and the other two were not gossipy people, nor did they intend to introduce the identity of the Golden Light King. The journey was peaceful and uneventful. Soon, the four of them arrived at Yunting Pavilion. Lin Hao looked up and found that the so-called Yunting Pavilion was a building covering an extremely vast area, but its internal decoration was not luxurious at all, and instead somewhat overly simple. Compared with the surrounding shops, it was truly a bit shabby. King Lingbao introduced, "The pavilion master of Yunting Pavilion doesn't care about these external decorations. The Golden Light King must not be fooled by this, the intelligence inside here is absolutely reliable and well informed." Lin Hao nodded, and the four of them walked inside together. After coming in, Lin Hao found that the shop, which looked extremely vast from the outside, actually had a not so large inner hall. Instead, there were over 100 small doors on 3 walls. Powerhouses entered and exited these small doors from time to time. King Lingbao introduced, "The rooms behind these small doors are the places to buy and sell intelligence. Golden Light King, you can randomly choose one to enter. Once inside, just state the intelligence you want." Chapter 130, Yunting Pavilion. Lin Hao cupped his hands toward the three of them and thanked them. "Thank you all for showing the way." King Lingbao and the other two hurriedly cupped their hands in return. Golden Light King is too polite. Everyone is of the same race, so helping each other is only natural. Lin Hao chose a small door and walked in. Walking through the small door, Lin Hao discovered that there was only one table and 2 chairs in the room. On one chair sat a person wearing a white mask. "Hello, Golden Light King. Please sit." Lin Hao closed the room door, walked over, and sat down. The masked person asked, "Golden Light King, are you here to buy information or sell information?" Lin Hao's heart stirred, and he deliberately asked, "Do you know my true identity?" The masked person was slightly stunned upon hearing this, then slowly said, "We indeed do not know your true identity, but we can deduce a portion of the information. Are you sure you want to buy this information?" This information requires 100 billion Hunyuan units. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised, not expecting that this information would actually cost 100 billion Hunyuan units. And it was merely deduced information without a guarantee of authenticity. The masked person continued, "Your Excellency Golden Light King, please believe in our professionalism. Although your true identity is hidden, there are not many people who can achieve this, and these people are all at the highest level of our human race. Therefore, we might not guess your true identity accurately, but the fact that you are a disciple or descendant of a certain great being is definitely correct. So, are you sure you want to buy information about yourself?" At this point, Lin Hao was certain that this Yunting Pavilion was definitely an organization established by a certain high-level figure of the human race, and could basically be completely trusted. Lin Hao waved his hand, "No need. I came here to buy information on extreme king level and above powerhouses who have shown their faces in the Yanji's continent. I need the locations and times of their last appearances." The masked person nodded, and after a moment said, "Very well, we have already organized the relevant information for you. This information is worth 10,000 Hunyuan. You need to pay the fee first, and then we will transmit the relevant information to you." The price of 10,000 Hunyuan was indeed not expensive, and Lin Hao paid immediately. After receiving the payment, the masked person transmitted some data to Lin Hao. The masked person said, "Is there any other information you would like to buy?" Lin Hao's heart stirred, and he displayed the stone carving picture discovered earlier, asking, "Can you find the location marked by this stone carving?" The masked person carefully inspected the stone carving picture, and then said, "We will handle this matter as soon as possible. Please wait patiently for a moment." Afterward, the masked person stopped talking as if they had gone AFK. 10 minutes later, the masked person spoke, "Golden Light King, by comparing various map data, we have finally determined the location marked by the stone carving. The fee for this time is 100 million Hunyuan units. Please pay the fee first." Lin Hao did not expect that this piece of information would actually cost 100 million Hunyuan units. However, this seemed reasonable after all. Lin Hao had let Xiaobai's subsidiary intelligence search for a long time, and later after Xiaobai's main body awakened, it also searched for a period of time, yet ultimately still failed to determine the location marked by the stone carving. Lin Hao guessed that perhaps the intelligence behind this Yunting Pavilion was extremely powerful, which was why it could find clues in such a short period of time. Lin Hao immediately paid 100 million Hunyuan units. The masked person then transmitted another email to Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at the content of the new email. To his surprise, the location marked in the content of this email was actually inside the Star Tower. The masked person asked again, "Is there any other information you would like to buy?" Lin Hao shook his head and left the room. "It seems I have to make a trip to the Star Tower. I just wonder if this stone carving has any connection with Zuo Sheng or Puti." Subsequently, Lin Hao looked at the first email sent to him by the masked person, which contained a large amount of information regarding extreme king-level powerhouses on the Yanji's continent. Over the nearly million years, every extreme king-level powerhouse active in the Yanji's continent had records of the locations and times of each of their appearances. These records could not represent that these extreme king-level powerhouses were still in those locations, but at least they served as a reference basis. It was much better than Lin Hao searching aimlessly. Lin Hao walked out of Yunting Pavilion and found that King Lingbao and the other two were waiting not far outside the door. Because these king-level immortals had eternal lifespans and their progress in law comprehension had almost stagnated, they were all very idle. They wandered around Grand Mist City almost every day. Lin Hao came before the three of them. "I have finished my business." King Lingbao laughed. "It seems the information this time did not disappoint you." Lin Hao nodded. "It is indeed very useful." To express his gratitude, Lin Hao invited the three of them for a drink. The three of them had the intention to befriend Lin Hao and readily agreed. The four of them found a tavern to sit down, drink, and chat. During this time, they occasionally encountered quite a few powerhouses of the human race. Everyone was of the same race, so naturally they greeted each other, and after going back and forth, they became familiar with one another. The drinking session lasted for nearly half a month before ending, and Lin Hao also got to know over 100 king-level immortals of the human race. Although they were merely acquaintances who nodded in greeting, it could be considered getting to know them. Lin Hao looked at King Lingbao and the other two and said, "Everyone, I still have matters to handle in reality, so I will take my leave first. If you have time in the future, let's gather for a drink again." King Lingbao and the other two hurriedly said, "All right, until we meet again." 7th battlefield, somewhere in the Yanji's continent, Lin Hao sat cross-legged. He said to Xiaobai, "Organize the information obtained from Yunting Pavilion, mark it on the map of the Yanji's continent, and arrange the search order chronologically." Xiaobai said, "All right, master." A few seconds later, Xiaobai displayed the marked map in front of Lin Hao. After confirming that there were no errors, Lin Hao began to act. Moving toward the first target, he teleported away. Very quickly, Lin Hao approached the first destination. He looked at the detector, which had always been in the active state. Within the range of 1 billion kilometers, there were only 2 marquee-level immortals and 3 World Lord teams. Lin Hao was not discouraged. After all, this information was extremely lagged, and it would be strange if every search hit the target accurately. Subsequently, he moved toward the second target. After continuously searching for more than 30 targets, Lin Hao finally found an Extreme King-level immortal. This was an Extreme King-level immortal from a vassal race of the automaton race, named King Xuanying. His race was called the Shadow Beast race, which was an energy life form with a high affinity for the light origin law, and was adept at stealth and assassination. At this time, he was hiding deep underground in seclusion to cultivate, and had activated a stealth secret method to hide. But unfortunately, in front of the top-tier detector of the human race, King Xuanying's hiding was completely useless. Of course, if King Xuanying had brought out his ultimate unique skills to conceal his whereabouts, Lin Hao's detector might not have been able to discover him. But this time he had merely casually released a stealth secret method before going into seclusion, so naturally it could not fool the detector. Extreme King-level powerhouses of vassal races like this might not be weak in personal strength, but they were inferior to powerhouses of peak races when it comes to resources. The technological level of canyons and the automaton race was much higher than that of the human race, and the detectors of the automaton race were also more sophisticated. But King Xuanying did not have such a detector to shield himself. When all was said and done, it was still due to his own race's insufficient foundation. Rather than spending resources on detectors, it was better to invest in oneself or one's descendants. Utilizing the stealth effect of the detector, Lin Hao silently approached King Xuanying. Although mental attacks or illusions like floating life is like a dream were ineffective against King Xuanying because he was an energy life form, since Lin Hao had encountered him, naturally he would not let him go. Chapter 131, Actions against Lin Hao. Until he was within 100 kilometers of Xuanying King, he still failed to discover Lin Hao. Lin Hao thought to himself, the distance is about right. Afterwards, he directly burned divine power and instantly cast spatial lock. Within the space of 100,000 kilometers in radius, no one could teleport. Xuanying King was abruptly awakened. After perceiving the spatial lock, he decisively planned to conceal his aura and escape. This was also the instinctive reaction of almost all experts. Facing an unknown enemy, the first reaction was naturally to save one's life first, and then think of a way to counterattack. Unfortunately, Lin Hao would not give him the chance. Gold-rending void piercing. Holding the Qishao spear, Lin Hao's figure transformed into a streak of golden light, heading straight for Xuanying King 100 kilometers away. Upon seeing the streak of golden light, Xuanying King instantly understood who the enemy was, and hurriedly sent a voice transmission, "Golden Light King. You and I have no grievances or enmities, why do you want to kill me?" Lin Hao couldn't even be bothered to reply to the voice transmission, accelerating a bit more. Seeing this, Xuanying King hurriedly executed his movement secret technique, narrowly dodging Lin Hao's attack. Lin Hao snorted coldly and said, "Nice movement technique, but it's useless." With a turn of his figure, he once again headed straight for Xuanying King. This time the distance was even closer, and Xuanying King simply had no time to dodge. With no other choice, he could only choose to burn divine power, meeting Lin Hao head-on with his strongest attack. Xuanying King's body size was only around 4 meters, not much different from an ordinary human. Under such a body size, the amount of divine power was naturally not much. Generally, unless facing an unavoidable formidable enemy, Xuanying King would not easily burn divine power. Lin Hao was different. Since his eternal continent clone's body size reached the limit of 12 light years, the annual infinite growth secret technique was always cast on his human true body. Today, Lin Hao's true body size reached as high as 100,000 meters, which was 100 kilometers. It was even larger than the body size of King Shuilin, who was killed previously. Lin Hao's divine power was extremely abundant, so naturally he didn't fear burning divine power. He even basically treated burning divine power as a common method. Even 10% of his divine power was enough for Lin Hao to burn for a long time. When his divine power dropped to 90%, he could just teleport back to the side of his eternal continent clone to replenish his divine power. Lin Hao's spear collided with Xuanying King's dagger. The attacks of the two cancelled each other out. Just as Xuanying King heaved a sigh of relief and intended to find an opportunity to escape, suddenly, a slight cracking sound rang out. Xuanying King looked at his dagger, and saw that a crack had appeared at the position where it collided with the spear. Xuanying King widened his eyes. How is this possible? Could it be that your spear is a heavy treasure? The dagger in Xuanying King's hand was naturally not a heavy treasure, but it was not an ordinary item either. A spear that could easily destroy the dagger was definitely not simple. A trace of jealousy flashed in Xuanying King's eyes. If my race was also a peak race, and if I also had a heavy treasure in hand, how could I lose to you? Although he was unreconciled in his heart, a flattering smile appeared on his face. He sent a voice transmission. Golden Light King, I am willing to submit to you, please spare me, my race still needs me to protect it. The Shadow Beast race belonged to an ordinary race, with only 2 universe exalts within the clan. Although Xuanying King was only an extreme king level, he was truly the 3rd strongest expert of the Shadow Beast race. The expression on Lin Hao's face remained unchanged. The Shadow Beast race were energy life forms with no soul, not fearing soul attacks, and similarly unable to be soul enslaved. Xuanying King's so-called submission was merely an expedient measure. Lin Hao continued to raise his spear, killing towards Xuanying King. Xuanying King's heart sank. He was unwilling to just die here like this. He was the genius with the strongest talent in the Shadow Beast race, and the hope of the entire race. Xuanying King let out an angry roar and burned his divine power once again, except this time he didn't choose to attack, but chose to flee. He tried his best to execute his movement secret technique, wanting to escape from here. But unfortunately, in the end, he was still caught up by Lin Hao, who pierced Xuanying King's body with a single spear strike. The powerful attack instantly destroyed Xuanying King's divine body. Xuanying King roared angrily, I am not resigned. I am not resigned. I should have had a bright future. You bastard, you destroyed everything I have. A single strike of Lin Hao's attack could easily obliterate 15% of King Shuilin's massive divine body. Xuanying King's divine body was only of ordinary human size, and a single strike completely obliterated all of his divine body. Xuanying King had fallen. The Shadow Beast race did not have any experts at the Universe Lord realm. If they wanted to resurrect him, they could only wait for the Universe Lords of the Automaton Race Alliance to make a move. And facing an ordinary race like the Shadow Beast race, the price of a single resurrection was too great. Even if Xuanying King were resurrected in the future, he would still need to risk his life for countless epochs to pay off the resurrection debt. Towards Xuanying King, Lin Hao did not have any pity. In any world, weakness was the original sin. Whether in his past life or the present, it was always the case. The human race being able to develop to this day did not rely on a heart of pity, it relied on fists being hard enough. On the road of the human race's development, I don't know how many alien races had been exterminated. Not to mention the distant ones, just speaking of the current Yanji's continent, this place was originally a peaceful and serene place, and there were originally many indigenous people here, and they had a brilliant civilization. But because the four peak races needed a battlefield, the indigenous people on the Yanji's continent were jointly exterminated by the four peak races. Destroying the indigenous race on such a continent was not because this indigenous race did something wrong, but simply because they were on the Yanji's continent. Lin Hao put away Xuanying King's items and found that their value was extremely low. Afterwards, he lifted the spatial lock and teleported away from this place. Continuing to search for Extreme King level. When killing Xuanying King just now, Lin Hao had the military system turned on the whole time, recording the battle process. According to Lin Hao's estimation, killing a few more Extreme King level experts would be enough to become a 4-star in the Great Alliance's rating. As Lin Hao became active in the Yanji's continent, he attracted the attention of quite a few alien races. Among them, 3 king-level immortals of the Yan god race also noticed Lin Hao. Golden Light King. HMPH. Detestable human. Your Majesty hates humans the most. If we can kill him, Your Majesty will definitely be very happy. That's right. Judging from the strength displayed by this Golden Light King, he is basically at the level of Champion Invincible. Such a figure is rare even among humans. Killing him once can be considered a great contribution. Our strength is enough to kill him in a head-on collision, but it's very difficult to prevent him from escaping. We still need helpers. Let's invite the insect race. If they can help us enslave Golden Light King along the way so that he can no longer be resurrected, Your Majesty will be even happier. The 3 king-level immortals of the Yan god race quickly made a decision and began contacting the experts of the insect race. The insect race side naturally wouldn't refuse the encirclement and suppression of Golden Light King. After all, the ones exerting effort were those idiots of the Yan god race, and the insect race only needed to help prevent him from escaping. Originally, the 4 peak races were mortal enemies. Being able to easily kill a human champion invincible, why not do it? On the other side, Lin Hao finally found an object to test floating life is like a dream. This time's enemy was a peak king level from the monster race named Qingfeng. Although it was a pity that he wasn't an extreme king level, it was still enough for testing. Lin Hao turned on the detector and quietly approached Qingfeng. Chapter 132 The Power of Lost Dream. Qingfeng is a peak champion among the royal bear clan of the monster race. His life gene level has reached 8 times, and his strength is considered quite good even among peak champions. Lin Hao quietly approached Qingfeng, and until he was more than 50 kilometers away, Qingfeng still hadn't noticed Lin Hao's arrival. However, Lin Hao did not lower his guard. As usual, he burned divine power first, and then cast spatial lock. Only this time, instead of rushing over to attack with the Qishao spear, he cast the second-tier secret method of floating life is like a dream, open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket. Qingfeng was originally dozing in his cave when he suddenly felt that the space around him was locked. The moment he opened his eyes, a faint beam of light struck from afar and drilled into his mind. Qingfeng's newly opened eyes closed again, and he fell into a deep sleep. A trace of a smile from having a sweet dream even appeared on his face. Lin Hao, who had been observing Qingfeng from afar, nodded with satisfaction upon seeing this scene. A peak champion fell into a deep sleep just by being hit by a single move of open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket. It seems the effect of this move is quite good. Especially since the consumption of divine power for this move is almost non-existent, while its power depends on the gap in willpower between the user and the target. Lin Hao's current willpower is at the Universe Lord level, whereas Qingfeng is merely a peak champion. The gap in willpower between the two sides is immense. Lin Hao came to Qingfeng's side. Even though he was already standing right in front of Qingfeng, Qingfeng was still fast asleep. Lin Hao thought for a moment and had Evelyn come out of the world ring. He said to Evelyn, "Soul enslave this Qingfeng." Evelyn nodded and said, "All right, master." Evelyn began the soul enslavement, and a few minutes later, the soul enslavement succeeded. Evelyn said, "Master, this Qingfeng's soul fell into a deep sleep, so the enslavement was successfully completed very easily." Lin Hao nodded, and then cancelled the effect of the open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket secret method. Moments later, Qingfeng woke up. Seeing Lin Hao and Evelyn standing before him, Qingfeng was stunned. But soon, he respectfully said to Evelyn, "Master." Lin Hao said, "Ask Qingfeng if he can contact any powerful beings above the extreme king level of the monster race." Evelyn immediately began communicating with Qingfeng. Soon, the result came to light. There happened to be an extreme king-level powerhouse from the Bear clan where Qingfeng belonged currently in the Yunji's continent, and not far from here. Lin Hao immediately had Qingfeng point out the location. An hour later, Lin Hao was somewhat speechless looking at the image displayed by the detector. Right in a cave over 10,000 kilometers away from him, an extreme king-level powerhouse of the Bear clan was deep in sleep. This appearance was simply identical to Qingfeng. Could it be that the Bear clan, just like the bears on Earth in his past life, all liked to hibernate? Although Lin Hao was somewhat speechless, he still quickly approached this Bear clan extreme king level. This extreme king level of the Bear clan was named Qingfeng, and his strength was even stronger than Qingfeng's. Not only had his life gene level reached 20 times, but he also possessed an armor-type heavy treasure. This armor-type heavy treasure could reduce physical and energy attacks to 1,000th, and soul attacks to 10%. It could be considered a pretty good heavy treasure. With Qingfeng's strength, he was also an outstanding figure among the extreme king levels, and his strength was already close to the invincible king level. Lin Hao thought to himself, such strength is just right. It's just right to test the power of open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket. Lin Hao stopped 100 miles away. This distance was just right, any closer and he might be discovered by Qingfeng. As usual, he burned divine power, cast spatial lock, and then cast the open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket secret method of floating life is like a dream towards Qingfeng. However, unlike Qingfeng, the moment spatial lock was cast, Qingfeng instantly jolted awake. Before his eyes were even open, his body had already moved. His 1 kilometer tall body directly shattered the rock above his head and soared into the sky. Due to the excessive distance, the open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket secret method failed to hit Qingfeng. Lin Hao was not surprised either. If Qingfeng were really that easy to deal with, that would truly be strange. Lin Hao was in no rush to use floating life is like a dream, instead, he rushed forward holding the Qishao spear. Seeing the golden stream of light, Qingfeng immediately understood the identity of the newcomer. It was that newly emerged human golden light king from this period. He immediately informed other monster race members of his encounter and location in the battlefield system and requested support. After finishing all this, Qingfeng directly burned his divine power while simultaneously stimulating his armor-type heavy treasure to the extreme. Then he raised his palms and met the attack. A pair of huge bear paws collided with the Qishao spear. Boom! A loud noise exploded in midair. Lin Hao and Qingfeng brushed past each other. Qingfeng perceived his own injuries, and he fell silent. Divine body damaged by 2%. You must know that he was wearing a heavy treasure armor capable of reducing physical and energy attacks to 1,000th. And his own divine body was not small either. Under such circumstances, the Golden Light King's strike could still cause this level of damage. It was simply too terrifying. Qingfeng instantly lost his nerve and turned to run. Lin Hao chased behind holding the Qishao spear. At the same time, the second-tier secret method of floating life is like a dream, open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket, was quietly activated. A faint soul fluctuation drilled into Qingfeng's body. Qingfeng's eyes instantly became hazy, and his figure stumbled as he plummeted diagonally downwards. Boom! Qingfeng's massive body heavily smashed into the ground. But Qingfeng had already entered dreamland by this time, and even like this, he failed to wake up, completely oblivious to his current plight. Lin Hao came before Qingfeng and found that although Qingfeng was asleep, his expression was not calm at all. Instead, he was frowning. It was as if he could wake up from the dream at any moment. Lin Hao thought to himself, it seems that although the effect of open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket is good, it also has its limits. Qingfeng's performance was partly because he was wearing a heavy treasure armor, which weakened the soul attack significantly. On the other hand, it was because King Shang's own strength was stronger than King Shang's, and his willpower was probably stronger as well. This caused the effect of open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket to be discounted. It seems that with my current strength, relying on open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket to directly defeat an invincible king might not be difficult, but a universe exalt would be a bit difficult. A universe exalt's willpower is stronger, and their consciousness far surpasses the immortal level. Coupled with the fact that universe exalts generally have treasures above the heavy treasure level protecting them in their hands. Under the superposition of these two factors, the effect of open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket was naturally poor. If these enemies also possessed soul defense type heavy treasures in their hands, the effect of open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket would be even worse. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Relying on external objects will not last long after all, Lin Hao muttered to himself. However, overall, Lin Hao was still very satisfied with the heavy treasure floating life is like a dream. After all, without it, if Lin Hao wanted to defeat an enemy like King Shang, he could only rely on attacking repeatedly to wear down the opponent's divine power to achieve victory. In this way, it not only consumed time and effort, but it was also prone to accidents due to taking too long. How could it compare to now, where a single soul illusion strike and King Shang went down? Lin Hao once again had Evelyn come out to take King Shang as a soul servant. Evelyn quickly took King Shang as a soul servant as well. Afterwards, Evelyn said, "Master, my quota for soul servants is already running low, there are only 3 slots left." Lin Hao waved his hand and said, "It's fine. If it's full, I'll just do it myself when the time comes." What Lin Hao cultivates is the 10,000 minds soul control secret method. With his current realm of the 4th layer, the 1000 minds realm, it is enough to control 1000 soul servants. It is definitely enough for use. Chapter 133, The Unavoidable Battle. After Evelyn controlled King Shang, Lin Hao deactivated the open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket secret technique. King Shang instantly sobered up as well. Feeling the endless adoration for Evelyn deep within his heart, he instantly understood that his soul had been enslaved. Although he knew the fact that he was soul enslaved and understood his hostile relationship with Evelyn and Golden Light King. Under the influence of the soul enslavement, he would not have any thoughts of resistance, instead, he would give his all to swear allegiance to Evelyn. Lin Hao had originally planned to follow the same pattern and have King Shang provide intelligence on the monster race's extreme king level. As a result, King Shang knelt on the ground and said, "Master. Lord Golden Light King, the moment you appeared, I already released the message of your appearance onto the monster race's battlefield communication system. Perhaps experts of the monster race are already on their way." Lin Hao instantly changed his mind and said, "King Shang, next, pretend that you haven't been enslaved. Wait here for the arrival of the monster race powerhouses and cooperate with me to defeat them." King Shang did not hesitate at all. Even if he had to rebel against the monster race, he wouldn't have a shred of hesitation. "All right, I will definitely cooperate with you to the best of my ability." Lin Hao had Evelyn hide inside the world ring, then canceled the spatial lock, found a place to hide, and quietly waited for the arrival of the monster race powerhouses. Before long, the first monster race extreme king level powerhouse appeared. This was a giant ape whose height exceeded 3 kilometers, and his title was King Hanshan. He teleported near King Shang and asked while looking at King Shang, "King Shang, where is that human?" King Shang said, "King Hanshan, he exchanged a few moves with me and then ran away." King Hanshan frowned and said, "Ran away? HMPH. I'll let him escape this disaster. Consider him lucky, if I encounter him next time." Just as he was speaking, an obscure soul fluctuation drilled into his body. Before King Hanshan could finish his words, he suddenly fell down in a daze. When King Shang looked at King Hanshan again, he found that he was already snoring loudly and fast asleep, completely unconscious. King Shang grinned, "He, old fellow, you don't even have a supreme treasure class armor on your body, yet how dare you come alone?" King Shang and King Hanshan had an extremely good relationship, Therefore, upon learning that King Shang was asking for help, King Henshin immediately rushed over to provide support. But he didn't expect to be backstabbed by Lin Hao in the end. Just as Lin Hao took King Henshin away, he sensed that someone else had teleported over. Lin Hao hid once again. The powerhouses that teleported over this time were a bit numerous, reaching a full 5 champion powerhouses. Lin Hao looked at the information displayed by the detector and uploaded this information to the virtual universe system to check. 3 humanoids, 1 Zerg Queen Mother, and 1 monster race royalty. The monster race royalty was a fellow named King Zihu. It was said to be one of the wise men of the monster race, good at strategy, and its strength was relatively weak, merely an ordinary peak champion. The Zerg Queen Mother was a Zerg Queen Mother named Xuanming. Her strength was extremely formidable, belonging to an invincible champion existence, and her combat power was comparable to an ordinary universe exalt. As for those 3 humanoid powerhouses, Lin Hao looked at their appearances. All 3 of them were covered in scales, with a curved horn at the center of their brows. Lin Hao instantly recognized their origin, Yan God race. Lin Hao had also checked the intelligence of these 3 people. They were King Liang, King Chuo, and King Liaoyuan respectively. The strength of all 3 was not weak. Among them, King Liang had the strongest strength, belonging to the invincible champion tier, and he was also an outstanding figure among the invincible champions. His highest battle record was that after a great battle with a Middle Universe Exalt of the human race, he severely injured the Middle Universe Exalt. The strength of the other 2, King Chuo and King Liaoyuan, belonged to the extreme king level tier. Lin Hao's heart sank. What are they here for? Could it be for me? Monster race, insect race, Yan God race, the powerhouses of these 3 races gathered together and teleported over. They surely weren't here for a vacation, right? In the field, King Zihu looked at King Shang and asked, King Shang, where is Golden Light King? King Shang gave the same excuse as before, saying, he exchanged a few moves with me and then ran away. King Zihu nodded. You have a supreme treasure class armor in hand, so he couldn't do anything to you for a moment. It's normal that he ran away. Suddenly, King Zihu frowned and said, that's not right. How can there be the aura of King Henshin here? Where is King Henshin? Where did he go? King Shang quickly said, King Henshin also came over a trip just now. After discovering that Golden Light King had left, he cursed and left as well. King Zihu nodded slightly on the surface. I see. But then he transmitted his voice to the Zerg Queen Mother Xuanming. Xuanming, King Shang is a bit unusual. Golden Light King has a very close relationship with him, and it's impossible for him to just leave like that. Generally speaking, he should drink a big meal of wine with King Shang before leaving. King Zihu continued, I suggest you cast a spatial lock, carefully search around the vicinity, and see if there are any anomalies. Xuanming attached great importance to King Zihu's suggestion and immediately cast a spatial lock. At the same time, she transmitted her voice to King Liang and the other 2 of the Yan God race. King Zihu suspects that King Shang has a problem. Perhaps Golden Light King is still nearby. Be careful. King Liang and the other 2 looked at each other and suddenly laughed loudly. In the eyes of the Yan God race, there was simply no such word as careful. The enemy might be nearby. Then just attack and cleanse the ground directly. King Liang directly made a move. A set of white armor emerged from the surface of his body, and the Chinese character, Huang, Imperial of the Yan God race appeared on his chest. Along with King Liang punching toward the ground, the land within tens of thousands of kilometers instantly shattered. Rumble. Lin Hao, who was hiding not far away, wanted to leave after the 5 powerhouses appeared. But before he had time to act, Xuanming cast a spatial lock, and immediately after, King Liang made a move. He also recognized the origin of the armor on King Liang's body. The imperial armor of the Yan God race. Generally speaking, King tier armor was the armor used by King-level immortals, requiring 10,000 times the power of a peak stage 9 world lord to activate. This energy tier was also a level that even primary tier champions could stimulate. As for imperial armor, it was generally an armor that only universe exalts could use. To activate the imperial armor, following the pattern of Soldier Tier Armor, General Tier Armor, King Tier Armor, and Imperial Armor. At the very least, it required the power tier of a Primary Universe Exalt to activate it. The power tier of a Primary Universe Exalt was 10 million times the power of a peak Stage 9 World Lord. Such a power tier was a full 100 times that of an ordinary peak champion. That is to say, even if this King Liang didn't use the Imperial Armor, his strength was equivalent to an invincible champion. After using the Imperial Armor, he was even stronger than a Middle Universe Exalt. No wonder King Liang was once able to severely injure a Middle Universe Exalt. Becoming a Universe Exalt was equivalent to completely mastering a high-tier law, and its power was much stronger than when cast by an extreme king level. Under such circumstances, King Liang could still severely injure a Middle Universe Exalt. One could imagine how astonishing the amplification brought to him by the Imperial Armor was. The above was merely a flash of thought in Lin Hao's mind. The moment King Liang made a move, he knew clearly that today's battle was probably unavoidable. Lin Hao let out a cold hum. Although King Liang and the others are strong, I am no pushover either. Let me witness the power of the Imperial Armor. Chapter 134, A Strange Epiphany. Facing the scene of the ground around him instantly shattering, Lin Hao raised the Qishao spear and headed straight for King Liang. At the same time Lin Hao made his move, King Liang and the others instantly sensed Lin Hao's trace. King Zihu immediately hid inside Xuanming's world ring. Xuanming reinforced several defensive secret techniques outside the Zerg hive, and then released more than 100 insect race warriors at the peak champion level to guard the Zerg hive. King Chuo and Liaoyuan immediately revealed a suit of golden armor all over their bodies, which was precisely the King armor. With the blessing of the King armor, even an elementary champion could possess the power level of a peak champion. However, King Chuo and Liaoyuan were themselves extreme king-level powerhouses, so the King armor could only be considered icing on the cake for their strength, at most serving a defensive role. Holding a blood-colored long saber, King Liang sneered, "Golden Light King, being able to die at my hands can be considered your honor." Lin Hao did not want to talk nonsense, burning his divine power to the extreme, and the Qishao spear turned into a golden rainbow that shot out, pointing straight at King Liang. A trace of fanatical battle intent flashed in King Liang's eyes, and he roared, "Well fought." The Qishao spear and the blood-colored long saber collided together. Boom! Although Lin Hao's energy level was inferior to King Liang's, the Qishao spear was a supreme treasure, far stronger than the blood-colored long saber. Moreover, the Immortal level ultimate secret technique used by Lin Hao was superior to King Liang's secret technique. Therefore, in this strike, Lin Hao was only at a slight disadvantage. King Liang retreated several hundred meters, while Lin Hao retreated over 1,000 meters. A look of surprise appeared on King Liang's face. "Interesting. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Is it because of that weapon of yours?" Lin Hao retorted. "Do people of your Yan God race all like talking so much nonsense?" King Liang let out a cold snort. "HMPH. Since you are unwilling to speak more, then accept your death." Finishing his words, King Liang raised his long saber again to launch a charge. Lin Hao also did not show any weakness and met him head-on again. The Qishao spear in his hand kept dancing, thrusting out streaks of golden spear radiance. Gold-rending void piercing was continuously triggered. Because Lin Hao was at a slight disadvantage, his figure continuously retreated. To prevent Lin Hao from breaking out of the spatial lock range, Xuanming had to follow closely and continue casting spatial lock. King Chuo and Liaoyuan, the two of them, started fighting fiercely with King Shang on the side. Their strength was about the same as King Shang's, and all three of them had armor protecting their bodies. Although King Shang was fighting 2 against 1, because the defense of the Supreme Treasure armor on his body was stronger than the King armor, he did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Due to the Emperor armor, King Liang's energy level was extremely high, and every strike could cause terrifying destructive power. Lin Hao looked like he was retreating in a sorry state, but in reality, he was handling it with ease. After all, Lin Hao was only using the Qishao spear to fight the enemy at this moment, and hadn't even mobilized the Chaos armor. Let alone still having the Nebula Palace as a trump card in his hands. As long as he hid inside the Nebula Palace, even the universe exalts of the 4 major race factions guarding the outside territory battlefield could do nothing to him. Lin Hao could escape at any time. Right now he just wanted to experience the joy of battle. Ever since he began to cultivate, it had been smooth sailing all the way, and he hadn't even fought a decent battle. Even back then on the Shuiluo continent, most of the time he was just relying on his realm to crush opponents, or relying on extremely high law comprehension to win. He was very clear about his own shortcomings, which was his lack of combat experience. He also often set up opponents in the virtual universe to fight, so as to make up for the lack of combat experience. But the battles in the virtual universe were virtual after all. No matter how realistic they were different from real-world battles. At the very least, the pressure Lin Hao felt was different. Therefore, this could actually be considered the first time Lin Hao encountered a truly stressful battle since he began to cultivate. This made him somewhat excited and somewhat nervous. Thus, right under such a state, Lin Hao fell into a strange epiphany state. Not only were his physical movements unaffected, but on the contrary, his attacks became faster and faster, and smoother. Meanwhile, his consciousness was like being emptied, completely blank. Within this blankness, countless law comprehensions continuously emerged and then disappeared. Lin Hao seemed to have forgotten who he was and where he was, only thinking about how to fight better and how to unleash his strength better. Right at this moment, a secret technique composed of a failed secret pattern graph from the past suddenly surfaced in Lin Hao's mind. That was a day more than 10,000 years ago, when he was researching the secret pattern graph. That failed secret technique composed of the secret pattern graph was mainly related to the gold space fusion law, which could be considered an advanced version of gold rending void piercing. But in the end, Lin Hao still failed. The power of that secret technique was extremely weak, not even as powerful as a casual strike from Lin Hao. But at this moment in the battle with King Liang, this secret technique surfaced in Lin Hao's mind once again. Lin Hao suddenly had an impulse to execute this move. His consciousness had not yet decided whether or not to execute this failed secret technique, but his body had already acted. Seeing the Qishao spear in Lin Hao's hand wave casually, a streak of golden radiance surged out. King Liang let out a loud laugh. Well fought. You indeed still have methods. King Liang's blood-colored long saber collided with the golden radiance. King Liang originally thought it would be an evenly matched collision, but the result left him dumbfounded. This streak of golden radiance turned out to be extremely weak, far inferior to the previous attack of golden streaming light. King Liang's long saber hacked the golden radiance to pieces, knocking Lin Hao flying away. Protected by the chaos armor, Lin Hao didn't suffer too heavy an injury, only some damage to his divine body, consuming about 1,000th or so. King Liang's expression sank. Golden Light King, have you already surrendered? What a coward. Lin Hao had no time to pay attention to his words at this moment, and cast the secret technique from just now once again, except that compared to the last time, some details were modified in it. Seeing Lin Hao charge over again, King Liang met him head-on once more. A streak of golden radiance reappeared. King Liang let out a cold snort, overestimating your capabilities. The blood-colored long saber in his hand collided with the golden radiance once again. Only this time's result made King Liang somewhat surprised, because the golden radiance turned out to be much stronger than last time. It turned out to be almost no different from the golden streaming light when Golden Light King first fought. A second exquisite secret technique. King Liang frowned slightly. He was somewhat puzzled. Why was this golden radiance so much stronger than last time? Lin Hao charged up for the third time, still with the golden radiance. King Liang slashed out with the long saber in his hand again, colliding with the golden radiance. But this time was different from before. King Liang was actually shaken back over 1,000 meters, whereas looking at Lin Hao, he only retreated several hundred meters. King Liang was somewhat shocked. Clearly he had the upper hand before. Why was it that after just 3 short moves, he had fallen into a disadvantage? Before he could figure it out, he saw Lin Hao charge over once again. Still that same move, the golden radiance appeared once more. King Liang did not dare to be careless. This time he began to burn divine power, dealing with it with all his might. Exerting the strongest power since the beginning of the battle. The blood-colored long saber collided with the golden radiance once again. Boom! King Liang, who had already burned divine power and burst out with all his strength, actually fell into a disadvantage once again this time. Step after step, he ultimately retreated nearly 10,000 meters. On the other hand, looking at Lin Hao, he stood rock steady. King Liang fell silent. Xuanming, who had been watching the battle from beginning to end, also fell silent. As a bystander, Xuanming could not understand. Clearly Lin Hao's strength was inferior to King Liang's at the very beginning. Why did he end up taking the upper hand as they fought? What kind of strange power-up mechanism is this? Chapter 135, Golden Rainbow Slices the Void Realm. Regardless of what King Liang and Xuanming were thinking, Lin Hao felt completely comfortable at this moment. It felt just like solving a difficult mathematical problem that had troubled him for a long time. It was thoroughly exhilarating. Lin Hao burst into laughter, saying, "Ha ha ha, how gratifying, come again." He charged toward King Liang once again, waving his long spear as a golden streak shot straight at King Liang. Gritting his teeth, King Liang continued to burn his divine power and stepped forward to counter. Boom! But this time, he retreated even further. He was forced back tens of thousands of meters before steadying his figure. But before he could catch his breath, Lin Hao struck again. It was another golden streak. King Liang let out an angry roar, stubbornly continuing to take the blow head-on. This time, King Liang was sent flying backward for over 10,000 miles. He was directly blown out of the range of the spatial lock. Xuanming, watching from the side, felt his scalp tingle and thought to himself, what kind of freak is this Golden Light King? Why is he so fierce? Each move's attacking power is stronger than the last. That move just now probably could have instantly killed me. No, I can't get involved in this matter, I'd better slip away quickly. Xuanming decisively cancelled the spatial lock, turned around, and ran. After moving a bit further away, he then used teleportation to escape. Lin Hao had no time to deal with Xuanming at the moment, as he was still in a state of epiphany. King Liang, this sparring partner, or rather, punching bag, was indeed of good quality and very durable. He charged toward King Liang once again. Looking at Lin Hao rushing up, King Liang's face showed a trace of fear. He was not afraid of battle, nor was he afraid of death. But he was afraid of facing a monster like Lin Hao. The same move was quite weak at the beginning, but grew stronger the more it was used. Now it had grown so strong that he couldn't comprehend it. King Liang's true strength was only that of an invincible champion. It was only because he possessed the imperial armor bestowed by Your Majesty Emperor Yan that he could possess energy levels at the Universe Exalt rank. But what did the Golden Light King before him have? King Liang could sense it very clearly. The Golden Light King's power level was only around 10 million times the strength of a peak level 9 World Lord rank. Although this kind of power level was top tier even among champions, the power of the secret technique he used could already rival a high-level Universe Exalt. This was truly incomprehensible to him. How could such a thing happen? He even suspected whether he had fallen under some kind of illusion. Facing the Golden Light King who was charging in to kill once more, King Liang braced himself and countered. He planned to teleport away after defending against this move. This person, the Golden Light King, was too terrifying. Boom! The golden streak collided with the blood-red long saber once again. But this time was completely different from before. King Liang watched helplessly as his blood-red long saber shattered, and then the golden streak slammed into his body. Then, he lost consciousness. Looking at the shattered imperial armor on King Liang's body, Lin Hao felt a surge of joy. The ultimate secret technique of the Universe Exalt level has succeeded. No, it was not just an ultimate secret technique of the Universe Exalt level, perhaps it was already close to a secret technique of the Universe Lord level. A pure ultimate secret technique of the Universe Exalt level could not shatter the imperial armor. After all, Lin Hao was only at the Immortal level right now, and his energy hierarchy was too low. With treasures like the Imperial Armor, driving an ultimate secret technique of the Universe Exalt level with Lin Hao's divine power could simply not break it. At this moment, King Liang's divine body probably had about 10% left. He had already fallen into a deep coma. Lin Hao felt that King Liang's strength was not bad, and didn't want to kill him. He put King Liang into his world ring, and then ordered Evelyn to enslave his soul. Evelyn immediately accepted the order. Lin Hao cast his gaze toward the positions of King Qiwo and King Liaoyuan. At this moment, the two of them were dumbfounded. They knew King Liang's strength best. After activating the Imperial Armor, he was enough to rival a middle-level Universe Exalt. Yet what had happened now? A mere human race champion had actually defeated King Liang. And not only did he defeat him, but he directly heavily injured him into a coma. And that was while under the augmentation of the Imperial Armor. The Imperial Armor not only could grant the user the power of a middle-level Universe Exalt, but could also directly immunize against attacks below the lower-level Universe Exalt tier. And the exceeding portion could be reduced by 99%. Under such powerful defense, King Liang was still heavily injured and knocked unconscious. King Qiwo and King Liaoyuan exchanged a glance, then their figures instantly retreated, disregarding King Shang's obstruction, determined to escape even if they had to take a few attacks head-on. Lin Hao ordered King Shang to chase and entangle King Liaoyuan, while he himself pursued King Qiwo. King Qiwo teleported away, and Lin Hao closely followed by teleporting away as well. King Qiwo's comprehension of the space origin law was slightly inferior to Lin Hao's by a notch, and therefore, his application of teleportation was not as proficient as Lin Hao's. In just a moment, Lin Hao caught up to King Qiwo and swung the Qishao spear in his hand. A golden streak headed straight for King Qiwo. Seeing this attack, King Qiwo was frightened out of his wits. Golden Light King, spare my life. Spare my life. Lin Hao remained silent. Having King Liang alone as a sole servant of the Yan god race was enough. Nowadays, he somewhat looked down upon extreme king levels like King Qiwo. The golden streak fell, and King Qiwo desperately activated the king armor on his body. Boom! King Qiwo, along with his king armor, was blasted into slag. Lin Hao put away the items left behind by King Qiwo, and then teleported toward King Shang and King Liaoyuan. After dozens of seconds, he found the two of them. Teleporting in front of King Liaoyuan, he waved the Qishao spear. Boom! King Liaoyuan fell. Lin Hao put away King Liaoyuan's items, and couldn't help sighing inwardly. It seems the time to leave the outside territory battlefield is not far off. Even a champion like King Liang couldn't even survive a single move in Lin Hao's hands. The tempering effect of the outside territory battlefield was already close to zero. Lin Hao turned to look at the Qishao spear. Let's call this move, Golden Rainbow Slices the Void Realm. Just at this moment, two figures appeared before Lin Hao. One was the Universe Exalt stationed by the human race in the outside territory battlefield, Venerable Junyu. The other was a beautiful figure shrouded in hazy mist. Although Lin Hao had never met her, he knew her information. She was the Universe Exalt stationed by the insect race in the outside territory battlefield, named Venerable Yulian. The strength of both Universe Exalts was at the high-level Exalt tier. Venerable Junyu said, Golden Light King, I am Venerable Junyu. Venerable Yulian of the insect race wishes to see you. Lin Hao looked at Venerable Yulian. I wonder what business Venerable Yulian has with me. Venerable Yulian said, Golden Light King, I have come looking for you to intercede for Xuanming of my race, and I hope the Golden Light King can let her go and not pursue her. Venerable Yulian shouldn't have interfered in the matters of the outside territory battlefield. As long as no beings at the Universe Exalt level made a move in the outside territory battlefield, she only needed to stand by and watch. But the strength displayed by this Golden Light King was too strong, and his strength was not weak even among high-level Exalts. Zerg Queen Mother Xuanming had offended the Golden Light King this time, and she would probably be hunted down and killed by the Golden Light King. Xuanming was a genius with extremely high talent, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before she could become a Universe Exalt. But if she were to die like this once, the time it would take to become a Universe Exalt would probably be prolonged for a very long time. Unless Xuanming hid in the insect race's territory from then on and never came out to adventure again, otherwise, who knew if the Golden Light King would come looking for her to kill her. Most importantly, Xuanming was a junior that Venerable Yulian thought very highly of, so she naturally hoped to protect her. Lin Hao shook his head. No, she wanted to kill me, how could I let her go? Venerable Yulian said somewhat helplessly. This matter was originally caused by those three from the Yan God race, and Xuanming only agreed to it on the spur of the moment. She continued, Golden Light King, I am willing to pay a price in exchange for Xuanming's life. What do you think? The price is negotiable. Chapter 136, Obtaining a large amount of soul-type secret methods. Lin Hao asked, Venerable Junyu, what do you mean? Venerable Junyu said, for this matter, I am merely guiding Venerable Yulian here. Everything else is none of my concern. Whether you agree or refuse is all the same to me. Even if you anger her, I will still protect you completely. Lin Hao nodded. The human race powerhouses were still very united when facing outsiders. He looked at Venerable Yulian, I want all the secret methods in the insect race secret method treasury. Venerable Yulian frowned and said, that is impossible. How important is the secret method treasury? Xuanming's life cannot compare to it at all. Lin Hao spread his hands, then there is nothing we can do. Lin Hao currently only lacked secret methods for reference. The human race had quite a few secret methods, but the insect race also had many, and among the insect race secret methods, soul-related ones were even more numerous. Having tasted the benefits of the supreme treasure floating life is like a dream, Lin Hao very much wanted to create some soul-related secret methods. After pondering for a moment, Venerable Yulian said, I am willing to give you some secret methods that I know of. If you want any more, there are none. Afterwards, Venerable Yulian handed a catalogue of secret methods to Lin Hao for inspection. This secret method catalog burned in partial secret markings of all the secret methods, allowing Lin Hao to understand the outline of the secret methods through them. Lin Hao took the secret method catalog and carefully inspected it. He discovered that among them were 1 Universe Lord level secret method, 12 Universe Exalt level secret methods, and over 1,000 Immortal level secret methods. The vast majority of them were soul-type secret methods. Lin Hao was secretly overjoyed as he read. What was the use of killing a Zerg Queen Mother? To Lin Hao, these soul-type secret methods were the most useful ones. However, Lin Hao still wanted to demand a bit more benefits. These are not enough. Venerable Yulian gritted her teeth, a trace of hesitation appearing on her pretty face. I still have one more Universe Lord secret method here. This is my bottom line. I will definitely not give any more. Lin Hao felt a burst of joy in his heart. Not bad, not bad, he had squeezed out a bit more benefits. After a round of bargaining, the deal was struck. Venerable Yulian gave Lin Hao 2 Universe Lord secret methods, 12 Universe Exalt secret methods, and a number of Immortal level secret methods. At the same time, Xuanming was going to hand over King Zihu of the monster race to Lin Hao for disposal. In exchange, Lin Hao agreed to no longer pursue the matter of Xuanming hunting him down. Venerable Yulian handed the secret methods to Lin Hao. Lin Hao carefully inspected them and confirmed there were no problems. Xuanming teleported over. A trace of fear appeared on her face. After handing King Zihu over to Lin Hao, she teleported away. King Zihu had already been controlled by Xuanming using illusion techniques at this moment, possessing no power to resist whatsoever. He also had no idea at all that he had been betrayed by Xuanming. After finishing this matter, Venerable Yulian also left this place. Venerable Junyu said, Golden Light King, I came here today for another matter. Your strength is too strong and has already broken the balance of the outside territory battlefield. According to the agreement of the 4 races, you need to minimize the number of times you make a move in the future. Otherwise, the universe exalts of the other 3 races will unite to expel you. Venerable Junyu continued, of course, if someone dares to make a move against you, you do not need to have any scruples and can just strike back. However, I suppose that after today, I am afraid no alien races will dare to provoke you anymore. Lin Hao had long anticipated this. No. Venerable Junyu smiled and nodded. Now that matters here are settled, I should also leave. If you have free time, you can come to the virtual universe to find me for a drink." Having said that, Venerable Junyu also teleported away. Venerable Junyu saw through Lin Hao's strength very thoroughly. A genetic life level of 100 times, secret method surpassing the ultimate secret method level of a universe exalt, and a weapon in hand suspected to be a supreme treasure. Such a genius, once making a breakthrough to a universe exalt, would be in existence at the universe overlord level. Cultivating just a little bit more, reaching a top-tier universe overlord would not be difficult either. Of course, he would choose to be on good terms with him. It was just that he was somewhat puzzled in his heart. Where on earth did Golden Light King pop out from as a genius? Why had he never heard of him before? Perhaps he was the descendant of some great existence. Lin Hao muttered to himself, "Let's go to Star Tower to find the treasure on that stone carving, and then leave the outside territory battlefield." Just at this moment, Evelyn sent a voice transmission to Lin Hao, "Master, King Liang cannot be soul enslaved." Lin Hao frowned slightly, his body entering the world ring. Beside Evelyn's Zerg hive, King Liang lay there, the imperial armor on his body still in a shattered state. Lin Hao asked, "What is going on?" Evelyn said, "Master, just now I wanted to soul enslave King Liang, but in the end, it failed. Later I tried several methods of soul enslavement again, but in the end they all failed. I suspect whether King Liang has some kind of soul defense treasure." Lin Hao looked at King Liang, intending to try soul enslavement himself. He executed the 10,000 Minds soul control secret method, probing his consciousness into King Liang's sea of consciousness. At this time, King Liang's sea of consciousness was calm and peaceful, without any abnormalities. Lin Hao's probing consciousness did not encounter any obstacles either. It completely looked like someone who had fallen into a state of deep coma. Lin Hao quickly found King Liang's soul and began trying to brand his own soul imprint onto it. As a result, branding the soul imprint failed. Lin Hao opened his eyes and looked at Evelyn. "Have you ever encountered this kind of situation?" In the soul domain, the Zerg Queen Mother was an expert. Although Evelyn's strength was not as great as Lin Hao's, she still had a lot of insights in this aspect. Evelyn hesitated for a moment. "I have indeed encountered this kind of situation, but that was because the other party had already been soul enslaved by someone, so they could no longer be enslaved by others. But King Liang's strength is so powerful, who could quietly enslave him? Moreover, that battle armor on his body also possesses extremely strong soul defense capabilities. I'm afraid even a universe exalt skilled in soul attacks would find it very difficult to quietly enslave him." A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Hao's mind. Could this King Liang have already been enslaved by Emperor Yan? He was startled by this thought. Logically speaking, Emperor Yan, as the universe lord of the Yan god race, was the dominator of the Yan god race. What need was there to enslave a subordinate? However, no matter what, since King Liang had already been enslaved by someone, naturally there was no need to keep him around. Just as Lin Hao was about to kill him, Lin Hao stopped his hand. "That's not right. If I kill him, Emperor Yan will immediately know about this matter. At that time, won't this fellow shamelessly descend upon the Yanji's continent?" Thinking of this, Lin Hao decided it wouldn't be too late to kill him after leaving the Yanji's continent. Lin Hao emerged from the world ring and began hurrying toward the Star Tower. On the peak of Thunder Island in the virtual universe, a figure with a cold temperament and a shifting, flickering form arrived at the palace of the Primordial Chaos City Lord. The Primordial Chaos City Lord asked, "Shadow, what is the matter?" This was Monarch Shadow, whose true identity was a universe overlord of the human race, yet he controlled the human race's massive intelligence system. He was the eyes of the human race. Monarch Shadow said, "Primordial Chaos City Lord, there is an interesting message from the outside territory battlefield. Lin Hao's strength has reached the high-tier exalt level." Having said that, Monarch Shadow displayed the video of Lin Hao battling King Liang. The Primordial Chaos City Lord was quite interested in this. After carefully watching the video, the Primordial Chaos City Lord smiled and said, "This little fellow is not bad at all. His secret methods are very powerful. Qingfeng has found a good disciple." With his vision, he could naturally see that Lin Hao's secret methods already possessed the embryonic form of a Universe Lord level secret method. For an immortal level to be able to create such a secret method was extremely rare. He sent the video to Qingfeng. Chapter 137 Arriving at Star Tower. For Monarch Shadow, coming here to display the video was just a matter of convenience, and afterwards he said, according to the intelligence from the Elder God cult, their higher-ups seem to place great importance on Lin Hao. A long time ago, they hoped our human race would send Lin Hao over, and recently they contacted our people again to explicitly express their wish for Lin Hao to go, even taking the initiative to say that a Beast God inheritance token is not even needed. Wanting to go to the Elder God cult to receive the Beast God inheritance requires holding a Beast God inheritance token. Never did he expect that this time the Elder God cult would actually say that an inheritance token wasn't even needed. This was simply too urgent. Primordial Chaos City Lord furrowed his brows. Can you find out the reason? Monarch Shadow shook his head, unclear. Primordial Chaos City Lord was silent for a moment, then said, inform Qingfeng of this news and let the master and disciple decide for themselves. Regarding Lin Hao's future, even Primordial Chaos City Lord could no longer see through it. He also didn't know how far Lin Hao would ultimately be able to go. Therefore, saying that Qingfeng and Lin Hao should decide for themselves was actually letting Lin Hao make his own choice. Monarch Shadow acknowledged the order and left. Ice Peak Lord discovered that senior brother Primordial Chaos City Lord had sent him a video. With some curiosity, he clicked to watch it. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but his eyes quickly widened. In the video, Lin Hao used an incomparably fierce move to beat King Liang into heavy injuries and unconsciousness. Moreover, he even shattered King Liang's imperial armor. This is a secret method at the Universe Lord level. Lin Hao actually created such a powerful secret method on his own. And at the Immortal level realm. Ice Peak Lord sighed sincerely. What a terrifying comprehension ability. Even if the secret method Lin Hao created was nothing much among Universe Lord level secret methods, it was still astonishing enough. Soon after, he received a message sent by Monarch Shadow. The Elder God cult wants Lin Hao to go over and receive the Beast God inheritance. And they don't even require a Beast God inheritance token. Ice Peak Lord subconsciously thought that the Elder God cult harbored malicious intentions. How could there possibly be such a good thing as a pie falling from the sky in this world? And when had the Elder God cult ever appeared so urgent? Thus, he sent a message to Lin Hao, if you have time, come to my place for a trip. A moment later, Lin Hao arrived at Ice Peak Lord's palace. Teacher, were you looking for me? Ice Peak Lord nodded and said, I heard you created a Universe Lord level secret method. Not bad. Lin Hao said modestly, it was just luck, teacher flatters me too much. Ice Peak Lord shifted to business and recounted the matter regarding the Elder God cult. Lin Hao, do you think we should go? Lin Hao pondered for a moment. Teacher, I think we can go. If the Elder God cult wanted to do me harm, they wouldn't need to invite me so openly. They have plenty of powerhouses, and finding an opportunity to assassinate me would be effortless for them. Their actions are more likely due to the will of the primordial universe. Perhaps this disciple's beast god form has attracted the attention of the primordial universe will. Ice Peak Lord nodded slightly. What you said makes sense. Since you've already thought it through, then go. After you return from the outside territory battlefield, the human race will gift you a beast god inheritance token for the gold space fusion law. Although the Elder God cult says an inheritance token is unnecessary, having this inheritance token will make it appear more justified. The beast god inheritance token is incomparably precious, even the human race doesn't have many. But for a super genius like Lin Hao, the human race is willing to give it for free. Lin Hao nodded. After I take a trip to Star Tower, I will return to the company headquarters. Lin Hao stood several light years outside Star Tower, looking at the behemoth before him. Star Tower as a whole was shaped like a pyramid, pitch black throughout, with a body standing 9 light years tall. The tower body was surrounded by the 9 Revolution Nebula, which contained an extremely strong tearing force. As for the so-called Star Tower, it had a total of 9 layers, but only the first layer was open to the outside world. On the first layer of Star Tower, there were a total of 9 entrances allowing countless powerhouses to enter and exit. Lin Hao arrived at one of the entrances. The great door was incomparably massive and heavy. Lin Hao's appearance also caused countless surrounding powerhouses to cast sideways glances. This appearance. It looks like the human race's Golden Light King. I heard he killed King Liang. King Liang is an invincible champion. He even severely injured a Middle Universe Exalt. For such a powerhouse to actually be killed by Golden Light King, just how strong is Golden Light King? I suspect he has long since been a Universe Exalt. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have such strength. He shouldn't make a move to kill us, right? I heard the Universe Exalts stationed at the outside territory battlefield say that an agreement has already been reached with the human race. Golden Light King is not allowed to casually make a move to kill us, as long as we don't provoke him. Shish. Stop talking, he's looking over here. Lin Hao's gaze swept across the numerous powerhouses in this entrance area. The powerhouses of the Great Alliance camp had no intention of dodging, one by one revealing friendly smiles toward Lin Hao. Meanwhile, the powerhouses from other camps dodged away one after another, and some even directly teleported away from this place. Lin Hao was not some bloodthirsty maniac. Naturally, he wouldn't casually kill them. Now that his strength had improved, he didn't need to battle them to increase his combat experience either. Lin Hao walked into Star Tower. Not long after he entered Star Tower, he heard a voice echo into his mind. Lin Hao, you're here. This was Puti's voice. Puti's true body was stationed within Star Tower for the purpose of selecting a Yuan Star powerhouse capable of making Star Tower Master recognized. The next second, Lin Hao appeared on a spacious plaza. A man with a human upper body and a snake tail said, "This is the core forbidden land of Star Tower, and also the place where Star Tower's master recognition takes place." This person was precisely Puti's true body, an existence whose strength reached a Tier 4 Universe Lord. Lin Hao bowed in salute. "Greetings, Senior." Puti said, "Lin Hao, there's no need for excessive courtesy, just call me Puti. Perhaps before long, we will be fellow apprentices." Puti pointed upwards and said, "This is the supreme true treasure Star Tower mentioned by teacher. Currently, 2 people from your lineage have come to seek master recognition, one during the Mountain and Sea Realm era, and one during the Yuan Star era not long ago. But it's a pity that they all failed, and thus they perished as a result." He looked at Lin Hao and said, "You have already clearly rejected teacher Zuo Shenk previously. Although you have come here now, you have already lost the qualification to seek master recognition for Star Tower." Lin Hao didn't care about this. "Since I have already refused, naturally I won't go back on my word." Finding Lin Hao's attitude resolute, Puti nodded slightly. Having this kind of composure is very good. Facing a true treasure like Star Tower, there aren't many people who can resist the temptation." He asked, "Then with your visit this time, do you want to battle other Undying?" Lin Hao shook his head. With a wave of his hand, a light screen appeared. He displayed the intelligence obtained from Yunting Pavilion. "I obtained a treasure map. After comparison, I discovered that the treasure trove pointed to by the treasure map is inside Star Tower, which is why I came here." As he spoke, Lin Hao took out the stone carving obtained from King Shuilin. Puti looked at the stone carving and came to a sudden realization, "So that's how it is. It seems you killed that King Shuilin." Seeing Lin Hao's puzzled expression, Puti explained, "Several thousand years ago, King Shuilin brought this stone carving to Star Tower, used it to open a treasure trove, and passed the first layer test, obtaining a soul attack type heavy treasure." Lin Hao asked, "That heavy treasure is called Floating Life is like a dream?" Puti nodded. "Indeed. Actually, the items in this treasure trove were left behind by an old friend of mine. Back then, he and I both served as servants by teacher's side, and our relationship was very good. It's just that later on, he was enslaved by a Universe Lord. After I became a Universe Lord, I found him and took revenge for him. I was unwilling to let my old friend's treasures gather dust like that, so I set up a treasure trove within this Star Tower, waiting for his descendants to arrive." Hearing this, Lin Hao immediately understood. A treasure trove set up within Star Tower, how could it possibly bypass Pooty? Chapter 138 Self-Created Universe Lord Level Peak Secret Method. As for that old friend, he might be soon Ramsdo, the indigenous inhabitant of the Yonji's continent. Pooty said with a hint of emotion on his face, but who would have thought that the 4 peak races would designate the Yonji's continent as a battlefield and purge this place? Having no other choice, I took Soon's descendants away and hid them in a remote corner of the universe. This stone carving was probably left on the Yonji's continent because of this, and later discovered by that King Shuilin. Lin Hao nodded, then asked, Pooty, can I obtain this treasure trove? Pooty smiled and said, of course you can. Back then, I didn't even step in to stop King Shuilin when he brought the stone carving over, let alone you. Speaking of which, this treasure trove is actually a supreme treasure casually refined by teacher. Its might is incomparably powerful, and it is closely related to the user's will. If someone with a powerful will uses it, it is comparable to a peak supreme treasure. Conversely, if someone with a weak will uses it, it barely reaches the level of an ordinary supreme treasure. You belong to the Yuan star lineage, and your will is naturally easier to improve than ordinary people's. Therefore, for this supreme treasure to fall into your hands can be considered making the best use of it. After saying that, Pooty waved his hand, and a jelly-like item similar to floating life is like a dream flew over from the group. Pooty said, if an outsider came here to treasure hunt, I would definitely test them thoroughly, but you don't have to. This is the supreme treasure part of floating life is like a dream. Put it away properly. Lin Hao took the item, couldn't help but sigh at the joy of taking a backdoor shortcut. A supreme treasure that others could only obtain by risking their lives could be acquired by him just by showing up. Indeed, wandering out in the world requires having a background. Pooty continued, the supreme treasure and heavy treasure parts should originally be one entity, but teacher set a restriction on them. Only by fully mastering the second-level secret method of the heavy treasure can they be combined into one. Only the complete floating life is like a dream can unleash its maximum power. Hearing this, Lin Hao nodded repeatedly and said, thank you very much. Pooty smiled and said, all right, you can acknowledge floating life is like a dream as your master right here. This place is incomparably safe, and coincidentally I also have considerable research into the Tao of Soul. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Hearing this, Lin Hao was overjoyed. Ice Peak Lord was not very proficient in the Tao of Soul, and the one most proficient in the Tao of Soul among the human race should be that Origin Ancestor. However, Origin Ancestor had long been suppressed by the primordial universe will. Even though he could show himself in the virtual universe, he would not easily instruct others. Now with Pooty, an existence at the Universe Lord level, guiding him in the Tao of Soul, Lin Hao was naturally willing. After all, the 10,000 Minds Soul Control secret method learned by Lin Hao was created by Pooty. Lin Hao immediately sat cross-legged and placed the supreme treasure part of floating life is like a dream in front of him. Acknowledging the supreme treasure part as master was not as simple as directly leaving a divine power imprint. Instead, it required stimulating the second-level secret method of the heavy treasure part and injecting it into the supreme treasure part. In other words, if one could not master the second-level secret method, even if the supreme treasure part was right in front of them, they wouldn't be able to acknowledge it as master and use it. As Lin Hao stimulated the second-level secret method of floating life is like a dream and injected it into the supreme treasure part, the supreme treasure part before his eyes began to emit a faint light. The next instant, floating life is like a dream within Lin Hao's sea of consciousness manifested in front of him. The two jelly-like items stood side by side. Immediately after, the two began to slowly approach each other, fuse, and finally merge into one. Lin Hao's consciousness sank into it. He found that there were a total of 3 levels of secret methods inside. The first level secret method open black lens bracket soul shattering close black lens bracket, and the second level secret method open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket were no different from before. It just had an additional third level secret method named open black lens bracket reincarnation close black lens bracket. Lin Hao carefully examined it and finally discovered that this open black lens bracket reincarnation close black lens bracket secret method was an advanced version of open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket. Unlike Lost Dream, reincarnation was a group illusion secret method, determining the casting range by the amount of divine power consumed when casting. In other words, as long as Lin Hao had enough divine power, he could completely pull enemies within hundreds of millions of kilometers or even a larger range into the illusion. Lin Hao opened his eyes and couldn't help exclaiming, "This open black lens bracket reincarnation close black lens bracket secret method is simply too strong." Hearing this, Hooty smiled proudly, "Of course. This is a supreme treasure refined by teacher, how could it be an ordinary item?" Hearing this, Lin Hao nodded repeatedly. Zuo Sheng was a god king in his past life after all, so the supreme treasures he refined were naturally extraordinary. He was even clearer about this than Hooty. Lin Hao simply began secluded cultivation to comprehend the open black lens bracket reincarnation close black lens bracket secret method. Although this secret method was more complex than open black lens bracket lost dream close black lens bracket, the basic principles were interconnected, so Lin Hao quickly found the trick. A month later, he had completely mastered the open black lens bracket reincarnation close black lens bracket secret method. Hooty sighed endlessly once again, "Your comprehension ability is truly unimaginable, I am ashamed of my own inferiority." Lin Hao chuckled, then said, "I recently obtained some secret methods regarding the Tao of Soul, and I'd like to ask for your guidance." Hooty nodded and said, "Of course." Afterwards, Lin Hao took out the secret methods he obtained from Venerable Yulian to consult Hooty. Although Lin Hao could currently only be considered as knowing a thing or two about the secret methods of the Tao of Soul. However, Lin Hao had such a powerful weapon as the secret pattern graph. Any high-level secret method could be analyzed by the secret pattern graph in front of him. Secret methods regarding the soul were no exception. As he consulted Hooty, Lin Hao's attainments in soul-related secret methods began to advance by leaps and bounds. At first, Hooty still treated Lin Hao with the attitude of giving guidance, but soon he was shocked to discover that Lin Hao's comprehension ability was extremely astonishing. It took only a few months to go from a beginner in the Tao of Soul to being proficient. After that, Hooty changed his attitude and began to seriously impart his insights and experience in the Tao of Soul. 3 years later, Hooty began to exchange insights with Lin Hao in a consultative manner. 10 years later, Hooty sighed, "Teacher said before that my talent was limited, and I used to be unconvinced. After all, I am stronger than the second junior brother. But now it seems teacher's evaluation was not wrong, my comprehension ability is far inferior to yours." In just a little over 13 years in total, Lin Hao went from a beginner in the Tao of Soul to a figure akin to a great master in the Tao of Soul. The only place where Hooty was stronger than Lin Hao in this aspect was that he had more experience in casting soul-related secret methods. The benefits Lin Hao obtained in these 13 years were truly too numerous. The greatest benefit was that Lin Hao created a soul attack secret method called open black lens bracket nirvana close black lens bracket. To be precise, open black lens bracket nirvana close black lens bracket was still a semi-finished product, but its power was not bad either. It had already surpassed the level of Universe Exalt level ultimate secret methods and reached the level of Universe Lord level peak secret methods. Such a secret method was very ordinary for a Universe Lord, but for an immortal level existence like Lin Hao, it was extremely heaven-defying. Even if a Universe Exalt could create such a secret method, it would be enough for them to be proud. Let alone the fact that Lin Hao was currently only at the immortal level. With Lin Hao's strength, relying on the soul attack type supreme treasure floating life is like a dream to cast the open black lens bracket nirvana close black lens bracket secret method, a high-level Universe Exalt would fall if they were caught off guard. This was the perilous nature of soul secret methods, either one defends against it, or one falls directly. This soul attack secret method was only a semi-finished product. Once Lin Hao perfected it, its power would be even stronger. It might even reach the level of Universe Lord level ultimate secret methods. By that time, even a Universe Overlord facing this move might possibly fall. Kuti said, Lin Hao, after you perfect this move, you can contact me. The goal set for you by teacher, to defeat my Universe Exalt level clone within 100,000 eras, will then be considered completed by you. Chapter 139 Reunion. Lin Hao understood. No matter how extraordinary the strength of Kuti's Universe Exalt rank clone was, he could only use power at the Universe Exalt level. Once Lin Hao's soul attack secret technique was perfected, defeating a normal universe overlord would not be a problem, but it would definitely be impossible to defeat Kuti's Universe Exalt rank clone. After all, his clone and main body shared the same soul, and that was the soul of a universe lord. Naturally, Lin Hao's soul attack could do nothing to him. However, although the rule set by Zuo Shank was to defeat Kuti's clone, in reality, having the strength to defeat a universe overlord was sufficient. Kuti, who had followed Zuo Shank for countless years, naturally understood this point, which was why he said that. Lin Hao nodded and said, I understand. Kuti asked, are you getting ready to leave Star Tower? Lin Hao said, yeah, I still need to make a trip to Elder God Cult. Kuti didn't say much more and only said, good luck. Lin Hao bade farewell, saying, until we meet again. Kuti nodded slightly and then sent Lin Hao out. Looking at the empty Grand Hall, Kuti sighed, I wonder when someone will be able to make Star Tower acknowledge them as master. Lin Hao appeared out of thin air in a void realm outside Star Tower. Taking a glance at the Star Tower, which stood 9 light years tall, he shook his head, although a supreme treasure is good, you still need your life to take it. I'd better honestly rely on my golden finger to work hard and become stronger. Risking my life is not suitable for me. Afterward, Lin Hao teleported dozens of times and arrived at a desolate star domain before opening his Divine Kingdom channel to return to the vicinity of the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. Teleporting near the headquarters continent once again, Lin Hao sent a message to Ice Peak Lord, saying, Teacher, I am back. In an instant, the river of stars shifted. By the time Lin Hao reacted, he discovered that he had already appeared in Teacher Ice Peak Lord's real-world palace. Ice Peak Lord was standing right in front of him. Lin Hao bowed his head and saluted, Teacher, I am back. Ice Peak Lord nodded, then took out a token and handed it to Lin Hao. This is the Gold Beast God's Legacy token. Keep it well, and you can go to Elder God Cult to receive the legacy at any time. After finishing, Ice Peak Lord gave another injunction, if you encounter danger that cannot be resolved, never force it, detonate yourself immediately. Treasures are merely external possessions, and life is the most important. Lin Hao nodded heavily, Disciple understands. Ice Peak Lord slightly nodded, go ahead. Disciple takes leave. Lin Hao turned and left. Lin Hao was not in a hurry to travel, instead returning to his residence. He took out all the spoils of war obtained from the outside territory battlefield and sold everything he didn't need to the Virtual Universe Corporation in one go. Although this money was not much to Lin Hao, having it was better than nothing. Then Lin Hao's consciousness entered the virtual universe to have a reunion with his family. Thanks to Lin Hao's current strength, which was equivalent to a high-level Universe Exalt, as well as his status in the Virtual Universe Corporation, Taoduoduo Mall finally began expanding toward the entire human race. Starting from Qingfeng Universe Country and Linyuan Universe Country, it began expanding toward other universe countries. In addition, all kinds of secret realms were also open to Taoduoduo Mall. You must know that within the population of the human race, humans in universe countries only accounted for a very small portion, with the majority being Divine Kingdom humans and Secret Realm humans. Taking secret realms as an example, a secret realm might contain a continent as huge as several light years in diameter. The population on such a massive continent was sometimes even more than the population of a universe country. The population in secret realms was already this numerous. However, compared to Divine Kingdom populations, Secret Realm populations were only a minority. Within endless Divine Kingdoms, all kinds of resources were even richer, and the population they could support was also greater. However, in terms of potential, it was precisely the opposite. Universe countries had the fewest people, but the greatest potential. Secret Realm population numbers occupied the middle level, and their potential was also at the middle level. Divine Kingdom populations were the most numerous, but their potential was the lowest. For living beings in secret realms breaking through to immortal level, the difference couldn't be seen yet, but wanting to become a universe exalt was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, much harder than humans born in universe countries. And living beings born in divine kingdoms found it very difficult even to break through to immortal level. The vast majority of the human universe exalts came from universe countries, and all the universe lords came from universe countries. From this, it can be seen that the talk of potential was not empty words. Lin Hao's panel could similarly show this point. His descendants on Luo continent had a comprehension ability noticeably much lower than his descendants in universe countries. However, although humans born in secret realms had low comprehension ability, their base number was simply huge. How much was the total population of all 1008 universe countries combined? Humans in secret realms were hundreds or even thousands of times the population of universe countries. Lin Hao certainly didn't mind propagating his bloodline in secret realms. Therefore, various cosmic secret realms opening up to Taoduoduo Mall was naturally a good thing for Lin Hao. Over these years, the Lin family had also grown increasingly massive. Under the leadership of Patriarch Lin, the main branch of the Lin family and Lin Zhen's branch had completely fused. Because Lin Zhen's branch had produced many geniuses over the years, the position of the Lin family head was held by someone from Lin Zhen's lineage. The current Lin family head was Lin Feng's 15th generation grandson. However, the position of the Lin family head wasn't actually important, because the current Lin family only served a basic role in cultivating Lin family children. The real supreme power was in the hands of Lin Yufeng and Lin Baikan. Taoduoduo Mall had long been deeply bound with the Lin family, so the chairman and general manager of Taoduoduo Mall were naturally the ones wielding supreme power. This time, Lin Hao casually listened to the reports of Lin Yufeng and Lin Baikan. They were all reports on development situations. Lin Hao didn't care much about this, as long as Taoduoduo Mall could continuously take root in new life planets, that would be enough. As for other profits, earnings, dividends, and so on, it didn't matter. If Lin Hao casually killed an extreme king level, the wealth harvested would be more than the profits of Taoduoduo Mall developing for countless years. Lin Hao asked, "What are your current realms like now?" Lin Yufeng said somewhat embarrassedly, "Father, I am currently still at Territory Lord rank level 9. I feel like I am about to comprehend the law, but I am still just a bit short of breaking through to World Lord rank." Lin Hao sighed inwardly. His son's comprehension ability was truly mediocre. However, considering his hard work and contributions over the years, Lin Hao would naturally treat him favorably. Cultivate hard. After you break through to World Lord rank, Father will grant you an opportunity that can grant eternal lifespan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yufeng was overjoyed. "Many thanks, Father." Lin Hao looked at Lin Baikan. "Baikan, what about you?" Lin Baikan pursed his lips, a trace of desire revealing itself in his eyes. As he said, "Father, I am already at World Lord rank." Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. Lin Baikan's talent was indeed a bit higher than Yufeng's. Lin Hao said, "Baikan, if I do not give you the opportunity of eternal lifespan, will you hate me?" Lin Baikan immediately knelt down on the ground. "Father, this child would not dare. I was originally an orphan. If not for you taking me in, I would have died long ago. Obtaining my current status now is entirely bestowed by Father. Baikan is endlessly grateful. How could I hate you?" Lin Hao reached out and helped him up. "Good child, you have worked hard these years and done many things for me. I have seen it all. When I come back next time, I will give you the opportunity to achieve eternal lifespan." Upon hearing this, Lin Baikan was overjoyed. "Many thanks, Father." Lin Hao looked toward Lin Yufeng. "Yufeng, you must also work hard. I hope the two of us can always be father and son, and not let this father send off a white-haired person with a black-haired person." There were countless treasures in this universe. Just as there were treasures that could allow World Lord rank to directly break through to Immortal level, there were naturally also treasures that could allow Territory Lord rank to break through to World Lord rank. However, Lin Hao wanted Lin Yufeng to make an effort himself and break through to World Lord rank on his own. Of course, if Lin Yufeng reached the limit of his territory lord rank lifespan and still couldn't break through to world lord rank, Lin Hao would also provide treasures to help him break through. Chapter 140 Emperor Yan's Anger. Currently, only Lin Hao was at the immortal level in the Lin family, though there were quite a few at the world lord rank. Needless to say, Lin Zhen and Lin Feng had broken through to the world lord rank not long after returning to the highest beginning mythical region. Xinghuan was similar, also being at the world lord rank. As for descendants, those with good aptitude like Lin Wanyan and Lin Yichen were also at the world lord rank. These people would all stay at the world lord rank for a long time, relying on the advantage of the world lord rank to comprehend laws quickly, to comprehend as many superior laws as possible. After all, their futures would not stop merely at the immortal level. Even Lin Wanyan, who had the lowest aptitude, had ambition. Although she might never be able to surpass the undying in her lifetime, dreams still had to exist. Lin Hao naturally supported this. It was a good thing for descendants to have ambition. Lin Hao's other 4 wives had mediocre aptitudes and currently broke through to the territory lord rank with the assistance of various treasures. Lin Hao would also help them break through to the immortal level in the future. After all, they were his pillow mates, and Lin Hao would not treat them unfairly. Although there might be various conflicts among them, they were utterly loyal and devoted to Lin Hao, and that was enough. As for Lin Hao's other biological children, Lin Hao did not plan to help all of them become the undying. It was one thing that many of them had mediocre aptitudes, but they also particularly liked to stir up trouble. Not only did they wreak havoc on their own planet, but they also frequently provoked passing spaceships and even engaged in murder and robbery. Lin Hao did not like such people. Even his own children were no exception. While he wouldn't directly execute them, he had let Lin Yifeng step in and teach them a lesson multiple times. Their benefits had also been reduced to the minimum, and they shouldn't even think about getting better cultivate resources. As for the other well-behaved and obedient children, Lin Hao didn't mind letting them also obtain eternal life. As for the grandchildren further down, Lin Hao would no longer care. Children and grandchildren would have their own fortunes. Today's Lin family was a behemoth with an immensely thriving population. According to incomplete statistics, there were as many as 1 trillion members. This, of course, could not compare to Lin Hao's bloodline descendants. After all, his descendants were already counted in units of Z. For the numerous descendants of the Lin family, Tao Duoduo Mall had a complete training and education system. Among them, those with outstanding aptitudes could receive key cultivation, and the cream of the crop even had the opportunity to enter the Primal Universe for further studies. Those with ordinary aptitudes would only receive normal training and education, along with a certain monetary subsidy every year. Every year, Tao Duoduo Mall would also hold staff exams among these people, and those with excellent scores would have the opportunity to work in Tao Duoduo Mall. All in all, with Tao Duoduo Mall around, it was enough to keep them well fed, clothed, and living and working in peace and contentment. Lin Hao carefully inspected it and nodded slightly. Geniuses have the paths that geniuses must walk, and ordinary people also have the lives of ordinary people. It is pretty good. Lin Hao rested for a whole month before embarking on the road to the Elder God cult. It was also at this time that Lin Hao completely killed King Liang. Yan God Secret Realm. This place was originally not called the Yan God Secret Realm. It was only later, after Emperor Yan betrayed the human race and brought the Yan God race here to settle down, that it was renamed the Yan God Secret Realm. In the Yan God Secret Realm, there was a massive continent where countless Yan God race lived. In the center of the continent stood an incomparably tall palace, with countless servants shuttling through it. Whenever someone looked toward the palace, they would reveal a fanatical and respectful expression, because the palace was inhabited by Emperor Yan, the dominator of the Yan God race. But the moment Lin Hao killed King Liang, an incomparably terrifying pressure emanated from the palace. All living beings on the Yan God continent excitedly knelt on the ground, kowtowing in worship. They knew this was the pressure of Emperor Yan. Emperor Yan woke up from cultivate. Anger flashed in his eyes. Who is it? Who dares to kill my Yan God race people? One image after another materialized before Emperor Yan, and every image was a scene of Emperor Yan's palace. One could see that these images were like a reversed movie, continuously rewinding into the past. This was precisely the ability that only powerhouses above the Universe Lord possessed, tracing backspace and time. This was also the reason why powerhouses above the Universe Lord were able to resurrect others. Very quickly, Emperor Yan found the figure of King Liang, froze him with divine power, and then stopped tracing backspace and time. In just a split second, the traced backspace and time snapped back to the current space and time like a compressed spring. And King Liang, whom Emperor Yan had frozen with divine power, was also brought back from the past to the present. King Liang was resurrected. In the original novel, soul slaves can also be resurrected. When Luo Feng resurrected Hu Yanbo, he incidentally resurrected his 9 soul slaves as well. King Liang's consciousness still remained at the moment of Lin Hao's incomparably terrifying golden ribbon of light. In the blink of an eye, seeing the furious Emperor Yan, King Liang instantly understood. He had died, and this was being resurrected by Emperor Yan. He immediately fell to the ground and kowtow, "Your Majesty. This subordinate is incompetent and was carelessly killed by that human, Golden Light King." Emperor Yan frowned. "A human king-level immortal can actually kill you." King Liang said, "That Golden Light King is extremely powerful, with a gene multiplier reaching 100-fold, and the offensive secret arts he unleashed are even more astonishing in power." Caught off guard, this subordinate was thus killed. Emperor Yan said, "Recount in detail the process of how he killed you." King Liang immediately recreated the original scene using divine power. The scene he recreated was somewhat distorted, but one could still see the power of the secret art used by Lin Hao. Emperor Yan said, "A mere undying human can actually unleash such a secret art. He is the Golden Light King." King Liang said, "Precisely." Emperor Yan said, "Fetch me the information on the Golden Light King." King Liang stood trembling respectfully to the side. The palace guards immediately retreated, and before long, they delivered the information. Emperor Yan flipped through the information, then casually threw it away. "There is no useful intelligence at all. Execute the people responsible for gathering intelligence for me. You were captured for so long, yet no one came to inform me. Those people gathering intelligence are truly a bunch of trash. Execute everyone in the intelligence department along with their family members for me." The palace guards acknowledged the order and left. Emperor Yan looked at King Liang. "Go and contact the insect race and the automaton race, and tell them that I want the information on the Golden Light King, preferably his current whereabouts." King Liang hastily agreed, scrambling and crawling out of the palace. Emperor Yan looked outside the palace and narrowed his eyes. "Damnable human." Although Lin Hao did not know Emperor Yan's decision, he more or less knew Emperor Yan's character of seeking vengeance for every slight. Having killed King Liang, Emperor Yan would not let the matter rest. However, Lin Hao was not worried about this kind of matter. He was about to enter the Elder God cult, and he planned to cultivate in the Elder God cult until reaching the Universe Lord realm before coming out. That was why he had killed King Liang while on his way to the Elder God cult. Emperor Yan was not a member of the Elder God cult. If he dared to barge into the Elder God cult, he would definitely be beaten to death by a mob. In fact, even without killing King Liang, Emperor Yan would sooner or later obtain the intelligence. After all, when killing King Liang back then, the commotion was simply too big. The universe exalts of the 4 peak races had all seen it, so this intelligence simply could not be concealed. Until now, the Yan God race still had no movement, which Lin Hao found rather strange. Having previously stayed in the Star Tower for over a decade, it wasn't necessarily without the intention of borrowing Puti's power to fend off Emperor Yan. Unfortunately, Emperor Yan never made a move from start to finish. Regarding this, Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. Enhancing his own strength was the absolute truth. Chapter 141 Entering the Elder God Cult. Lin Hao used the God Country teleportation of one of Evelyn's king-level immortal slaves to arrive at a place less than 50,000 light-years away from the Elder God Cult. He boarded the Nebula Palace and flew toward the Elder God Cult. The speed of the Nebula Palace rapidly increased, soon surpassing the speed of light and entering the dark universe. The acceleration of the Nebula Palace was very fast, taking only a minute to increase to 500 times the speed of light. Such a speed was, of course, not the limit of the Nebula Palace. It could continue to increase to 1,000 times the speed of light. However, a distance of 50,000 light-years was not far in the dark universe, and there was no need to accelerate to 1,000 times the speed of light. 2 minutes later, the Nebula Palace began to slowly reduce its speed. After another 3 minutes, the speed of the Nebula Palace decreased to a standstill. In an instant, the Nebula Palace vanished from the dark universe. Returning to the primordial universe, Lin Hao looked forward. He saw sweeping black gales howling and enveloping hundreds of millions of kilometers, just like countless pythons playing with each other and dancing wildly across the starry sky. This was the Elder God Secret Realm, and its vast area was enough to rival a universe country. Lin Hao stepped out of the Nebula Palace and put it away. Only then did he turn around to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, the void realm began to twist and fluctuate, and in an instant, Lin Hao disappeared. This was spatial teleportation. Lin Hao looked around again and saw an endless, surging colorful river ahead. This colorful river was vast and filled with a miraculous power, making people involuntarily attracted to stare at it. Lin Hao only glanced at it before withdrawing his gaze. This level of temptation was completely useless to him. Just at this moment, a voice of praise came from the void realm. Not bad. For someone at the immortal level to wake up after just a glance, very good. Lin Hao thought to himself, I was simply curious about this supreme true treasure, so I just took a glance. There is no issue of waking up or not. In the void realm, a figure emerged. This was a giant beast 5 kilometers tall, pitch black all over, resembling a giant ape. Lin Hao recognized it. This was a powerhouse of the giant ape clan from the monster race. It was of the same race as Qingfeng, whom he had taken as a slave, except this giant ape was much stronger and was at the Universe Exalt realm. According to the information Lin Hao had gathered, it was named Venerable Mayuan. Lin Hao sensed it and found that its strength was roughly that of an advanced Universe Exalt. Such strength was naturally insignificant in front of Lin Hao. Venerable Mayuan stared with a pair of huge eyes, carefully sizing up Lin Hao, and suddenly asked, Human, are you the Golden Light King? Lin Hao nodded and said, Indeed. Venerable Mayuan said angrily, You killed the prodigy of our race, Qingfeng. I am going to kill you. With that, Venerable Mayuan leapt into the air, a giant staff appearing in its hand as it smashed toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao snorted coldly, then gripped the Qishao spear in his hand and met it head-on. Lin Hao didn't rush to use open black lens bracket Nirvana close black lens bracket to kill the other party sneakily. He felt that the two of them would probably be stopped by someone after exchanging a single move. After all, this was the territory of the Elder God cult, and the Elder God cult was full of experts. How could they allow Venerable Mayuan to act recklessly? With a wave of the Qishao spear, a golden ribbon of light appeared. Golden rainbow slashes the void realm. Venerable Mayuan's giant staff was also not an ordinary item. It forcefully resisted the golden ribbon of light without suffering the slightest damage. However, the giant ape was sent flying backward. Venerable Mayuan was extremely shocked in its heart, not expecting this Golden Light King to be so powerful. Knowing it was no match, its eyes turned crimson as it roared, Human, how dare you forcefully break into the Elder God cult? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Lin Hao thought to himself, who says the monster race are all reckless brutes? This ability to pin crimes on others is quite slick. Just at this moment, another figure emerged. With just a cold snort from this figure, Venerable Mayuan seemed heavily injured, its aura instantly withering down. The figure said indifferently, Mayuan, you abused your power, attacked an inheritor without authorization, and wantonly slandered an inheritor. Your crimes are unforgivable, die. As the words fell, the colorful river in the distance suddenly stirred, and endless colorful light engulfed Venerable Mayuan. Venerable Mayuan let out a miserable scream, and then completely vanished. However, given Venerable Mayuan's strength, it would probably not take many epochs before it was resurrected by powerhouses of the monster race. Lin Hao looked toward that figure and saw that the figure had the appearance of a delicate youth with a tail bearing red scales behind him. Before coming to the Elder God cult, he had naturally learned about some information, knowing that this was one of the top 3 ancestral gods of the Elder God cult, the youthful ancestral god. He clicked his tongue inwardly. I didn't expect the Elder God cult to attach such great importance to me. He had been noticed as soon as he arrived, and even alarmed one of the 3 ancestral gods. The youthful ancestral god looked at Lin Hao. I didn't expect the recently rising Golden Light King to actually be you, Lin Hao. Interesting, interesting. I am the youthful ancestral god. For our first meeting, welcome to the Elder God cult. Lin Hao slightly lowered his head and saluted. Greetings, youthful ancestral god. The youthful ancestral god nodded. All right, I will take you inside. Have you brought the Beast God inheritance token? Lin Hao hurriedly took out the gold Beast God inheritance token. The youthful ancestral god nodded. Very well, it saves me the trouble of finding another inheritance token for you. Space and time flowed. In the blink of an eye, the youthful ancestral god brought Lin Hao into the Elder God cult. Lin Hao looked around. This was inside a palace. The youthful ancestral god stood to the side waiting quietly. A moment later, a strange life form resembling a flood dragon but with wings on its back appeared before Lin Hao and the other. It respectfully bowed its head toward the youthful ancestral god and said, Ancestral God, what are your orders? The youthful ancestral god said indifferently, This is the Golden Light King, here to receive the Gold Beast God's legacy. Make arrangements for him. The youthful ancestral god did not mention Lin Hao's true identity, only saying he was the Golden Light King. Lin Hao suddenly realized that the flood dragon before him was actually the Bohemia Island Lord, a cult guardian beast god who had cultivated the fire-space fusion law to perfection. The Bohemia Island Lord nodded and turned to look at Lin Hao. From this moment on, you are an inheritor of my Bohemia Island. I grant you permission to enter the glory world. After finishing, an item resembling a light brain flew in front of Lin Hao. The Bohemia Island Lord explained, This is the receiving sensor of the virtual world. The glory world is an important virtual world stronghold of our Elder God cult, and its functions are similar to the virtual universe of you humans. You can learn its specific functions after logging in later. Lin Hao nodded. Subsequently, the Bohemia Island Lord continued, I grant you permission to enter the Legacy Land, Treasure Trove, and Secret Realm. Then, the youthful ancestral god said, All right, matters here are concluded. Golden Light King, if you encounter trouble in the future, you can come to the Elder God Palace to find me. After saying this, the youthful ancestral god vanished. The Bohemia Island Lord at the side hurriedly lowered its head to show respect. It muttered inwardly, What on earth is the background of this Golden Light King? Even the ancestral god attaches such great importance to him. The Bohemia Island Lord looked at Lin Hao and said, Golden Light King, if you encounter trouble in the future, you can also come to me for help. With that, its massive flood dragon head revealed a touch of an honest and simple smile. Lin Hao lowered his head to express his gratitude. Thank you, Island Lord. The Bohemia Island Lord continued, I will have someone take you to familiarize yourself with the environment of Bohemia Island. As soon as its voice fell, a human walked in from outside the grand hall. This was a youth in black robes with long blue hair and blue secret markings on his face. Judging from his aura, he was a Universe Exalt. The black-robed youth respectfully saluted the Bohemia Island Lord, Island Lord. The Bohemia Island Lord instructed, This is the Golden Light King. Take him to familiarize himself with the environment of Bohemia Island, and by the way, deter anyone who might harbor ill intentions toward the Golden Light King. The black-robed youth nodded and said, Yes. The Bohemia Island Lord looked at Lin Hao and said, Golden Light King, you may go with him. Lin Hao nodded and said, Thank you, Island Lord. Afterward, Lin Hao and the black-robed youth left together. The Bohemia Island Lord muttered inwardly, Disturbing my good dream, I'm going back to catch some more sleep. Chapter 142, Finally becoming a Universe Exalt. The youthful ancestral god returned to the ancestral god palace. Generally speaking, there would only be one ancestral god stationed inside the ancestral god palace. But today was different, the other two ancestral gods were both there. They were the double-faced ancestral god and the aged ancestral god, respectively. The aged ancestral god asked impatiently, "How is it? What is the situation with that Lin Hao?" The youthful ancestral god said, "Aside from the fact that his talent is indeed quite good, nothing else can be seen." "Oh right, that golden light king of the human race who has recently risen to fame is Lin Hao." The aged ancestral god frowned and said, "Although it only took a few tens of thousands of years to possess strength comparable to a high-tier universe exalt, it is still not worth the primordial universe while paying so much attention to it." The youthful ancestral god looked at the double-faced ancestral god and said, "Double-faced, what do you think?" The double-faced ancestral god shook his head, "I do not know either. However, since it is the intention of the primordial universe will, we shall just act accordingly." The aged ancestral god muttered softly, "Judging by the intention of the primordial universe will, if not for the fact that the number of ancestral gods is already full, it would wish Lin Hao could directly become an ancestral god." Although the voice of the aged ancestral god was soft, how could the ancestral gods present fail to hear it? 3 ancestral gods, 8 beast gods, 72 divine generals, and 3,000 divine envoys, this is the fixed number of the primordial universe and cannot be changed. The double-faced ancestral god said, "No matter what, we can only act by orders." Although the ancestral gods are high above, they are actually just spokespersons for the primordial universe will and are completely unable to go against the primordial universe will. The black-robed youth asked curiously, "Golden Light King, are you a human?" Lin Hao nodded and said, "I am a human." The black-robed youth laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, that's great. Being able to encounter a human is truly a happy matter." The black-robed youth introduced himself, "My name is Qingfeng, and I am a servant of the Bohemia Island Lord." "Nice to meet you." Lin Hao smiled and said, "I am the Golden Light King, and it is also nice to meet you." Although this Qingfeng was a universe exalt, he was indeed a sole servant of the Bohemia Island Lord. All of this truly made Lin Hao sigh with emotion endlessly. Soul enslavement is truly tyrannical. No matter what the personality was like before soul enslavement, once soul enslaved, one would be utterly loyal and believe from the bottom of one's heart that one's master is everything. When introducing oneself to the outside world, one would also constantly talk about this matter and take pride in it, not thinking there is anything wrong with it in the slightest. Qingfeng brought Lin Hao out of the palace of the Bohemia Island Lord. This palace was located at the central position of Bohemia Island, atop a mountain peak. Standing here, one could overlook the entire Bohemia Island. Qingfeng pointed at the sky above and said, "Look, this is the external manifestation of the primordial universe laws. It is similar to the primal universe of us humans, except that the laws here are more complete." Lin Hao raised his head to look and saw circle after circle of light and shadow enveloping the entire Bohemia Island. Those circles of light and shadow were constantly expanding, and upon expanding to the edge, they would disappear. And at the center of the halo, a new halo would be born. One halo nested within another, just like ripples on the surface of water, constantly spreading towards the surroundings. Birth, annihilation, endless like this. Each circle of light and shadow was composed of countless strands of laws. Time, space, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light, various laws were mixed within them. In addition to these basic laws, there were even numerous fusion laws. However, the fusion laws here only included the 8 basic fusion laws. Deeper fusions of 3 laws or even more laws were not seen. Lin Hao glanced at it a few times and became completely immersed in it. Different from the external manifestation of law secret markings in the primal universe, the law secret markings here were more complete and profound. Those cycling and vanishing halos unexpectedly seemed to interpret all the mysteries within the universe. Lin Hao fell into an epiphany, and the various laws he had comprehended in the past surfaced in his mind one by one. In just a brief moment, Lin Hao comprehended a profound mystery of the time law. His heart stirred, and he turned to concentrate on comprehending the space law. He had long since completely mastered the 3 profound mysteries of the space law. Now, with only the final step of fusing the three profound mysteries into one remaining, he could completely master the space law. By then, he would be considered to have officially stepped into the realm of the Universe Exalt. The halo enveloping Bohemia Island before his eyes expounded the complete space law. If it were an ordinary extreme king level seeing this complete space law, they would only feel that they benefited greatly, but would not know where to start for a while. But Lin Hao was different, his comprehension ability was too high. His current comprehension ability reached a full 5.2 billion. A comprehension ability reaching 100 million meant that one could smoothly break through to the realm of the Universe Lord, and within endless years, there would be a sliver of possibility to break through to the realm of the Universe Strongest. Meanwhile, a comprehension ability reaching 5.2 billion far exceeded the basic comprehension ability required to reach the realm of the Universe Strongest. Let alone the fact that Lin Hao's affinity for the space origin law had now also reached the superior tier. Tens of thousands of years of comprehending the laws left him just a step away from breaking through to the Universe Exalt. Now, upon seeing this complete external manifestation of the space law, Lin Hao experienced a flash of inspiration, and logically fused the three profound mysteries of the space law into one. Completely mastering the space law, Haifeng sensed that Lin Hao's aura had undergone slight changes. Seeing Lin Hao open his eyes, Haifeng asked, "Golden Light King, have you broken through?" Lin Hao smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, I broke through by a stroke of luck." Haifeng smiled and said, "Congratulations." Haifeng suddenly found it a bit strange why no Luo Ocean descended after the Golden Light King broke through, but he didn't ask much. Everyone has secrets, and being overly curious is not wise. Lin Hao's attention shifted to the Eternal Continent clone. Breaking through to the Universe Exalt is different from breaking through to the Undying. When breaking through to the Immortal level, a Luo Ocean would appear above all clones. But when breaking through to the Universe Exalt, a Luo Ocean would only appear above the largest clone. Furthermore, this time the Luo Ocean appeared for an extremely short period, unlike when breaking through to the Undying, where the bodies of all clones would be transformed into undying divine power. Therefore, when breaking through to the Universe Exalt, one must seize the time to absorb the energy of the Luo Ocean. 10,000 light-years away from the virtual universe headquarters continent, there was a continent with a diameter reaching 12 light-years. Thousands of stars floated above the continent, providing illumination for it. Countless birds and beasts lived on the continent, presenting a scene of full vitality and all things striving for development. At the center of the continent stood a huge research institute named the Eternal Research Institute. Suddenly, countless researchers inside the Eternal Research Institute anxiously boarded spaceships and flew toward the sky. Most of the researchers did not know what had happened, they were just suddenly notified to evacuate. Harrison, the person in charge of the Research Institute, knew the reason. "Just a moment ago, Mr. Eternal notified him, I am going to break through. You all better stay further away." Just as the spaceships of these researchers reached the speed of light and disappeared into the primordial universe, the Luo Ocean descended. A colorful vortex, so vast that it was boundless, appeared above the eternal continent. The colorful vortex spread across a range close to 1 light-year. Such a range was already indescribably massive, but compared to the eternal continent clone with a diameter of 12 light-years below, it still appeared slender and small. Within the colorful vortex, the aura of the 5 laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth fit together perfectly. At the core of the vortex was a patch of nothingness, emitting the aura of the endless space origin law. Clatter. As if the heavens were tilting, endless space divine power poured down from the core of the colorful vortex, landing on the eternal continent. The divine power of the eternal continent clone began to transform into a higher tier divine power. Chapter 143, Below the Mountain Peak. The commotion here caught the attention of powerful figures at the Virtual Universe Company headquarters 10,000 light-years away. Primordial Chaos City Lord and Ice Peak Lord teleported over almost simultaneously. Primordial Chaos City Lord smiled and said, "Congratulations, junior brother. Your little disciple has broken through to become a Universe Exalt." Ice Peak Lord also wore a smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, congratulations to you too. Our human race has gained yet another Universe Exalt. Primordial Chaos City Lord corrected him. No, given Lin Hao's secret technique, even having just broken through, he is at least a Universe Overlord. If he fights near his Eternal Continent clone, it would be no exaggeration to call him a peak Universe Overlord. Ice Peak Lord said modestly, ha ha ha, although his Eternal Continent clone is massive, it also has its limitations. Transforming such a huge body entirely into Universe Exalt divine power would take who knows how many tens of thousands of epochs. Primordial Chaos City Lord smiled and said, even if it's only converted by 1%, it is still an unimaginably massive amount of divine power. At this moment, Lin Hao's entire mind and soul were focused on operating the first secret technique of the Eternal Continent clone, energy absorption. The time for the Origin Law Ocean to descend was extremely short, so he had to seize the time to absorb and convert the divine power. Within the channel, which was nearly 1 light-year in diameter, divine power surged forth endlessly, falling entirely onto the Eternal Continent. The moment the divine power landed on the Eternal Continent, it was absorbed and subsequently converted into Lin Hao's divine power. The descent of the Universe Origin was very brief. Among the 3 levels of stepping into Undying, stepping into Universe Exalt, and stepping into Universe Lord, only stepping into Undying allowed one to absorb to their hearts content and perfectly convert the divine body. As for breakthroughs in the latter 2 realms, the time available to absorb divine power was very short, and how much could be absorbed depended entirely on one's ability. A moment later, everything had dissipated. Lin Hao perceived the conversion of his own divine power. The size of the Eternal Continent clone is simply too massive. Even with full effort absorption using energy absorption, only 2% of the divine power has been converted, and the remaining 98% is still immortal level divine power. However, even 2% of this divine power was more than 1,000,000,000,000 times greater than the divine power of his human true self's entire body. Moreover, the size of his human true self was already more than 1,000,000,000,000 times larger than that of ordinary human powerhouses. Although in terms of proportion, only 2% of Lin Hao's Eternal Continent clone's divine power had been converted, he was already very satisfied. This portion of divine power was 100 times stronger than Undying divine power. The Undying divine power of an ordinary peak champion was 100,000 times the power of a peak stage 9 world lord, while that of an elementary Universe Exalt was 10 million times. The gene multiplier of Lin Hao's Eternal Continent clone was 4,000 times, so even as a newcomer to the Universe Exalt level, his divine power reached 40 billion times the power of a world lord. Such divine power intensity was even stronger than the 10 billion times of ordinary Universe Overlords. Afterward, Lin Hao only needed to convert his divine power according to the gold space fusion law, and he could easily reach 40 trillion times the power of a peak stage 9 world lord. Such divine power strength was even stronger than that of first or second tier universe lords. Even with the 100-fold gene level of his human true self, it was enough to rival the divine power strength of a first-tier universe lord. Lin Hao's heart stirred, and his consciousness entered his divine kingdom. As the Universe Exalt divine power of the Eternal Continent clone surged into the divine kingdom, the divine kingdom underwent dramatic changes once again, and its volume began to expand. Outside the divine kingdom, countless tiny spatial fragments merged into it. This change lasted for 3 days before it ended. At this point, the divine kingdom's volume reached a stable stage, and what followed was slow expansion. His heart stirred as he found he had received a message from his teacher, Ice Peak Lord, come to Thunder Island for a trip. His consciousness arrived at the mountain peak of Thunder Island in the virtual universe. Teacher, Lin Hao saluted and said. Ice Peak Lord nodded and said, calling you here this time is nothing else, just to tell you that you can build your palace on Thunder Island. Although you have just broken through to become a Universe Exalt, you are also qualified to build a palace below the mountain peak of Thunder Island. Thunder Island was the residence in the virtual universe for powerhouses that are above the immortal level within the Virtual Universe Corporation. Those at the immortal level all lived at the foot of the mountain. Universe Exalts lived on the mountainside. Universe Lords lived at the mountain peak. Among them, the closer each area was to the upper levels, the higher the status it represented. The so-called below the mountain peak was the top region of the mountainside. Peak universe overlords lived here. There were a total of 3 peak universe overlords on the human race side, namely Lord of Tianxi, Ancestor Tree Exalt, and Star Prison Demon Lord. Only these 3 individuals were qualified to live below the mountain peak. Among these 3, only Lord of Tianxi was a member belonging to the Virtual Universe Corporation, so the so-called below the mountain peak had only this single palace. Lin Hao nodded and said, "All right, teacher." Ice Peak Lord couldn't help asking, "Lin Hao, how far are you from becoming a Universe Lord?" He was well aware of Lin Hao's talent in the Gold Space Fusion Law and also knew some of his comprehension progress. But because he himself did not understand the Gold Space Fusion Law, he was unable to judge how far he was from fully mastering the Gold Space Fusion Law. Lin Hao thought about it and said, "Before today, I was just a kick away from completely mastering the Gold Space Fusion Law. After mastering the complete space law today, I am still just a kick away from completely mastering the Gold Space Fusion Law. Perhaps I will break through in the next second, or perhaps I will have to wait another 10,000 years, Lin Hao finally concluded. Ice Peak Lord asked, "Have you already comprehended the Beast God Heart?" Lin Hao nodded and said, "I fortunately have some comprehension." Ice Peak Lord smacked his lips, "How about you don't build a palace below the mountain peak for now? I feel that it won't be long before you can have a foothold at the mountain peak." Lin Hao smiled and said, "Whatever works for me." He truly didn't care about these things. The so-called question of where to build a palace was actually just a matter of face. Lin Hao didn't even care about clearing the heavenly bridge. What was face compared to that? Ice Peak Lord waved his hand, forget it, forget it. You might as well build your palace directly, and it will also happen to announce your existence to the outside world. With your current strength, ordinary universe lords can do nothing to you." Lin Hao nodded and said, "All right, I understand." His heart stirred, and he arrived below the mountain peak. This area was very spacious, with only a single palace standing here. Lin Hao took a glance and discovered it was the palace of Lord of Tianxi. Without hesitation, he directly chose a spot near the palace of Lord of Tianxi to build his own palace. Setting up buildings in the virtual universe was very simple, with just a thought, one could materialize what was in their mind. Lin Hao didn't have any thoughts of being unconventional and directly modeled a palace similar to Ice Peak Lord's. Soon, the palace was completed. Lin Hao turned back to look and found that Lord of Tianxi was standing right behind him. Lin Hao cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Lord of Tianxi." Come to think of it, Lin Hao used to be a subordinate of Lord of Tianxi. He hadn't expected to reach the same height so quickly. Lord of Tianxi smiled and nodded. "Lin Hao, congratulations on advancing to a Universe Exalt. From now on, we are neighbors." Lin Hao smiled and said, "Thank you. How about going inside to sit for a while?" Lord of Tianxi readily agreed. "All right." Chapter 144 Human Body Transforms Divine Power. Elder God Cult, Bohemia Island Mountain Peak. After Lin Hao finished building the palace in the virtual universe, he split off a portion of his consciousness to return to reality. Haifeng was still guarding nearby without the slightest trace of impatience. Lin Hao thanked him, saying, "Brother Haifeng, many thanks." Haifeng laughed and said, "It is fine. I have nothing to do anyway. The Island Lord previously instructed me to take good care of you, so this is all what I should do." Haifeng said, "I will take you to build a residence. After it is built, you can completely perform God Kingdom teleportation inside, go back to transform the divine power, and come back. Although Elder God Cult is safe, it is not without conflicts. Once your strength improves, you can avoid a lot of trouble." With Haifeng's discernment, he could naturally see that Lin Hao had other clones, which was why he made this suggestion. Lin Hao asked, "Executing God Kingdom teleportation at such a close distance, will the location of the God Kingdom be exposed?" Haifeng laughed and said, "Rest assured, this is the Elder God Cult, the core of the primordial universe. Unless you bring the enemy into your God Kingdom, otherwise if it is just God Kingdom teleportation, no one will discover the location of your God Kingdom at all." Hearing this, Lin Hao finally set his mind at ease. To be honest, although he had already advanced to a universe exalt, the divine power on Lin Hao's human body was still undying divine power, which made him feel very insecure. Haifeng pointed down the mountain and said, "All the buildings here are residences built by inheritors. You can choose a place to build your own residence, but you can only build it within a range of 1 kilometer in length and width." Lin Hao looked down the mountain and saw that the entire Bahinia Island was densely packed with buildings. Haifeng continued to introduce, "Currently, there are over 100 million inheritors on Bahinia Island, and throughout the history of Bahinia Island, the cumulative number of inheritors has reached tens of billions, except that more inheritors have fallen." Lin Hao quickly chose a location surrounded by mountains and rivers. Anyway, it was just building a residence, so Lin Hao directly copied the palace he had just built in the virtual universe once again. Building a palace in reality was slightly more complicated than in the virtual universe, but for powerhouses above the World Lord rank, it actually was not much more complicated. He just needed to directly materialize it using the power of the world. In just a moment, a palace rose from the ground. After finishing the construction of the palace, Haifeng brought Lin Hao back to the mountain peak. He pointed at the 3 water screens outside the Bahinia Island Lord's palace and said, "These are the teleportation channels leading to the Legacy Land, the Treasure Trove Land, and the Secret Realm Land. The Island Lord should have opened the relevant permissions for you, and you can enter at any time. The water screen on the left is the channel leading to the Legacy Land, the water screen in the middle leads to the Treasure Trove Land, the water screen on the right leads to the Secret Realm Land. The Legacy Land is where you accept the Beast God legacy and test your perception of the law. The Treasure Trove Land is the hiding place of treasures left behind by past Beast Gods, Protector Beast Gods, and super powerhouses who cultivated the Beast God path of our Elder God cult. There are massive amounts of treasures there. Many powerhouses left behind various obstacles, restrictions, and requirements. Only by meeting the requirements of the senior powerhouses can one take out the corresponding treasures." Lin Hao nodded slightly. The Treasure Trove Land could be visited often. After all, he seemed to be favored by the primordial universe will, so maybe he could trigger some treasures. Haifeng continued to introduce, "The Secret Realm Land. If you want to explore the Ancestral God Secret Realm, you can follow that channel to enter the depths of the Ancestral God Secret Realm. The Ancestral God Secret Realm is the most mysterious secret realm in the universe. The most special lives live here, and there are also many various mysterious treasures in the universe. Whether it is natural various materials or some supreme treasures and treasures nurtured by the universe, they are all hidden within. At the same time, the Ancestral God Secret Realm is also the most dangerous secret realm. Although you can teleport directly to the hinterland and do not need to brave the outer dangers, the more treasured a place is, the more dangerous it is. Universe exalts may fall, and even universe lords may be trapped, so if you decide to go to the Secret Realm Land for adventure, you must be prepared to fall." Lin Hao nodded with a solemn expression. When he went there, he would leave all his supreme treasures behind, and if he encountered dangers too difficult to resist, he would simply self-destruct. Haifeng said, "You can enter the Legacy Land now, or you can also teleport back via your God Kingdom to transform your divine power before entering. Both are fine." To be on the safe side, Lin Hao immediately returned to his residence. This time, Haifeng did not follow, but agreed to wait for him outside the Bahinia Island Lord's palace. Although Haifeng said that opening God Kingdom teleportation in his own residence had no risks, Lin Hao still decided to be more cautious and had one of Evelyn's slaves open the God Kingdom teleportation. After transiting through the God Kingdom, he arrived at a place within the territory of the human race. Taking this as a starting point, Lin Hao initiated God Kingdom teleportation and finally returned to his Eternal Continent clone. Lin Hao stood on the Eternal Continent, displaying his true physique. He saw Lin Hao's physique rapidly expand, eventually becoming a giant 50 kilometers tall. Ever since the Eternal Continent clone's physique reached the limit of 12 light years, Lin Hao began applying the annual, infinite growth, secret technique to his human body. After so many years, his human body's physique had reached a height of 50 kilometers. Although it was far inferior to the 12 light years of the eternal continent, compared to the vast majority of living beings in the universe, it was already a behemoth. This was also the reason why Lin Hao was never afraid of burning divine power in battle. With such a massive physique, how much could burning divine power consume? After a moment, the divine power on Lin Hao's human body had completely transformed into Universe Exalt divine power. Its strength was 100 times stronger than before. Lin Hao thought to himself, truly powerful. From now on, the first secret technique of the Eternal Continent clone must be operated continuously. The ability of the innate secret technique, energy absorption, was roughly equivalent to an ordinary origin-type supreme treasure. Once operated, it could connect to the primordial universe origin land at every moment to absorb energy and transform it into divine power. Its speed of absorbing energy naturally could not compare to when the origin law descended. But compared to normal energy absorption, it was already 10,000 or 100 million times greater. It was precisely because he had such an innate secret technique that Lin Hao had the confidence to transform all the divine power of the Eternal Continent clone into Universe Exalt divine power within tens of thousands of years. Of course, what was referred to here was only the divine power of an elementary Universe Exalt. If it were transformed into a higher level Universe Exalt divine power, the time would probably be even longer. In case Lin Hao advanced to the Universe Lord level, it would be even more troublesome. It would probably take hundreds of millions of years or even longer to transform into divine power at the Universe Lord level. After sensing the changes in his strength, Lin Hao returned to Bohemia Island of the Elder God cult through the Soul Slaves God Kingdom. He once again arrived outside the Island Lord's palace on the mountain peak of Bohemia Island. Haifeng was still waiting here. Seeing Lin Hao, Haifeng secretly sensed the changes in his aura and found that his divine power aura was already at the level of an advanced Universe Exalt. He immediately understood. I'm afraid Lin Hao's life gene multiplier was at the 100-fold gene level. Chapter 145, Becoming a Universe Lord. Haifeng pointed at the water curtain on the left and said, Exalt Jingguang, you can head to the legacy grounds first. This is also the first choice for the vast majority of inheritors. Because Lin Hao had become a Universe Exalt, Haifeng changed how he addressed him. Although Lin Hao did not particularly like the title Jingguang, he did not need to rush to change it. It wouldn't be too late to discuss it later. What you need to pay attention to is that there are a total of 7 stages of legacy in the legacy grounds. Each stage of legacy can only be received for free once. After that, if you want to receive a legacy again, you need to continuously challenge others in the glory world and finally gather 100 glory points before you can exchange them for a legacy opportunity. Haifeng said, 100 glory points are very difficult to gather. It would already be considered pretty good to gather enough for a legacy opportunity in hundreds of millions of years. Lin Hao nodded. He knew this. Newcomers entering the glory world automatically obtain 3 glory points. Winning a battle awarded 1 glory point from the opponent, while losing deducted 1 glory point. Battles could also have increased stakes. If all glory points were lost, a new 1 glory point would be generated after 1 epoch. If they were lost again, one could wait another epoch for 1 glory point to be generated once more. This was the case for the first 3 times all points were lost. Starting from the 4th time, one had to wait 10,000 epochs before 1 glory point could be generated again. Losing them 3 more times meant that starting from the 7th time, one needed 100 million epochs before 1 glory point could be generated again. And so on. From this, one could see how precious glory points were. Ordinary enemies, knowing you were strong, simply wouldn't accept challenges, and you would have no way to obtain glory points. Only by being like Luo Feng, who accepted a large number of challenges at once due to his great fame, could one obtain a massive amount of glory points. Lin Hao thought to himself, should I reveal my true identity when the time comes? Based solely on the achievement of becoming a Universe Exalt in less than 50,000 years, there would definitely be no shortage of people interested in challenging him. Haifeng said, all right, Exalt Jingguang, you may go in. Because of my status, I cannot accompany you inside. Lin Hao nodded and said, many thanks, Brother Haifeng, for informing me of these matters. Haifeng smiled and said, "You are too polite. We are all humans, this is only right." Lin Hao nodded with a smile on his face, but inwardly he sighed, "Brother Haifeng, what a pity." Ellipsis. Lin Hao stepped toward the water curtain leading to the legacy grounds. As soon as his body touched the water curtain, he vanished. After a bout of dizziness, he appeared within a void realm. Before he even had time to clearly see his surrounding environment, Lin Hao felt an extremely strong oppressive force wash over him. In addition to the pressure on his body, there was also coercion upon his soul. However, although this pressure was strong, it was nothing to Lin Hao. Not to mention that he was already a universe exalt now, even back when he was at the immortal level, he could have easily endured it. Lin Hao looked around. At this moment, he was in a void realm, surrounded by thick black fog. And right in front of Lin Hao was a figure lying prone on a huge rock. This is a golden horned beast. Lin Hao was surprised to find that the creature before him was actually a golden horned beast, and at the universe exalt realm. This golden horned beast opened its eyes and looked at Lin Hao. "Human, I am Exalt Jinwang. This place is the legacy grounds of the Elder God cult. You may head into the black fog in any direction yourself, and you will then receive a legacy that matches your beast god. Inheritance token." After saying this, Exalt Jinwang closed its eyes. Lin Hao thought to himself, this Exalt Jinwang is probably a guide arranged by the Elder God cult. It really is quite perfunctory. Lin Hao casually chose a direction and flew toward the black fog. The black fog was incomparably mysterious, no detection methods could penetrate it. As Lin Hao penetrated deeper, an incredible force acted upon his entire body. Lin Hao frowned, discovering that he had lost control of his body. His body uncontrollably stood in the void realm while simultaneously extending the fingers of his right hand. Lin Hao's consciousness remained clear, but he was like an outsider, able only to watch helplessly as his own body acted. A strand of Universe Exalt divine power emerged from Lin Hao's fingertips, rapidly condensing into a law secret pattern. Afterwards, streams of law secret patterns surged out from Lin Hao's fingertips. Starting from the very basics of the gold space fusion law, Lin Hao's body actually began demonstrating it uncontrollably just like that. Improving step by step from the foundation, it fully interpreted all insights. More and more gold space law secret patterns emerged, and all around, strands of law secret patterns intertwined to form a perfect secret pattern graph. This process lasted for a long time before Lin Hao stopped moving. That mysterious force receded from Lin Hao's body, and control of his body returned once again to Lin Hao's hands. Lin Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although I anticipated it, when this moment truly arrived, it still felt somewhat terrifying. The feeling of one's body being out of one's control was simply too terrible. This was still because Lin Hao's willpower had reached the level of a universe lord, keeping his willpower constantly clear. If his willpower were a bit weaker, he probably wouldn't even be able to maintain a clear will and could only let himself be manipulated by that mysterious force at will. This force was the power of the legacy grounds, and could also be said to be a part of the primordial universe's will. After a moment, this force appeared once again. A grand voice rang out, the seventh stage. The gold space fusion law, which was also the beast god Tao, was divided into 7 stages within the legacy grounds of the Elder God cult. Lin Hao's gold space fusion law was close to perfection, naturally reaching the level of the 7th stage. That grand voice echoed within Lin Hao's sea of consciousness, lingering for a long time. This force was going to drag Lin Hao into an illusion. Lin Hao understood this, so he relaxed his resistance on the willpower front. The next instant, Lin Hao fell into a wondrous illusion. Within the illusion, all the profound mysteries of the gold space beast god Tao were continuously displayed to Lin Hao in the most meticulous manner. It was simply too detailed. It was as though a gold space beast god was personally displaying the gold space beast god Tao right in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao saw a giant beast with a single horn on its head and covered in golden scales running, leaping, fighting, and roaring. Every move perfectly displayed the gold space beast god Tao. It was countless times more detailed than the dozen or so beast god statues Lin Hao had obtained from the Shuiluo continent. This was the truly complete beast god Tao. Looking at the beast god in the illusion, Lin Hao gradually became mesmerized. Shuiluo power involuntarily began to circulate, and Lin Hao transformed into the beast god form. He felt that he was the incarnation of that gold beast god. No, I am the gold beast god. Lin Hao's heart stirred. At the same time, Lin Hao in his beast god form let out a long roar toward the skies. Roar. The gold space fusion law, perfectly fused. From this moment on, Lin Hao was the gold space fusion law itself. Universe Lord, he had become one. Ellipsis. At the core of humanity's territory, 10,000 light-years outside the Virtual Universe Company headquarters, the personnel of the Eternal Research Institute had just settled down, but soon they received a notification again. Hurry and leave this place. Why are we leaving again? What happened? My work isn't even finished yet. Are we going on vacation again? The crowd was puzzled, but still quickly boarded the spaceship. The spaceship started up, rapidly reaching the speed of light to enter the dark universe. Outside the Eternal Continent, the Primordial Chaos City Lord and Ice Peak Lord teleported over once again. Counting it all up, it had been less than 5 days since they last came here. The Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Ice Peak Lord. Junior brother, are you sure Lin Hao hasn't made a mistake? Ice Peak Lord also felt it was incredible, there shouldn't be a mistake. Although I also find it hard to believe, Lin Hao was indeed just one step away from the Universe Lord realm beforehand. After receiving the legacy in the Elder God cult, breaking through to become a Universe Lord is, although unexpected, also within reason. Chapter 146 Invitation to serve as an Elder God cult Protector God Lord. Primordial Chaos City Lord knew that Lin Hao possessed heaven-defying talent, but he never expected it to be so exaggerated. How long has it been since he just became a Universe Exalt? In less than 5 days, he is about to become a Universe Lord already. Primordial Chaos City Lord was doubting at this moment whether he had fallen into some kind of illusion. Just as the two were talking, suddenly, a huge whirlpool gleaming with golden light appeared above the Eternal Continent. This time, the whirlpool was still 100 million light-years in diameter. However, the divine power contained within it was no longer pure space origin law divine power, but rather the divine power of the gold space fusion law. The divine power, a perfect fusion of the gold origin law and the space origin law, surged out from the whirlpool and fell onto the Eternal Continent. The Eternal Continent clone, which had not long ago become a Universe Exalt, once again operated the energy absorption secret technique, frantically absorbing the divine power within the Law Ocean. The descent of the Law Ocean this time was also very short, and soon, the Law Ocean gleaming with golden light vanished. Lin Hao sighed inwardly. The Eternal Continent still converted 2% of the divine power at the Universe Lord level. Primordial Chaos City Lord and Ice Peak Lord, having watched the descent of the Origin Law, no longer had any doubts. Primordial Chaos City Lord said with an excited expression, "Quick, convene the Great Axe meeting and tell everyone this good news." Ice Peak Lord nodded repeatedly, "Right. Ha 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 ha, now just like darkness, I both have disciples at the Universe Lord realm." Hearing this, Primordial Chaos City Lord could not help but smile wryly. He did not feel any jealousy towards this, regardless of whose disciple it was, they were all strong members of the human race. Ultimately, the entire human race would benefit. This was the sole pursuit of Primordial Chaos City Lord's life. After the descent of the Law Ocean on the side of the Eternal Continent clone concluded, Lin Hao withdrew his main consciousness back to his human main body. At this moment, he still maintained his beast god form. In the black fog before Lin Hao, a great will descended. This was the original universe will. "My child, bestow upon you." A moment later, the original universe will left. Lin Hao's expression was very colorful. Just now, the original universe will had bestowed upon him a right. The right to accept the legacy of the beast god Tao at will. Unlimited times and unlimited types of the beast god Tao. In other words, whether it was the water space fusion law or other basic fusion laws, he could come here to accept the legacy. Lin Hao carefully recalled, "I shouldn't be the illegitimate son of the original universe will, right? Why would it open such a huge back door for me? Could it simply be because of his beast god form? Because the beast god form possessed the aura of a natural-born beast god, the original universe will considered him to be its child. Lin Hao inwardly lampooned, does the original universe will have bad eyesight? Lin Hao looked at the surrounding black fog. He was now able to influence the black fog to a certain extent. He could choose which beast god Dao legacy to accept. He had completely mastered the gold space beast god Dao, but other beast god Daos were still far behind. Lin Hao was not in the mood to accept the legacy right now. Anyway, there would be plenty of time in the future. He removed the beast god form and flew out of the black fog. That golden-horned beast, Exalt Jinwang, was still lying on the rock with its eyes closed. Lin Hao didn't greet it either, flying straight toward the space channel in the Void Realm. Lin Hao returned to the peak of Bahinia Island. To his surprise, the youthful ancestral god was actually waiting for him here. In addition, the Bahinia Island Lord was also here, while Haifeng was standing far away. The youthful ancestral god looked at Lin Hao and said, I didn't expect you to achieve the status of Universe Lord so quickly. Come with me. After speaking, the youthful ancestral god brought Lin Hao and teleported to the ancestral god palace. As the core of the Elder God cult, the ancestral god palace was the place closest to the original universe will. The ancestral god palace was extremely massive, with countless pillars supporting the dome, and every pillar was engraved with patterns of various races in the primordial universe. Naturally, this included the patterns of the human race. After the youthful ancestral god brought Lin Hao here, he walked toward the platform of the ancestral god palace. Lin Hao looked toward the platform. Two figures were currently sitting there. One was a humanoid creature with 2 faces and 6 arms. This was the two-faced ancestor god, occupying the central position. The other had an aged beast head, white hair and beard, and emerald pupils. This was the aged ancestor god, occupying the left position. The youthful ancestral god sat on the right side of the two-faced ancestor god. The two-faced ancestor god looked at Lin Hao and asked, Lin Hao, are you willing to serve in the position of protector god lord of our elder god cult? This is also the intention of the original universe will. Lin Hao thought about it. Anyway, he would have to go to the inheritance land in the future to accept the legacy of other fusion laws, so serving as a protector god lord wouldn't hurt. The protector god lord was generally served by powerhouses among the outer members of the elder god cult whose strength reached the universe lord realm. The Juyu God Lord, Bahinia Island Lord, and others were all Protector God Lords, and Protector God Lords could also be called Protector Beast Gods. Lin Hao nodded and agreed, I am willing to serve as the Protector God Lord. The two-faced ancestor god said, good. 1 year from now, our elder god cult will hold a coronation ceremony for you. Lin Hao, thank you, two-faced ancestor god. The two-faced ancestor god said, our elder god cult does not have high requirements for outer members, nor do we have disputes regarding territory. You only need to contribute when the elder god cult needs you. Everything we do conforms to the will of the original universe will, and the elder god cult will never be enemies with the human race. You can rest assured on this point. Lin Hao nodded and said, I understand. The important matters were finished being spoken of. The aged ancestor god asked impatiently, Lin Hao, do you know why you attracted the attention of the original universe will? Lin Hao shook his head, I do not know either. The aged ancestor god sighed, sigh, forget it. The youthful ancestral god said, Lin Hao, you can choose a place in the elder god cult as your territory, but this matter is not urgent. Since you have newly advanced to the universe lord realm, I am afraid there are still many matters to handle over at the human race. You can handle the matters there first, and just remember to attend the coronation ceremony 1 year later. These words from the youthful ancestral god were very considerate, and Lin Hao immediately said, thank you, ancestral god. Seeing that the 3 ancestral gods had nothing more, Lin Hao left. After Lin Hao left, the 3 ancestral gods were filled with a mix of emotions. How old is Lin Hao, yet he is already a universe lord. What a terrifying talent. Would the original universe will pay more attention to Lin Hao because his talent is too strong? Although such talent is rare, it is definitely not unique. At the very least, that Yuan from the human race should have even stronger talent than Lin Hao. Speaking of Yuan, all three ancestral gods fell silent. In the era when Yuan was active, even the elder god cult had to give way. It was just that later on, that lunatic Yuan wanted to provoke the original universe will, and was ultimately suppressed. The youthful ancestral god smiled and said, "In my view, Lin Hao's talent will probably soon break through to the universe's strongest realm. By then, our elder god cult will also be considered to have a universe strongest." Within the range of the primordial universe, the three ancestral gods could display strength close to a true god, but in reality, their true realms were merely at the universe lord level. It was because of the bestowal of the primordial universe that they could display true god strength. When this era of the primordial universe ends, if they still fail to break through to become true gods, then they will have to seek refuge with a true god and entrust themselves to the true god's miniature universe, otherwise they will also fall. If Lin Hao breaks through to become a universe strongest, who knows, they might even have to seek refuge with Lin Hao by then. Chapter 147 Great Axe Meeting. Lin Hao returned to his residence on Bohemia Island. Along the way, countless inheritors looked at him with awe-filled gazes. Many inheritors had witnessed the scene earlier where the youthful ancestral god and Bohemia Island lord waited for Lin Hao outside the inheritance land. And the youthful ancestral god's words pointing out that Lin Hao had become a universe lord were also heard by quite a few people. No one dared to underestimate Lin Hao, nor did anyone dare to provoke him. The so-called face-slapping tropes did not exist at all. Even inheritors from hostile alliances such as the monster race and insect race were no exception. Seeing Lin Hao approach, they all hurriedly stepped aside. Originally, inheritors from the human race and even the great alliance within the elder god cult still wanted to befriend Lin Hao. But now they dared not, for Lin Hao's status was different after all. After Lin Hao passed by, countless inheritors finally dared to communicate and converse via voice transmissions. Is this the Golden Light King of the human race? He is no longer the Golden Light King, he should be called the Golden Light Lord now. It's truly incredible. Just a moment ago he was merely a king-level immortal, and in the blink of an eye he has become a universe lord. Such a breakthrough speed is simply unheard of. I wonder where this Golden Light King popped out from. Before he appeared on the outside territory battlefield, there wasn't a shred of information about him, as if he appeared out of thin air. Some speculate that this Golden Light King is a super genius of the human race who had been dormant at the World Lord rank for millions of years. Only after comprehending both the space and time laws to near perfection did he enter the outside territory battlefield to temper himself. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain how he reached the realm of a universe lord in such a short amount of time. It's also possible that he focused on a certain fusion law, which allowed him to break through to a universe exalt and universe lord in succession at such a fast speed. Regardless, he is already a true universe lord, different from us. Although immortal-level entities and universe exalts held high status within a race, they were ultimately not decision-makers. Universe lords were different, because they could already control time and space to resurrect others, their status was transcendent. Even among the six peak races, universe lords were the most core upper echelons. In slightly weaker powerful races, universe lords were even more like pillar-like existences, with the rise and fall of an entire race resting completely on them. As for those ordinary races, their strongest members were merely universe exalts. Hundreds of millions of ordinary races dreamed of their own race giving birth to a universe lord. Only by becoming a powerful race could they be considered to have a foothold in the primordial universe. Ordinary races could only attach themselves beneath other powerful races or peak races, living at their mercy. Because the Yan god race had Emperor Yan as a universe lord, they were able to live quite comfortably even after breaking away from the human race. Lin Hao returned to his residence and directly had his soul slave open a divine kingdom teleportation. Having just switched to a set of universe exalt divine power, he now had to go back and switch to universe lord divine power. Although it was a bit troublesome, Lin Hao only felt joyful right now. His consciousness entered the virtual universe. Xiao Bai reminded, "Master, congratulations on breaking through to the realm of the universe lord." Lin Hao chuckled, "Thank you. Now you are more and more like a real life form." Xiao Bai said sheepishly, "It's all thanks to Master." Master, you just received a message from the Ice Peak Lord, please check it. Lin Hao nodded and looked at the contents of the message. Lin Hao, come to the peak of Thunder Island immediately. With a thought, Lin Hao teleported into the Ice Peak Lord's palace on Thunder Island. Upon seeing Lin Hao, the Ice Peak Lord burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Good lad. Quietly and silently, you've stood at the same height as your master. Lin Hao said modestly, it is entirely thanks to teacher's proper guidance. The Ice Peak Lord smiled and said, I love hearing those words. All right, today I called you here not only to congratulate you, but also to take you to meet the existences that are above the Universe Lord level in our human race. Wait here for a moment, and I will take you into the Great Axe meeting shortly. Lin Hao nodded, all right, teacher. The highest level meetings of the human race were divided into two types. One was a large-scale meeting, which anyone at or above the Universe Exalt level could attend. Such large-scale meetings were generally only held at important moments. What was discussed were major matters concerning the entire human race, but such large-scale meetings generally did not involve discussions, they only announced the decisions of the upper echelons. Moreover, because of the large number of attendees, overly confidential matters were generally not announced. The other type was a small-scale meeting, held in front of the Great Axe Temple, also known as the Great Axe Meeting. As the saying goes, hold small meetings for major matters and large meetings for minor matters. The Great Axe Meeting was truly the highest level meeting of the human race. All Universe Lords of the human race would attend, including the Darkness Lord, who was hiding his identity. Outside the Great Axe Temple, numerous human Universe Lords gathered here, looking one after another towards the primordial Chaos City Lord. Chaos, what happened that you suddenly summoned us over? That's right, what on earth is going on? I asked you just now, but you ended up looking all mysterious and kept us hanging. The primordial Chaos City Lord rarely smiled as he said, everyone, don't rush. It's a great event, and we'll talk about it once everyone has arrived. All the Universe Lords were greatly startled. I didn't expect you, Chaos, to be able to smile. It's truly a rare sight. After a short while, everyone had arrived. The Great Axe founder asked in puzzlement, Chaos, what in the world is it? You can tell us now, right? The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at the Ice Peak Lord beside him and said, Junior brother, you explain it. The Ice Peak Lord nodded, stood up, and said, everyone, the situation is like this. My little disciple Lin Hao broke through to become a Universe Lord today. For a moment, the crowd did not react. What? Qingfeng, you aren't mistaken, are you? Are you sure he broke through to a Universe Lord and not a Universe Exalt? I definitely heard it was a Universe Lord. Isn't this too fast? The last time Great Axe saw Lin Hao, he was only at the World Lord rank, right? How could he break through so quickly? Beside the conference table, a man in white robes quietly appeared, and no one present noticed. The man in white robes thought to himself, breaking through to a Universe Lord so quickly. He is truly a heaven-defying genius. The Great Axe founder said, I remember that Lin Hao. His talent is extremely high and his potential is boundless. Although his cultivation speed is somewhat unbelievable, it's also within reason. After all, he was even able to gain insights into the gold-water space fusion law. With such high comprehension ability, it's not strange for him to break through to a Universe Lord. The Great Axe founder looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord and said, Chaos, since Lin Hao is already a Universe Lord, bring him over so everyone can get to know him. The other Universe Lords also chimed in, that's right. We've only heard Qingfeng talk about Lin Hao before, but we haven't met him yet. Qingfeng, the last time Darkness's disciple broke through to a Universe Lord, he treated us to plenty of good wine. This time Lin Hao has broken through, you can't be stingy. The Ice Peak Lord was in high spirits, no problem. Good wine will be in full supply. After saying that, the Ice Peak Lord returned to Thunder Island. He looked at Lin Hao and said, let's go, everyone is waiting for you. Lin Hao nodded, all right, teacher. The two teleported outside the Great Axe Temple. Lin Hao looked forward and saw the Great Axe founder sitting in the primary seat, looking at him with a smile. Following behind were the primordial Chaos City Lord and many other universe lords. Excluding Lin Hao, the human race possessed a total of 1 universe strongest and 18 universe lords. At this moment, all of them had arrived. Chapter 148, Title, Lord Haoshan. Great Axe Founder invited, Lin Hao, please take a seat. Lin Hao nodded, walked to the end of the conference table, and sat down. Beside him was Lord Yuho. Great Axe Founder said with emotion, 20,000 years ago, when I saw you in a secret realm of the Linyuan Universe country, you were only at the World Lord rank. I didn't expect that in a mere 20,000 years, you would become a Universe Lord. Congratulations. Lin Hao bowed slightly and said, thank you, Great Axe Founder. Great Axe Founder said, come to think of it, I should thank you instead. If not for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to figure out the path after the universe strongest at all. Lin Hao said, being able to help you, Great Axe, is my honor. Afterwards, Primordial Chaos City Lord introduced each of the present universe lords to Lin Hao one by one. Lin Hao greeted them one by one. Towards a hidden powerhouse like Darkness Lord, Lin Hao also appropriately showed a sense of surprise. After everyone got acquainted with each other, Great Axe Founder asked, Lin Hao, now that you have become a Universe Lord, have you thought of your title? The other Universe Lords also looked towards Lin Hao one after another. Ice Peak Lord said, Lin Hao, your previous title of Golden Light King was just what outsiders called you. You can choose a new title. If you haven't thought of one immediately, there's no need to rush. Lin Hao first glanced at Ice Peak Lord and said, Teacher, I have thought of it. Then he looked at the high-level members and said, my title is Lord Haoshan. The two words, Haoshan, refer to the supreme god in some civilizations within the universe. Everyone present were existences who had lived for endless years, so they naturally understood the meaning behind it. However, everyone had no objection to this, it was just a title. As long as the title didn't violate any taboos, it would be fine. Although Lord Haoshan was a bit flamboyant, it didn't pose any problems. Great Axe Founder raised the wine glass on the conference table and said, Cheers to Lord Haoshan. Everyone raised their glasses one after another, Cheers to Lord Haoshan. Lin Hao likewise raised his glass and said, Thank you, seniors. Great Axe Founder smiled at Primordial Chaos City Lord and said, Chaos, with Lord Haoshan's recent promotion, should our human race celebrate? The so-called celebration was naturally not just a simple grand banquet. Instead, it was like when Lord Yuho was promoted to Universe Lord back then, carving out a new territory. Primordial Chaos City Lord pondered for a moment, looked at Lin Hao, and said, Lord Haoshan, what do you think? Lin Hao said, I will defer to the arrangements of all seniors. The other Universe Lords expressed their opinions one after another. What else is there to say? Just go for it. Right. Our human race has gained another Universe Lord. Reason and sentiment dictate that we should celebrate, and no one can say otherwise. Correct. Doing this can also be considered as appropriately displaying our strength, making the other three races wary. Ice Peak Lord suddenly said, Everyone, I think this matter is not urgent. Everyone was stunned. As Lin Hao's teacher, Ice Peak Lord should have been the least likely to oppose celebrating Lin Hao's promotion to Universe Lord. When he said this, everyone was very curious about the reason. Ice Peak Lord continued, according to the activation rules of the primordial stars, there are probably only about 20,000 years left until the next activation time of the primordial stars. If we expand our territory so frequently, it will inevitably provoke public outrage. By then, on the primordial stars, we are likely to face siege from other races, which would outweigh the gains. The last territory expansion was because of Lord Yuho, and it had only been about 30,000 years since then. 30,000 years might be a very long time for ordinary people. But for the powerhouses in the universe, this was just a very short time. Within such a short period, the human race expanding its territory twice in succession was indeed a bit too frequent. Because of secret techniques, a newly promoted Universe Lord differed greatly in strength from veteran Universe Lords, and temporarily could not significantly enhance the high-tier combat power of the race. It was precisely because of all these reasons that Ice Peak Lord spoke thus. Such words were only suitable for him to say. If anyone else had said them, I'm afraid it would have left a rift in Lin Hao's heart. Hearing these words, Lin Hao hurriedly said, "Teacher is entirely right. Since the primordial stars are about to open, then let's not expand the territory. Just in time, I also need to go into seclusion to create secret methods to enhance my combat power." In the end, Great Axe made the final verdict: "All right, since Lord Haoshan has said so, we will temporarily not expand our territory. However, the due celebration must be even more grand. Besides that, after the primordial stars conclude, we will expand our territory then." The other universe lords nodded one after another to express agreement. Great Axe founder finally looked at Lin Hao and said, "According to the rules of the race, a newly promoted universe lord can receive a top-tier supreme treasure weapon bestowed by the race, or treasures equivalent to this value. Lord Haoshan, what are your requirements?" Lin Hao thought to himself, top-tier supreme treasure weapon. Calculated by supreme treasure points, the value of a top-tier supreme treasure weapon is generally between 80 and 200 supreme treasure points. He used his Qishao spear quite smoothly. This was also a high-tier supreme treasure weapon. Although not as good as a top-tier supreme treasure, it was sufficient to use. Moreover, he might obtain several more supreme treasures next. Now that he had become a Universe Lord in a very short time, according to his agreement with Zuo Shank, he should be able to directly become his disciple. Then, would Zuo Shank give him one or two good supreme treasures? Besides Zuo Shank, he hadn't yet visited the treasure trove of the Elder God cult. He was so favored by the original universe perhaps there was a supreme treasure in the treasure trove destined for him. And now that he had just become a universe lord, the 100-fold upper limit of his life gene level had been unlocked and could continue to be improved. There were treasures in the human race treasury that could raise the life gene level of a universe lord. All of these required supreme treasure points to exchange. Therefore, the top-tier supreme treasure weapon rewarded by the race didn't mean much to him. Instead, using it to exchange for treasures was even better. Lin Hao looked at Great Axe founder and said, "Senior Great Axe, I have thought it over. I want to exchange the top-tier supreme treasure weapon rewarded by the race for supreme treasure points." Great Axe founder didn't ask much and directly said, "No problem. According to the value of a top-tier supreme treasure weapon, you receive a reward of 200 supreme treasure points. You can go to the treasury to exchange them at any time." Lin Hao said earnestly, "Thank you for the cultivation by the race." The other universe lords burst into laughter one after another. "Ha ha ha. This is an investment by the race in you, not cultivation." "That's right. As long as your strength improves, that will be the greatest return for the race." Great Axe asked, "Lord Haoshan, do you have anything else to add?" Lin Hao said, "Right, there is one matter I need to tell everyone. The Elder God cult has invited me to serve as a cult protection divine lord." As soon as these words came out, quite a few universe lords frowned. Cult protection divine lord. What conspiracy does the Elder God cult have? Lord Haoshan, you have just become a universe lord, and there are some things you are not clear about. Our human race and the Elder God cult, or rather, the behind the scenes. Lord Wangzhan hadn't finished speaking before he was interrupted by Primordial Chaos City Lord. Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Lin Hao and said, "Let me explain this matter. Our human race actually has two universe strongest. Besides Great Axe, there is another one whose name is Yuan. He is also the teacher of me, Darkness, and your teacher Bingfeng." Chapter 149, Create an Independent Faction. Or stay in the Virtual Universe Corporation. Primordial Chaos City Lord's words caused quite a few Universe Lords and even Great Axe founder to display nostalgic expressions. Teacher's strength could be called invincible in the Universe C, and no faction dared to offend Teacher. Therefore, that was the most glorious era for our human race. Regrettably, Teacher's strength was too great, having already reached a certain limit. To break through this limit, Teacher chose to study the primordial universe, and as a result, came into conflict with the original universe will multiple times, ultimately being suppressed by the original universe will. Precisely because of this, the upper echelons of our human race have grown a bit more vigilant toward the original universe will and its spokesperson, the Elder God cult. The Elder God cult inviting you to hold the position of Protector God Lord is something you need to consider carefully. Of course, we are not trying to stop you from serving as the Protector God Lord, we are merely giving you a reminder. Lin Hao nodded, and after pondering for a moment, he said, Senior Martial Uncle, as you also know, because of the beast god form of my human main body, I have been noticed by the original universe will twice. This time entering the Elder God cult also has elements of the original universe will pushing it forward behind the scenes. Although I still do not know the purpose of the original universe will up until now, I feel that it harbors no malice toward me, and instead is trying its utmost to enhance my strength. This time upon entering the inheritance land of the Elder God cult, after completely mastering the gold space fusion law, the original universe will descended once more, granting me the qualification to freely accept the legacies of the other 7 fusion laws. Its repeated favor toward me makes me feel that the original universe will might need me to help it do something one day in the future. Regarding the favor from the original universe Lin Hao had once guessed the reason, but thinking it over and over, the only possibility was the world beast crisis within the collapsing peak world. This was the original universe saving itself. The original universe had discovered Lin Hao, a genius with extremely high talent, which was why it showed him so much preferential treatment. But logically speaking, the original universe at this time shouldn't know about this matter yet. Although Lin Hao's intention ran counter to that of the many universe lords, and he insisted on serving as the Protector God Lord, the others did not say much more. After all, having reached the realm of a universe lord, one was already considered one of the top leaders of the human race. As long as they did not betray the human race, everything else was easy to discuss. Even Primordial Chaos City Lord, who held the deepest prejudice against the original universe did not say much. Primordial Chaos City Lord merely said, forget it, be careful with everything in the Elder God cult. Ice Peak Lord at the side smoothed things over. Alright, everyone doesn't need to be so nervous. No matter how strong the Elder God cult is, so what? Lin Hao has an extra large clone. At worst, he can just self-detonate. If the original universe truly wants to harm Lin Hao, then whether he is in the Elder God cult or not makes no difference. Therefore, everyone doesn't need to be overly nervous. Ice Peak Lord finally added. Great Axe founder also said, Qingfeng makes sense. We'll settle the matter like this. At the very least, our human race's geniuses will have a backing in the Elder God cult, the other races won't dare to bully our race's geniuses at will anymore. Previously, the days for the geniuses of the human race and the Great Alliance in the Elder God cult were not easy. One of the reasons was that there weren't many geniuses on the human race's side suited for cultivating the beast god Tao, and their general talent was average. Among the 3 peak races, the monster race, the insect race, and the automaton race, the monster race was the most suited for cultivating the beast god Tao. Because of this, the monster race's influence in the Elder God cult was massive. Although the insect race's influence was weak, Zerg Queen Mothers themselves were sparse in number. Therefore, most of the insect race geniuses in the Elder God cult were from their affiliated races. The insect race itself did not care about the status of these geniuses in the Elder God cult. Needless to say about the automaton race, their talent in the beast god Tao was even inferior to the human races. Therefore, almost no one in the automaton race cultivated the beast god Tao. Precisely because of this, the geniuses of the human race faced suppression from various factions led primarily by the monster race. Furthermore, because there weren't many geniuses inherently suited for cultivating the beast god Tao, they couldn't even form a scale by banding together for mutual warmth. Now with the appearance of Lin Hao as the protector beast god, the situation would be different. Suppression might still exist, but they would definitely not dare to do it blatantly. After everyone shared a few interesting anecdotes, this Great Axe meeting concluded. After the Great Axe meeting ended, Lin Hao and Ice Peak Lord came to the highest point of Thunder Island. An ancient, cyan-gray massive round table was surrounded by endless streams of qi. Next to this stone table stood 6 massive stone chairs. On the back of each stone chair were intricate carvings depicting various scenes. Primordial Chaos City Lord, Lord of Dragon Walk, Darkness Lord, and Lord Yuho were all present here. Next was the high-level meeting of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Primordial Chaos City Lord took the lead in asking, Lord Hoshin, what are your plans for the future? Do you intend to continue staying in the Virtual Universe Corporation? Or will you create an independent faction? Ice Peak Lord explained, Lin Hao, this depends on your own choice. Whether you stay in the Virtual Universe Corporation or create a faction, we will support your decision. Aside from our Virtual Universe Corporation and the Giant Axe Dojo, the other three major factions actually split off from the two of us. At the time of the split, both sides provided support and assistance to them. If you want to create a faction, the Virtual Universe Corporation will definitely lend its full support, arranging at least 300 Universe Exalts, 5,000 King-level Immortals, and even more Marquis-level Immortals. Lin Hao pondered slightly for a moment. His own demand was actually very simple. He only needed to open Taoduoduo Mall across the entire human race, while other powers, statuses, and so on were unimportant. As long as Taoduoduo Mall opened all over the human race, Lin Hao's descendants and bloodline would spread throughout the entire human race. By then, even if Lin Hao merely bided his time, he could elevate his comprehension ability to an unimaginable degree. This had always been Lin Hao's purpose. Creating a new faction was certainly good, but it was too slow for Lin Hao. And if he could utilize the colossal entity that was the Virtual Universe Corporation, it would be much faster. Thinking of this, Lin Hao smiled and said, Senior Martial Uncle, Teacher, I have decided. I will stay in the Virtual Universe Corporation. However, I have a small request. Primordial Chaos City Lord asked, what request? Speak. Lin Hao said, I hope to establish a department within the Virtual Universe Corporation, that Taoduoduo Mall under my name. I hope to promote it across the entire human territory. Finally, Lin Hao added, as for the funding of this department, I will provide it myself. Primordial Chaos City Lord smiled and said, a trivial matter. Moreover, its funding certainly doesn't need to come from you. The Virtual Universe Corporation can still afford this bit of funding. Lin Hao did not decline further either, thinking to himself, Primordial Chaos City Lord probably doesn't understand the execution model of the Taoduoduo Mall Company. After Taoduoduo Mall became a department of the Virtual Universe Corporation, the worst-case scenario was that Lin Hao would provide it with some more financial support. After all, this department was completely Lin Hao's private domain, he could do whatever he wanted with it. With Lin Hao and Primordial Chaos City Lord discussing it this way, the matter was settled just like that. Taoduoduo Mall was transformed into a department of the Virtual Universe Corporation and promoted and expanded across the entire human territory. Within the branch offices of the various universe countries, Taoduoduo Mall belonged under the Commerce Department, but it operated independently, assuming sole responsibility for its own profits and losses, and answered only to the Taoduoduo Mall Department of the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters. Meanwhile, the Taoduoduo Mall at the Virtual Universe Company headquarters was directly under Lin Hao's jurisdiction, possessing an even more transcendental status. Chapter 150 Meeting Origin Ancestor. Regarding the matter of Taoduoduo Mall, Primordial Chaos City Lord made the complete decision, and others such as Lord of Dragon Walk, Ice Peak Lord, and Darkness Lord did not care much about it. After all, the daily affairs of the Virtual Universe Corporation were all managed by Primordial Chaos City Lord. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Ice Peak Lord urged, all right, let's go, it's time to meet teacher. Lord of Dragon Walk smiled and said, Qingfeng, you are in such a rush to go and claim credit from Senior Origin Ancestor. Ice Peak Lord rarely blushed. How can this be considered claiming credit? I went through untold hardships to cultivate an outstanding disciple of the Universe Lord Realm, can't I let teacher be happy about it? He turned his head to look at Darkness Lord. Darkness, don't you think so? Back when Lord Yuho became a Universe Lord and everyone went to see Origin Ancestor, Darkness Lord had a similar reaction. At this moment, he didn't refute either, just nodded silently in agreement. Primordial Chaos City Lord smiled and said, haha, all right, let's go. Primordial Chaos City Lord took the lead and flew upward, closely followed by Lord of Dragon Walk and Darkness Lord, and Lord Yuho quickly followed suit. Ice Peak Lord and Lin Hao fell behind. As the two flew upward, Ice Peak Lord said, "Lin Hao, we are about to see teacher. He is also your Grandmaster, so there is no need to be nervous at that time, just be respectful." Lin Hao nodded and said, "All right, disciple understands." The group of 6 continuously flew upward, passing through endless chaos chi streams. Soon they arrived at a region where the chaos chi streams were sparse. They saw a towering and majestic statue standing here. This statue's size could not be perceived, as if it were infinitely tall. Lin Hao looked toward the statue. He saw that surrounded by the endless chaos chi streams, that majestic statue had strands of law. Fluctuations. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, space, time, gold space, wood space, water space, numerous law fluctuations surged out from that boundless statue. This statue gave Lin Hao a feeling very similar to the primordial universe origin. However, Lin Hao clearly felt that this statue was not as perfect as the primordial universe origin, and he always felt like something was missing. Ice Peak Lord said from the side, "This is teacher's statue, and it is also where the universe origin of the virtual universe lies." After teacher was suppressed by the original universe will, for the development of the human race, teacher executed a secret technique, ultimately forming the virtual universe. It is precisely because of the existence of the virtual universe that our human race can have so many geniuses spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain. It can be said that if there were no virtual universe, the development of our human race would definitely be weaker by more than one tier. In his heart, Lin Hao highly agreed with Ice Peak Lord's statement. The existence of the virtual universe was far from being as simple as just enabling real-time communication across the entire primordial universe. Instead, it allowed one to study, comprehend laws, battle, and so on within the virtual universe. This was the most terrifying aspect. Just imagine, if there were no virtual universe, how could humans hold a genius competition and strongman competition spanning the entire human territory every once in a while? If there were no virtual universe, it would be very difficult for Lin Hao to rely on his own talent to join the Qingfeng branch of the virtual universe. Without the virtual universe, humans would not have the powerful ability to discover geniuses, and naturally they would not be able to quickly select top geniuses for key cultivation. Where else would there be such a grand occasion of geniuses emerging in droves like today? Even with technology as advanced as the automaton race, they could only build virtual worlds between a few star domains, and such virtual worlds could not perfectly simulate real laws like the virtual universe. That the human race could still maintain the level of a peak race after origin ancestor was suppressed was over 60% due to the existence of the Great Axe founder. Yet the secret technique of the virtual universe accounted for at least 20% of it. And this was merely a secret technique executed by origin ancestor. If origin ancestor had not been suppressed yet, I'm afraid the human race would have already occupied the vast majority of the territory in the primordial universe. Facing such a great figure, Lin Hao held extremely high respect in his heart. Lin Hao looked toward the statue. This was a man with a slightly slender figure, draped in a simple white robe, with a smile on his face. His smile was a perfection after seeing through everything. Just looking up from afar at that statue, looking at the slight smile on his face, made Luo Feng's state of mind completely extremely serene, and a warmth of returning to a mother's embrace filled his heart. His eyes seemed to see through everything within the infinite universe, and there was nothing he did not know. The endless universe operated with him as the core. Primordial Chaos City Lord and the others stopped in their tracks and silently looked toward the statue. Primordial Chaos City Lord bowed and said, "Teacher, my virtual universe lineage has gained another universe lord. He is also Bingfeng's disciple, named Lord Hoshan Lin Hao. Today I specially brought him to pay respects to teacher." Subsequently, Ice Peak Lord stepped forward half a step. "Disciple Bingfeng greets teacher, this is my disciple Lin Hao." Lin Hao hurriedly stepped forward half a step as well, bowed and saluted, "Disciple Lin Hao greets Grandmaster." Subsequently, the others softly communicated with the statue one after another. What they said could not be heard by outsiders. Lin Hao sighed with emotion, thinking, I really want to meet Origin Ancestor, I wonder what kind of demeanor he has. Just at this moment, Lin Hao seemed to see the statue's eyes blink. Lin Hao was astonished in his heart. With his eyesight, it was absolutely impossible for him to have seen wrongly. Just at this moment, a voice sounded in Lin Hao's ear, Hello, Lin Hao. Lin Hao was startled, looked around, and finally asked in a low voice, Are you Origin Ancestor? The voice said, it's me. Lin Hao bowed and saluted once more, Disciple Lin Hao greets Grandmaster. Origin Ancestor said, No need for formalities. You are a good child, and your talent is rarely seen in this world. Cultivate well, I look forward to the day you become a universe strongest soon. Lin Hao said, Thank you, Grandmaster. Origin Ancestor continued, if you encounter any difficulties in cultivation in the future, you can come find me. That fellow original universe will thinks very highly of you, it won't have any objections to me guiding you. Lin Hao's heart stirred, and he asked, Grandmaster, do you know why the original universe will think so highly of me? Origin Ancestor said, As for this, I'm not clear either, but your magical beast god form definitely contributed immensely. Even someone like me, who barely counts as the will of the virtual universe, has quite a bit of fondness for your beast god form. As soon as Origin Ancestor said these words, Lin Hao understood several parts of the reason. It seemed the root still lay in the beast god form, or rather the beast god bloodline. The so-called beast god bloodline was, to a certain extent, the affinity for the fusion law. When it came to the affinity for the fusion law, Lin Hao asked himself that unless a natural-born beast god was resurrected, no one could match him. This was the affinity accumulated through countless descendants, how could any life form possibly compare to it? With such a high affinity for the fusion law, coupled with the beast god form that Lin Hao accidentally obtained. Under the beast god form, the affinity for the related fusion law would reach an even higher tier. To a certain extent, he could truly be called a reborn natural-born beast god. Now, the remnants of the 8 natural-born beast gods had all integrated into Lin Hao's beast god form. One could imagine what reaction the original universe would have upon perceiving such an existence. Probably the feeling of a biological son. Chapter 151 Master and Disciple Gathering. Lin Hao asked, Grandmaster, how should I find you? Origin Ancestor said, You only need to call my name within the virtual universe. The virtual universe could be said to be completely controlled by Origin Ancestor, he could know about anything happening in any location. Previously, he rarely showed his face because he worried that frequent appearances would cause the original universe to suppress him further. Now, with Lin Hao, someone extremely favored by the original universe around, Origin Ancestor could naturally manifest at any time to guide Lin Hao. However, this was limited to only guiding Lin Hao. If he dared to make any other moves, the original universe would definitely not let him off. This was all information that Origin Ancestor coaxed out of the original universe Although he was still suppressed to death by the original universe he could at least guide Lin Hao now. For Origin Ancestor, this was already enough. After all, back then he stubbornly provoked the original universe and in the end, not only was he suppressed, but the human race's only supreme true treasure was also suppressed together with him. This made him feel very guilty in his heart. Although at the final moment of being suppressed, he cast the secret method of the virtual universe, ultimately making the development of the human race much smoother. But after all, it still caused immeasurable numbers of humans to die at the hands of alien races. Lin Hao bowed in salute and said, Disciple understands. Can this matter be told to Master and the others? Origin Ancestor said, It is best not to tell anyone about this matter. The fewer people who know, the less targeting there will be from the original universe Lin Hao nodded and said, Disciple knows. Origin Ancestor then ended the communication with Lin Hao. The other few people had also almost finished communicating with Origin Ancestor. However, unlike Lin Hao, their communication was actually equivalent to a one-way report, and Origin Ancestor did not give any response. Only Lin Hao was an exception. The higher-ups of the virtual universe were not surprised by the fact that Origin Ancestor did not respond, it had been like this for countless years. Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at everyone and said, "All right, everyone, let's go. Let Master rest well." Everyone nodded one after another, then flew downwards. As Lin Hao flew, he pondered. Since Origin Ancestor agreed to guide him, he immediately decided to change the direction of his secret methods, planning to mainly delve into soul-type secret methods. If one were to ask, what was the secret method Origin Ancestor was most proficient in? That was naturally soul-type secret methods. When countless forces in the Universe C mentioned Origin Ancestor, none of them failed to feel chilled with fear. Because he dominated the Universe C relying on soul-type secret methods. Many Universe strongest dared not fight Origin Ancestor at all. That was still Origin Ancestor before he was suppressed. Later, Origin Ancestor's virtual Universe secret method even stole a bit of the charm of the primordial universe. His strength became even much stronger. Under such circumstances, his attainment in soul-type secret methods could completely be called the number one of the countless reincarnation eras in this Universe C. With a powerhouse like Origin Ancestor giving guidance, Lin Hao didn't even dare to imagine how strong he could become. Everyone returned to Thunder Island, and Primordial Chaos City Lord and the others left one after another. Ice Peak Lord pulled Lin Hao back to his palace. As the two of them just walked into the palace, they saw three figures standing in the main hall, two men and a woman. They were respectively First Senior Brother Venerable Lin Yuan, Second Senior Brother Giant Sword Venerable, and Fifth Senior Sister Venerable Bingmeng. Seeing Ice Peak Lord and Lin Hao return, the three of them first perfunctorily bowed in salute to Ice Peak Lord. "Greetings, Master." Then they looked at Lin Hao all at once. Venerable Bingmeng had spent the longest time with Lin Hao and had the best relationship with him. She spoke first. "Junior brother, have you really already become a Universe Lord?" Ice Peak Lord said in surprise, "I haven't told you yet, how did you know?" Venerable Lin Yuan explained, "Just moments ago, the disciples of other Universe Lords frantically contacted the three of us, wanting to know about Junior brother's situation." Lin Hao and Ice Peak Lord looked at each other, instantly understanding. Presumably, it was told to their disciples by the other Universe Lords besides these 6 Universe Lords of the virtual universe. After all, Lin Hao's identity was not specially requested to be kept secret, so the disciples of these Universe Lords all knew about it. Venerable Lin Yuan asked again, "Junior brother, are you really already a Universe Lord?" Lin Hao nodded. "Yes, I made a breakthrough by fluke." The expressions of Venerable Lin Yuan and the other two were varied. Venerable Bingmeng's expression was the most exaggerated. "Ah. Does that mean besides Master, I've gained another Universe Lord as a backing?" "Ha ha ha ha." Venerable Lin Yuan solemnly corrected, "Junior sister, you must address him as Lord Haoshan in the future." Lin Hao hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Senior brothers and senior sister, please continue to call me junior brother in the future. That is more affectionate." Seeing that Lin Hao insisted, the 3 senior brothers and senior sister had no choice but to let it drop. Giant Sword Venerable said, "If there are outsiders present, it is better to address you as Lord Haoshan. In private, we will call you junior brother." Venerable Lin Yuan sighed with emotion. Tens of thousands of years ago, Junior Brother was still a Universe rank member of the primitive mystical region. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, he would become a Universe Lord. Giant Sword Venerable also sighed with deep emotion. Yeah, Junior Brother's growth speed is simply too fast. Before I could even react, as if taking a nap, Junior Brother has already grown into an existence that requires looking up to. Venerable Bingmeng was the happiest. The previous mission of protecting Junior Brother had already let her make a small profit, and later when she guided Junior Brother on spatial law, Lin Hao even gave her generous rewards. Now that Lin Hao had become a Universe Lord, she reckoned that her previous friendship with Lin Hao was still passable, and the 20,000 years they spent together were quite pleasant. She was truly blessed with supreme fortune. Thinking of this, Venerable Bingmeng almost laughed out loud. If she hadn't repeatedly pinched her own thighs to confirm that she wasn't dreaming, she would have thought this was some peerless dream. With an inexplicable flush on her face, Venerable Bingmeng said excitedly, "It's rare for us to encounter such a joyous event, why don't we celebrate properly?" Ice Peak Lord was very satisfied with how the 4 disciples got along. At this moment, he was in a great mood and chimed in, "All right. Let us master and disciples celebrate together properly." Lin Hao had nothing to do at the moment either. Having cultivated for so many years, it seemed he indeed hadn't relaxed much. Thus, he also readily agreed. The 5 of them didn't specially look for any place. Right inside the palace of Ice Peak Lord, everyone sat cross-legged on the ground. With a wave of Ice Peak Lord's hand, countless delicacies and fine wines of extremely high value in reality appeared out of thin air. Ice Peak Lord took the lead in raising his wine cup and said, "Come, this first cup of wine, let's toast to Lord Haoshan. From today onwards, I am also someone who has a Universe Lord as a disciple." Ha 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 ha. Lin Hao hurriedly stopped him. And said, "Master, you mustn't. The first cup of wine should be to toast you instead. Without your cultivation, there wouldn't be today for me." Ice Peak Lord laughed heartily. "Today is your joyous event, the first cup of wine should toast you." Lin Hao was helpless, and immediately pulled the 3 senior brothers and senior sister along. "The 4 of us will toast you together, thanking you for your grace of cultivation." Seeing this, Ice Peak Lord no longer insisted, raised his wine cup, and drank it in one gulp. Lin Hao and the other 4 also followed suit and drank theirs in one gulp. Several of them drank and chatted merrily in the palace of Ice Peak Lord, making it extremely lively. The gathering lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before dispersing. Chapter 152, Linyuan Branch and Qingfeng Branch. After the 3 senior brothers and senior sisters left, Ice Peak Lord said, "Lin Hao, it's time for you to move your palace to the peak of Thunder Island. This will be an announcement to the outside world that you have become a Universe Lord." Lin Hao nodded and agreed, "Understood, teacher." Lin Hao's palace was at the foot of the mountain, having been established only a few days ago. Now it had to be moved to the peak. Fortunately, it was not troublesome in the virtual universe. With just a thought, the palace could be moved. Lin Hao chose a spot on the peak not far from Ice Peak Lord's palace. As his will moved, the palace instantly shifted over. Below the peak, the Lord of Tianxi watched Lin Hao's palace disappear and sighed inwardly, "When will I be able to break through to the Universe Lord realm?" The Lord of Tianxi was very experienced. He, Primordial Chaos City Lord, Darkness Lord, Ice Peak Lord, and others were all disciples of Origin Ancestor. However, countless years had passed, and the Lord of Tianxi still hadn't managed to break through to the Universe Lord realm. Of course, besides the Lord of Tianxi, Origin Ancestor had several other disciples who also hadn't been able to break through to the Universe Lord realm. It was simply too difficult to become a Universe Lord. Which existence that could become a Universe Exalt wasn't an peerless genius? Every one of them was once a favored child of heaven. Every one of them was once a legend of an era. But how many Universe Exalts were there? The entire human race had thousands of them. Yet there were only 18 Universe Lords. It wasn't that these Universe Exalts weren't diligent enough, but that becoming a Universe Lord was too difficult. If one's comprehension ability was insufficient, even spending endless years would yield no progress. One either had to fully comprehend the space origin law and time origin law, or fully comprehend a certain fusion law. Both were extremely difficult. The Lord of Tianxi sighed, turned, and returned to his palace. Have I been too lax these past years? The news of Lin Hao becoming a Universe Lord spread like a hurricane throughout the entire human race at an extremely fast pace. Of course, those of lower status in the human race didn't know. At least, only powerhouses above the Immortal level were qualified to know about this matter. Linyuan Universe Country Virtual Universe Branch. Marquis Xiaoguang and Marquis Huiwu found Ji Chen. Brother Ji Chen, congratulations. The great Lord Haoshan has newly become a Universe Lord. Ji Chen naturally had his own information channels to learn of this. He said, "Congratulations to us all, we all once served under Lord Haoshan. This is our honor." Marquis Xiaoguang and Marquis Huiwu didn't expose him, exchanging a smile as they said, "Brother Ji Chen, I have good wine. Come, let's have a drink." Ji Chen chuckled inwardly. Ever since Lin Hao left Linyuan Universe Country, the two of them had secretly begun to contend for the power in his hands. Because his strength was inferior to theirs, he could only endure. Now that the news of Lin Hao becoming a Universe Lord had just arrived, the two of them immediately changed their attitude and showed him goodwill. Truly, they were arrogant before and respectful now, which was laughable to think about. However, remembering Lin Hao, Ji Chen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Who would have thought that a mere planetary-level youth back then would now become a Universe Lord? Ji Chen still clearly remembered the scene when he first met Lin Hao. At that time, he actually thought Lin Hao's talent was slightly mediocre. Hey, now that he thought about it, he was truly blind back then. How could such a great existence be mediocre? Qingfeng Universe Country, Virtual Universe Branch. Marquis Qingfeng and the other two gathered together. The three of them were currently in a state of confusion. When countless messages from friends arrived, they thought their secret had been exposed. They thought the Virtual Universe Corporation was going to send people to arrest them. As it turned out, upon careful inspection, they found that all these messages were congratulating them. Congratulations, congratulations. Lord Haoshan has newly become a Universe Lord, truly something to celebrate. If you prosper in the future, don't forget me. We are good brothers. After careful inquiry, they learned that this Lord Haoshan was actually Lin Hao. The three of them had all served under Lin Hao for a period, and their relationship with Lin Hao was quite good at the time. And Marquis Qingfeng had even invested in Lin Hao back then. Although the amount invested was not much, it was still a gesture of goodwill. As the saying goes, it's easy to add flowers to brocade, but difficult to send charcoal in the snow. To invest in Lin Hao before he rose to prominence, this friendship was invaluable. Now, with just a casual word from Lin Hao, Marquis Qingfeng could benefit endlessly. Or rather, without Lin Hao even needing to speak, Marquis Qingfeng would receive all kinds of preferential treatment. He might even no longer have to worry about death in the future. As long as he wasn't soul enslaved, even if he fell, Lin Hao might one day recall his younger days and resurrect him. Marquis Shanlin looked at Marquis Qingfeng with a hint of envy and said, Marquis Qingfeng, congratulations. Marquis Qingfeng couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curling upwards. He tried hard to suppress his smile and said earnestly, not at all, not at all. Lord Haoshan was born from our Qingfeng Universe Country, this is the honor of our entire Qingfeng Universe Country. He also came out of our Qingfeng branch, this is our shared glory. Facing Marquis Qingfeng's hypocritical words, Marquis Qingguang couldn't help but curl his lip and mumbled softly, hypocrite. Marquis Qingfeng looked at Marquis Qingguang in confusion, Brother Qingguang, what did you say? Marquis Qingguang immediately grinned and said, nothing, I said Brother Qingfeng, you were right. Marquis Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction, ha ha ha. It's truly our great fortune to have this connection with Lord Haoshan. I propose, how about we offer some sentence reductions to those members of the Lin family who have committed offenses over the years. What do you think? Marquis Qingguang and Marquis Shanlin naturally had no objections, echoing, I agree. I agree too. The three of them knew Lord Haoshan's temperament, so they only reduced sentences for those who had committed offenses. This was merely a show of respect for Lord Haoshan. They dared not directly exempt and release them, otherwise, it would definitely anger Lord Haoshan. The Lin family's strict governance was well known throughout the entire Qingfeng Universe Country. Although there were still various problems, overall, it was within a controllable range. For those who committed crimes, the Lin family would take them down themselves and send them to the prisons of various medium-level universe countries, without even needing the intervention of those countries. For those with serious offenses, they were even sent directly to the prisons of the Qingfeng Universe Country. Only Lin Hao's several children, due to their special status, only received internal punishment from the Lin family. Not only were their annual huge dividends revoked, but they were also confined to a life planet and not allowed to leave. Such punishment was, of course, insignificant to those who suffered persecution. However, compared to the children of other families, this was already an extremely severe punishment. After all, these were Lin Hao's children, and to achieve this much already demonstrated the Lin family's strict governance. Chapter 153, Lin Hao teaches his children. After moving the palace on Thunder Island, Lin Hao moved his consciousness and returned to the Lin family's island in the virtual universe. At this time, Lin Zhen, Lin Feng, several of Lin Hao's wives, and the vast majority of his children were waiting here for Lin Hao. As for the remaining children who did not come, they were criminals imprisoned on a life planet that lacked devices connected to the virtual universe, so they could not make it. As the chairman and general manager of Taoduoduo Mall, Lin Yufeng and Lin Baikan naturally knew quite a few immortal-level powerhouses. The two of them had learned from immortal-level powerhouses that their father, Lin Hao, had become a great universe lord. Because their level was relatively low, they didn't actually know what a universe lord meant. However, they knew that the immortal-level powerhouses they used to look up to now had to be extremely respectful when communicating with them. In the past, although Lin Hao's status in the Virtual Universe Corporation was high, the help it gave the two of them was merely qualifying them to meet immortal-level powerhouses. Now it was different. The once lofty immortal-level powerhouses had to bow their heads before the two of them. One could imagine just how terrifying an existence a universe lord was. 3 days ago, the two of them sent a message to Lin Hao asking about this matter. Lin Hao only told them to notify all family members to come over and announce this matter together. As for Xinghuan, Lin Zhen, Lin Feng, and Lin Yichen, who had higher vision, they had some understanding of a universe lord, but they didn't know exactly how strong one was. They only knew that a universe lord seemed to possess the ability to resurrect others. Lin Zhen's mouth opened and closed, stopping himself from speaking. Facing a son whose strength was so powerful it was beyond comprehension, he didn't even know what tone to use to speak. It was Lin Feng, who spoke up. "Little brother, I heard you became a universe lord." Lin Hao nodded. Yes, I made a breakthrough by lucky chance." Lin Feng laughed. "Congratulations. It seems I am also someone with backing now." Facing Lin Feng's banter, Lin Hao laughed heartily and said, "No problem. I'll cover you from now on." Then Lin Hao looked at Lin Zhen and bowed in salute. "Father, your son has broken through to become a universe lord." Lin Zhen patted Lin Hao's shoulder. Good, 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 you are the pride of my life." Lin Feng said somewhat jealously from the side, "Dad, I'm not bad either. Although I can't compare with little brother, I can still be considered an outstanding talent among our peers." Lin Zhen also patted Lin Feng's shoulder. You are also my pride." Afterwards, Lin Zhen looked at Lin Hao with some expectation in his eyes. "Hao, does a universe lord possess the ability to resurrect others? Your mother, can she be resurrected?" Facing the old father's expectant gaze, Lin Hao shook his head. "Father, I'm very sorry, I cannot resurrect mother. The resurrection ability of a universe lord is not a direct resurrection of life, but rather reversing time and space to bring the other party from the past to the present. I can easily bear the backlash of bringing someone from the past to the present, but the passage of time over all these years can only be borne by the other party. Mother was too weak when she passed away, and she cannot withstand the passage of these tens of thousands of years." Hearing this, Lin Zhen sighed, and instead comforted Lin Hao. It's fine, Hao, I was just asking casually, don't take it to heart. So many years have passed, I've already let it go." Facing the comfort from his old father Lin Zhen, Lin Hao said, "Father, actually this matter is not impossible to resolve. Being unable to resurrect her now doesn't mean it won't be possible in the future. I believe that as my strength increases, one day I will be able to resurrect mother." Lin Zhen only thought Lin Hao was comforting him. You are a good child, I believe you." Lin Hao knew his father didn't really believe him, but he had no way to explain. After all, in the primordial universe, there was simply no way to understand beings like Hunyuan lords. Once such words were spoken, the original universe would probably suppress him instantly. It was even possible he would be killed directly. Therefore, regarding Hunyuan lords, Lin Hao didn't even dare to mention them vaguely. Lin Zhen quickly calmed down. Just as he said, tens of thousands of years had already passed. What else could he do if he didn't let it go? Only then did Lin Hao turn his gaze toward his several wives and numerous children. Lin Hao said, "You may have learned from various channels that I have become a universe lord. Saying it like this might not give you much concept, but I can tell you more bluntly that my current status is enough to rank in the top 20 of the entire human race. The children other than Lin Yichen and Lin Wanyan all exclaimed in shock. Emotions such as joy, excitement, worship, and awe intertwined together. Lin Hao continued, "You don't need to know all the abilities of a universe lord. You only need to know one thing: such an existence possesses the ability to resurrect others. As long as this person can resist the passage of time and has not been soul enslaved by someone, they can be resurrected." Lin Hao's children all looked at him with worshipful gazes. What did this represent? As long as one had a place in Father's heart, even if they died, they could be resurrected. Lin Hao's words weren't finished yet. Besides this, with my current status, obtaining resources to let all of you break through to the immortal level is also very easy. You should understand the immortal level. Theoretically, it possesses endless lifespan. All the children became even more excited. Having the chance to be resurrected was certainly joyful, but obtaining endless lifespan was the biggest temptation for them. In their eyes, the immortal level was a lofty existence. And now, their own father could make them become immortal level existences. This undoubtedly made them extremely excited. A few children were even struck dizzy by such a surprise, making them feel so groggy that they couldn't even stand steadily. Seeing this, Lin Hao smiled slightly, then changed the subject, "But I am very disappointed in you. Look at what you look like now. I was previously only a core member of the Virtual Universe Corporation, yet people among you have already committed many unlawful and undisciplined acts. Of course, these matters were nothing considering my previous identity, and to me now, they are even less worth mentioning, but I deeply loathe such behavior." Many of the children knelt down one after another. Lin Hao continued, "The rules of our family might be a bit strict, but I believe that without rules, nothing can be accomplished. I hope you remember that our family rose from humble beginnings. Before our rise, our family was actually just ordinary people within the human race. You should still remember that when you were born, our family stayed on an ordinary life planet. I hope you can maintain your original aspirations, grant due kindness to ordinary people in the human race, and remember that today's others were yesterday's us." All the children dared not say much, only kneeling on the ground with lowered heads. Lin Hao continued, "Now among all my children, only Lin Yufeng and Lin Baiken have the highest merits, so I have decided to give the two of them enough resources to break through to the immortal level." Lin Yufeng and Lin Baiken kowtowed hastily. "Thank you, Father, for the bestowal." The other children looked at the two of them with gazes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Especially Lin Baiken. After all, Lin Yufeng was Lin Hao's eldest son, and over the years he had always managed Tao Duoduo Mall. His prestige naturally could not be compared by other children. But what was Lin Baiken? He was Lin Hao's adopted son. He had merely been lucky enough to marry Lin Hao's 15th daughter, Lin Wanru. On the surface, Lin Baiken was the general manager of Tao Duoduo Mall, seeming infinitely glorious. But in reality, in the eyes of Lin Hao's many children, Lin Baiken was just a matrilocal son-in-law. Every year, he consumed a large amount of Tao Duoduo Mall's resources to support those useless stationed personnel on the life planet. It was simply a waste of resources.